This is a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity, given in Penman, England in 1923. This is lecture 1, given on the 19th of August, 1923. In order to understand the world and its evolution, it has always been considered necessary to have an understanding of man himself. It is admitted far and wide that in bygone ages, when the life of matter was not the only subject of consideration, but when spiritual existence was also taken into account, man was regarded as a microcosm, a little world. This was understood as meaning that man in his nature, in his activity, and in his whole attitude to the world, is a concentration of all the laws governing the cosmos, of all its activities, and of its whole being. During those ages, it was strongly felt that a true understanding of the world could only be based upon an understanding of man. If, however, we desire to be truly without prejudice, we are immediately confronted by a difficulty. When a man tries to acquire self-knowledge, which alone can give a true knowledge of man, he is immediately confronted by the greatest of all riddles, and after some time spent in self-observation, obliged to admit that his own being, as it appears in the world which his senses reveal as encompassing him, does not appear in its fullness even to his own soul, to himself. He must admit that a part of his being is concealed. The ordinary physical development remains unaware of its existence. Thus, the man who desires a real knowledge of the world is confronted with the task of first developing his own being, and of finding his true being through self-knowledge. A simple reflection will prove that a man's true being, his inner activity, his personality, his individuality, cannot be present in the world, which according to the evidence of his senses is all around him. For the moment he passes through the gates of death, his corpse as such becomes subject to the laws of the world by which he was surrounded, and which alone was perceptible to his senses. The physically dead man is then given over to those laws of nature active in the visible world. What we know as the organism of man then ceases to exist, and in a certain length of time, depending on circumstances, it is entirely destroyed. So that those laws we designate as the laws of nature, and of which we learn by means of the external observation of the senses, are only adapted for the destruction of the human organism and not for its construction. We must therefore seek for these laws, for that activity which in the earthly life, from birth to death, indeed from conception to death, battle against the laws of decay. Every moment through our inner human nature in fighting against death. When we look around us in that part of the world of sense which is alone comprehensible to man, the mineral, lifeless world, we find it governed by the forces which mean death to man. It is a delusion on the part of the modern scientist to believe that he can grasp the nature of plants by means of the laws governing the outer world of sense. He will never be able to do so. It will never be possible to comprehend the plants, and though we may cherish the possibility as an ideal, we can never investigate the plants, still less the animals and physical man, by means of the laws active around us in the external sense world. We, as earth beings, between conception and death, are in our actual inner condition at war with the laws of nature. If we really wish to rise to human self-knowledge, we must investigate that activity in the human being which wars against death. Indeed, if we wish thoroughly to investigate the nature of man, which investigation is to be the subject of these lectures, it is necessary to show how man, through his evolution on earth, finally reaches the point when his inner activities, as far as this earth life is concerned, are put an end to by death. Death gains the victory over the hidden battling forces. This is just mentioned to show those present the trend of these lectures, for the truth of what I am stating will only be proved in the course of several lectures. We may therefore begin by indicating, by means of a plain, unprejudiced consideration of the human being, where we must look for the real nature of man, his personality, his individuality. These must be sought not in the realm of the nature forces, but outside them. There is, however, another signpost, for I prefer at first only to give indications, and that is that while we live as earth men, we live for the moment. If we are sufficiently unprejudiced, it is easy to see all that is implied in this assertion. When we see, when we hear, when we perceive by means of our senses, we are living for the moment. Neither the past nor the future can make any impression on our eyes or ears or on any other of our senses. We live for the moment and consequently in space. What would become of man, however, if he were only devoted to the moment, only devoted to space? External observation of nature furnishes us with ample proof that man cannot remain man in the full sense of the word if he only lives for the moment and in space. The external history of the illness of many a man is proof of this. There are well-investigated cases of persons who at a given moment of their lives lost all recollection of what had taken place before and lived only for the moment. During that time, they did the most foolish things. In contradiction to the life they had hitherto led, they may perhaps have purchased a railway ticket, traveled to a certain station, and done whatever was necessary at the moment in a reasonable way. In fact, they may have acted in a way cleverer and more skillful than before. They went to their midday meal at the proper hour and did everything connected with their daily life at the right time. When they reached the last station for which their ticket was available, they may have taken another, which perhaps did not correspond with the first journey. In this way, they may have wandered about for years, until at last they reached some place in which they did not know where they were. Everything up to the time of taking the first ticket or even leaving home is completely blotted out of their consciousness. Their memory only extends to the intervening time. This puts their soul life and all their human life on earth into a state of chaos. They do not feel connected with their whole being as they used to do. Formerly, they always lived for the moment and could always direct themselves aright in space. Now they have lost the inner sense of time. They have lost their memory. The moment a man loses the inner sense of time, the real inner connection with the past, as regards this earth life, his life becomes chaos. Merely living in space does not suffice to make his whole being healthy. In other words, a man in his senses always lives for the moment, and though in certain cases of illness he may sever his life from space and from the moment, yet at such times he is not a human being in the full sense of the words. Our attention here, directed to something in man which is withdrawn from space and belongs only to time, so that we may say that while the experience in space is one with the experience in time, which must ever be present, for memory must bring the past into the present if a man's whole being is to be complete. Man's presence in time is an unavoidable necessity, something which he cannot be without. Yet, as regards the past, time is never with us at the moment. In order to experience time, a man must bring it into the present. There must, therefore, be in man forces for the preservation of the past, forces which do not come from space, and which cannot, therefore, be regarded as laws of nature active in space, for they are outside space. These are the signposts pointing to the fact that if, in seeking knowledge of the universe, we take man as the central point of study, and thus start from a knowledge of self, it is above all necessary to look into oneself for what constitutes man a being in the life of space, that life which is the only one of which the senses can speak. A man must therefore appeal to forces of knowledge in himself, not connected with the senses or with his perception in space, if he wishes to realize his own being. Particularly at the present time in man's evolution, when natural science in so very significant a way points to the laws of space, the real being of man, for reasons which will be made clear in the course of these lectures, is on the whole lost to human observation. It is therefore specially necessary at the present time to indicate those inner experiences which, as has been shown, lead man out of space into time, and carry his bygone experiences into the immediate present. Taking this as a point of departure, a man can, as we shall see, enter the spiritual world. In all ages, the knowledge which led over from the sensible into the supersensible has been known as the knowledge gained by initiation, the knowledge of that which makes the human being the actual ego being, and which is the active part of the personality, of the individuality. This initiation knowledge, insofar as it is accessible to man today, is what I have to speak of in these lectures. In the light of this knowledge, the evolution of the world and of man shall be considered here in the past, present, and future. I must, in the first place, describe how this initiation knowledge can now be acquired. It differs very considerably from the initiation knowledge of the past. Even the way such subjects are discussed today is different. By the initiation knowledge of bygone times, a few teachers of mankind worked their way through to a vision of the supersensible in world and man. Those pupils who had received in their feeling a pure human impression of what existed in such teaching concerning the supersensible attached themselves to those teachers. They did not accept compulsorily that which was conveyed to them. Rather, was it that the personality of the teachers produced a sense of authority. Throughout the whole evolution of humanity, down to the present time, we are always told that the individual pupil had to bow to the authority of a teacher, a guru. In this, as in many other points to be discussed in the course of these lectures, initiation knowledge cannot now follow the same path as it did in the past. The guru never hinted at the means by which he himself attained his own knowledge, and there was never at any time a question of making known to the public the methods by which higher knowledge can be acquired. This was solely communicated in the mystery schools, which in those olden times were the high schools on the way to the supersensible. That method would now no longer be possible in face of the consciousness which humanity has, at the present historical time, generally acquired. Anyone speaking of supersensible knowledge at the present day is naturally obliged to begin by stating the means by which such knowledge can be gained. It then, of course, rests with each one to decide how he himself will arrange his life with regard to the exercises for body, soul, and spirit, by means of which it is possible to develop in the human being those forces which extend beyond the laws of nature, and by which it is possible at the present time to perceive the real being of the world, as well as the real being of man. These lectures will therefore follow the obvious course, in that I will begin by giving a few indications of the way in which present-day man can acquire knowledge of the supersensible. we must begin with man himself, and the position he has assumed in life, on earth, in space, and in the present moment. Man in soul and body, as an earth being, I say this deliberately, is threefold. He is composed of a thinking, a feeling, and a willing nature. The human being's share in earth life includes all that lies in the sphere of thinking, feeling, and willing. Let us first consider the most important section of man by which he plays his part in earth life, and this undoubtedly is his life of thought. For this thinking nature in man gives him that complete clearness of comprehension as regards the world, which as earthman he requires. Compared with enlightened thought, feeling is but dim and indefinite, and those profound depths in man's nature from which the will wells up are at present quite unfathomable as far as ordinary observation is concerned. Just consider how little will we make use of in the ordinary world, in our everyday experience. For instance, suppose you decide to move a chair from one place to another. First, you form the thought of moving it. Then in your mind you see the act accomplished. The concept once formed then passes into the blood and muscles by some means of which you are completely ignorant. What takes place in your blood, muscles, and nerves when you go across the room, lift the chair, and put it elsewhere, that too is part of the concept which you imagined. But the actual inner activity at work within your skin is a process of which you yourself are completely unconscious. In your thought, you could only foresee the result. The process of willing is therefore that of which we are least conscious in our waking activity. Of man's activity during sleep we shall speak later. In his waking activity, the will is quite in the dark. In fact, we know just as little of the translation of thought into will as in everyday life we know of what happens to us between falling asleep and waking. Even while awake, we are asleep to the inner nature of our will. Our concepts, our thinking alone brings clearness to man's earth life. Feeling occupies a position midway between willing and thinking. Just as our dreams stand forth as indefinite, chaotic concepts, as a sort of half-sleep between sleeping and waking, so does our life of feeling lie between willing and thinking, and is in fact a waking dream condition of the soul. Yet man's concepts, his thoughts, are what we must regard as his clearest light. But how does man's thinking run its course in ordinary earth life? In our whole human earth life, it plays an absolutely passive part. Self-observation can alone render us thoroughly honest as to this. From waking to falling asleep, man gives himself up to the outer world. He allows the impressions of his senses to have the mastery, and with these are connected our concepts. If we turn away from the sense impressions, or if they leave us, our concepts still remain within the soul. As time goes on, they change into memories. An honest self-examination, however, would compel us to admit that in the concepts which are the result of our ordinary life, there is absolutely nothing that does not come from the outer world, from the observation of our senses. If we investigate the contents of our soul in a conscientious and unprejudiced way, we shall find that in some way or other they are all the result of external impressions. In this respect, those mystics who do not probe into the very depths of their nature, I am only now referring to such, are subject to illusion. They believe that by a more or less dim inner training, they can attain inner insight concerning that higher divine nature, which is the very foundation of the world. These half or even quarter mystics often tell of an inner soul light kindled within them, or of what they may have perceived spiritually. A man who is really honest and conscientious over his self-examination will not fail to observe how many mystic visions can be simply traced back to external sense impressions, which in the course of time have undergone transformation. The following case may perhaps seem paradoxical. A mystic who has reached the age of 40, believing he has had a direct imaginative, visionary impression of, let us take a concrete example, say, the mystery of Golgotha, in which he saw this with inner spiritual vision, will feel very greatly uplifted inwardly. But a really good psychologist may investigate the earlier life of the mystic and find that as a boy of 10 years old, when accompanying his father on a visit, he saw a little picture. This picture, which referred to the mystery of Golgotha, made but little impression on his soul at the time, but it remained, and in an altered form sank into the subconscious depths of his soul, and at the age of 40 it arose as a great mystical vision. This must be emphasized most strongly to anyone who today ventures in any sense to speak publicly of the paths to supersensible knowledge. For if he regards these paths as of easy ascent, he will, as a rule, only be able to speak of them in a dilettante way. One who wishes to speak with authority of mystical supersensible paths must make himself acquainted to some extent with all that can lead to error in this domain. He must know, and know accurately, that ordinary self-knowledge contains, for the most part, nothing but transformed external impressions, and that true self-knowledge must be sought today through inner development, by drawing up forces from the soul which were previously not there. At this stage, one must consider the passive nature of ordinary thought. It creates impressions in obedience to the senses. The earlier impressions arise in one's thoughts sooner. The later ones arise later. What is more on the surface in one's thought is uppermost, and what is deeper is below. Thus, as far as man's ordinary concepts are concerned, not only in ordinary life but also in science, he only follows in a passive way the events that take place in the outer world. Our science has indeed progressed so far as to consider the way things now take place in the external world, without the smallest thought being given to them, as the ideal. It considers it ideal to keep all thinking as much as possible in abeyance when pursuing its methods of research. In its own domain, this is quite right. By these means, it has made the greatest possible progress, but it has gone further and further away from the true being of man. For the first step to those means of supersensible knowledge, which as regards the inner soul forces may be called meditation, concentration, and so forth, the very first essential is to find a bridge leading from purely passive thinking to inner activity of thought. The following is a purely elementary description of the first step to be taken. Instead of being stirred from without by a given concept, we must select one that we ourselves have altogether drawn from our inner being, and hold that as the center of our consciousness. It does not in the least signify whether this concept is a correct one or not. The point is that it should be actively drawn from the inner being of the soul. For this reason, it is well not to take a concept which may have been stored in our memory, for many indefinite impressions are attached to all our memory concepts. When we ourselves draw something from our memory, we cannot be sure as to how much passive thought is connected with it. We cannot be sure whether we are really carrying out our meditation with real inner activity. There are three possibilities. The first is to proceed quite independently. In this case, we may take an easy concept, as simple as possible, which we are aware of having made then and there, and which is in no way connected with any memory. For instance, we might take an apparent paradox, which would drive us to say, if I ever thought such a thing, I must have been out of my mind, a concept that deviates, and consciously so, from all we have received passively. We must, however, be quite sure of the activity, the inner activity, by means of which the meditation arose. A second method consists in going to someone who has had experience in this domain and asking him to give us a meditation. This method might make us afraid of becoming dependent on that person. But if we realize that from the moment we are given the meditation, each step must be taken independently by means of our own inner activity, that we have only been given the opportunity of receiving something new, and that we must grasp it with inner activity for the very reason that it comes from another. If we are fully conscious of this, we need not be afraid of becoming dependent. But we must be careful that our actions in this respect are guided by this consciousness. The third possibility is to seek a teacher in what I might call an invisible way. You take a book which you know you have never had in your hands before, open it at random, and read a sentence. In this way, you can be quite sure of getting a perfectly new sentence which you must proceed to master by your own inner activity. You make this sentence the subject of your meditation, or else perhaps you may take a figure or diagram found in like manner, which you can be quite sure you have not seen before. That is the third method. By means of this, one can create a teacher for oneself out of nothingness. The circumstance of having come upon the book and read it and allowing the sentence or figure or diagram to come to one is one's teacher. Thus it really is possible at the present time to find a way into the higher worlds, along which, and this is essential for the man of today, we can be sure that no other power can wrongfully interfere in the activity of thought we exercise therein. In the course of these lectures, we shall see that what man needs, particularly if he wishes to evolve into a higher world, is a proper regard and value of his free and independent will. If we do not prize our free will, how are we to develop inner activity at all? The moment a man is dependent on another, his will is fettered. The whole point of a meditation today is that it should be accomplished by our own inner activity, by using our will in thinking. That will which is so little valued in passive external thinking, particularly by the science of today. In this way, we develop active inner thinking. The rapidity of a man's development depends entirely upon the nature of the man himself. One man may attain it in 3 weeks if he keeps on diligently working at his exercises, preferably using the same ones. Another may take 5 years, another 7 years, another 19 years, and so on. The essential thing is never to let one's energy diminish, but constantly to seek the transition to this activity of thought. There does come a time when we really do acquire a different sort of thinking, which does not, as does ordinary thinking, consist in a series of passive pictures, but is quite active inwardly, and is a force of which we know, while experiencing it clearly, that it is similar to that used when we raise our arm or point our finger. We become acquainted with a kind of thinking in which we feel we are the force bearers of our own individual human being. I am not speaking figuratively, but uttering a concrete and actual truth, a thinking which is capable of coming into collision with and of striking us with the force of a blow. We know that cannot happen with ordinary thinking. If I run against a wall and give myself a knock, my physical body is hurt. My sense of touch receives a jar. My sense of touch exists through the circumstance that my physical body offers resistance today. I can strike out. The ordinary passive thinking does not strike out. It only pictures the state of being struck. It is no reality. It is but imagery. The thinking attained in the manner described is reality. It is something in which we live. It knocks up against us as the finger strikes against the wall. And just as we know that one cannot press one's finger through all parts of the wall, so do we also know that we cannot with this real thinking pierce through in every direction. The first step is, through our own activity, to transform our thinking into a psychic organ of touch, so that we feel just as much part of that as we usually do when we grasp or touch something. We become aware that we are part of a living being, not as is the case in ordinary thinking, which only presents images. We are living in something real, in a psychic organ of touch, and this we ourselves as human beings then wholly become. That is the first step to be taken. We must change our mode of thought so as to feel, quote, I myself have now become all thinker, close quote. This kind of thinking is not like physical touch. Our arms are part of ourselves, and when we are grown up, our arms are fully grown too. But this thinking that has become active is more like a snail. It can put out its feelers and draw them in again. We then form part of a very strong and forceful being, yet that being is inwardly mobile. It can go forward or draw back and is in constant inner activity. We can extend our lengthened organs of touch into the spiritual world, as we shall presently hear. We can feel around with them or draw them back when we are spiritually hurt. This is something which must be taken seriously by one who desires to penetrate to the true being of man, the transformation of man into a completely different being. For we cannot contemplate man as he really is unless we realize the possibility of perceiving in man himself something very different from what he presents to the view of the earthly senses. What is thus developed through the activity of thought is the first supersensible member of man. It will be described later. First, then, we have the ordinary physical body of man, which can be perceived by the ordinary sense organs, and which offers resistance if touched with the ordinary organs of touch. We then come to the first supersensible part of man, which may be called the etheric body, or if you the expression does not signify, but we must use a terminology. I shall therefore in future call it the etheric body or body of formative forces. Here we have the first supersensible of man, which is actually just as perceptible to the higher sense of touch, into which the thinking can be transmuted, as the physical things outside are to the physical touch. Thinking is transmuted into supersensible touch, and this latter is perceptible to the etheric body of man, and can in a higher sense be actually seen by it. This is, so to speak, the first real step forward into the spiritual world. The very way in which I have endeavored to present the experiences of the thinker when he passes into the inner force reality will have drawn your attention to the very small importance which, compared with that experience, need be attached to remarks made inferring that a person who enters the spiritual world by simply gives way to some fancy or other, or is subject to self-suggestion. A man who, having had such an experience, wishes to speak of the higher worlds, will immediately be met by such remarks. It will be said that he is only reproducing the pictures called forth by his own auto-suggestion. People may quote the fact that if a man has constantly drunk lemonade, the taste of it is so strongly present in his mouth that he may feel the so-called physiological phenomenon of his saliva tasting like lemonade. Self-suggestions as powerful as this are known to exist. All this is certainly true, and a man who enters the spiritual world by means of one of the three correct methods described here should make himself thoroughly acquainted with the results attained by psychology through its scientific methods. I would, however, suggest to a person who implies that one may drink lemonade by self-suggestion, that although that may be possible, I should like to meet the person whose thirst was quenched by this imaginary self-suggested lemonade. Here comes in the difference between a passive picture and something actually experienced. Through his whole association with the spiritual world, a man can, by active transmutation of his thinking, enter that world in a purely spiritual condition, so that his thinking is transmuted into a sense of touch. Of course, this does not mean that we touch a table or a chair, but we learn to touch in the spiritual world. We enter into real relation with it. By means of this activity, we learn to distinguish between a mystical, fanciful autosuggestion and experience of spiritual reality. Such objections are only raised because people have not yet really investigated the methods described by the modern science of initiation, and only judge of these from outside, having perhaps only heard them mentioned or learned of them in a quite external, superficial way. Anyone entering the spiritual world by the methods described above, having attained the power of touch, will know how to distinguish whether he merely imagined his experiences while exercising active thought, or whether he actually perceived by means of it. Even in ordinary life, we can distinguish the difference between awkwardly burning our fingers in a flame and picturing the event afterward. There is a lively difference. The one experience really hurts, while the other does not. In a higher domain, the same difference exists between what we may imagine concerning the higher worlds and what is really experienced therein. Now, the first thing a man experiences in this way is true self-knowledge. For just as in life a momentary cognition will reveal the table and the chair standing before me, the Penmanmar lecture hall in all its beauty, with the clock that does not go, just as all this stands before us in our external dream life, and is for the moment perceptible to us, so to that thinking that has really become active in the world of time, the world of time of our own human self is present to us. Our past experiences, which can usually only be called into our consciousness in picture form, then present themselves as a tableau in which what is long since past lives in the present. Just as persons who have had a shock through being in danger of death by drowning sometimes see, as admitted even by materialistically minded men, a psychic picture of their life on earth, such a picture appears to the soul of one who has rendered his thinking active. It begins from the time in his earth life when he first began to think, and continues to the present time. Time becomes space. That which was the past becomes the present. A picture is before him, the characteristic of which is, I shall speak of this again in tomorrow's lecture, that because it resembles a picture, he still has a sort of sensation of space. But this is only a feeling for the space thus experienced. Let me read that again. But this is only a feeling, for the space thus experienced lacks the third dimension. He no longer experiences a third dimension, only space in 2 dimensions, so that he perceives pictorially. That is the reason I call this cognition imaginative cognition, for it works as does painting, in 2 dimensions only. It is a pictorial cognition working in 2 dimensions. You may wonder, if I stand there and experience 2 dimensions, what happens if I go on and once more experience in 3 dimensions? There is no difference between them. The experience of the 3rd dimension falls away altogether. I shall later on have occasion to speak of the fact that in our age, because we are no longer conscious of these things, people try to find the 4th dimension, thinking thereby to enter the realm of the spiritual. The truth is that when we advance from the physical into the spiritual, instead of discovering a 4th dimension, the 3rd falls away. We must accustom ourselves to recognize the reality in this domain, even as we have learned to recognize it in other domains. People once believed the earth to be flat, and they thought that if they went on and on, a point would be reached where the world ended. And just as it was considered to be a great advance when it was ascertained that if a man went far enough he returned to his starting point, so will it represent an advance in the inner comprehension of the world when it becomes known that on entering the spiritual world we do not go from the first, second, and third dimension into the fourth, but turn back to the second, and indeed, as we shall see, even return to the first. That is a truth. According to the external conception of the world prevalent in our time, which reckons numerically in a quite external way, as there is a first, second, and third dimension, there must necessarily be a fourth, but this is not the case here. One turns back to the second dimension, and the third disappears. The student then gains a true imaginative cognition, which at first appears in his own self as a life tableau, so that he surveys, at the present moment as it were, in mighty pictures, all that he went through inwardly during his earth life. There is something else which differs still more from mere memory. These memory pictures are of such a nature that we feel that what dwells in the memory chiefly comes from without, from the ideas we formed about the world, from the joy and sorrow we felt, from what we did to others and how they behaved to us. These are the principal impressions dwelling in the ordinary memory of ideas. For example, we may relive in our ordinary memory a meeting we had with someone when we were 10 years old. We can recollect how he came to us and what he did to us, whether good or bad, and so on. But in the life tableau, we relive our first view of the man and what we did to gain his love, what our impressions were. Thus, what we experience in this way has developed within us in an outgoing direction, whilst our ordinary memory reproduces what is developed within and comes from without. It may therefore be said that in the life tableau there dwells something which is, as it were, an experience in the immediate present, in which one thing does not occur after another in sequence, as in memory, but where events stand side by side in two-dimensional space. It is quite easy to distinguish this life tableau from the mere memory picture. Now, what is thereby attained is the increased inner activity, the active experiencing of one's own personality to a greater extent. That is the principal feature. We live more intensely. We develop with more intensity the forces radiating from our own personality. Having experienced this, we must now progress to a further stage, and this no one really likes to do. To this stage belongs what we might call the strongest possible inner self-denial. For what we experience in this tableau, when the earth life comes before the soul, gives us subjectively, even as regards what was painful in the past, a feeling of happiness. An immensely strong feeling of happiness is connected with this imaginative cognition. From this subjective feeling of happiness have proceeded all those religious ideals and descriptions, such, for instance, as Mahometanism. I'm going to spell that Mahometanism, Mahometanism, which describes a life beyond that of earth in radiant pictures. These all proceed from the experience in the imagination of this feeling of happiness. When the next step is to be taken, this feeling of happiness must at first be forgotten. It now becomes necessary, after having arbitrarily called forth the tableau of our own life by means of meditation and concentration of thought in the manner described, through the thinking having been made active, it now becomes necessary to drive that out of our consciousness with all the strength at our command. In ordinary life, it may be quite easy to drive all the content out of our consciousness. Those persons who go up for examinations complain greatly of everything being driven out of their consciousness which ought to be there. In fact, ordinary sleep consists really in nothing but the driving of everyday matter from our consciousness. This takes place unconsciously, however, for a person going up for examination certainly does not consciously drive out of his mind all the knowledge he has acquired. It occurs subconsciously. He does it because of his weakness, because of lack of power, and not being able to call on this power at the moment. This, however, is the very power that must be strengthened, and this elimination of the content of our consciousness must be accomplished before the next step can be taken in supersensible cognition. It may indeed easily occur that, having concentrated all his psychic forces on such a self-chosen content, and because of the feeling of happiness connected with the tableau, a man may be inclined to be satisfied with that and wish to retain it. But he must be strong enough, having acquired what he has striven for with such enhanced strength, to blot it all out again. This is more difficult to do than the blotting things out of one's ordinary consciousness to which I just referred. As you know, when the sense impressions are gradually withdrawn, when, by darkening the room, we prevent a person from seeing, and by keeping everything still, we prevent him from hearing, when all the daily impressions are suppressed, he falls asleep. This emptied consciousness, which usually brings about sleep, must be brought about at will. But having blotted out the whole contents of his consciousness, and all the impressions deliberately made therein, the student must be awake. And this is the significant point. He must only be awake for the purpose of exercising the inner activity. He must not be awake to outer impressions, or to any experiences of his own producing. That is then the establishment of the emptied consciousness, but it must be fully experienced as such. Then, having thus blotted out his consciousness, what through his enhanced forces he was able to bring about within it, when his consciousness is completely emptied, it does not remain empty. Then comes the second stage of cognition, which, in contradiction to the imaginative cognition, may be called the inspirational cognition. Having by means of such preparations acquired the emptied consciousness, it now becomes possible for the spiritual to appear before the soul just as clearly as the visible world to the eyes, or the audible world to the ears. It is now no longer our own experience that comes before us, but the spiritual world, which penetrates us and presents itself to us. If we are so strong that we are able to blot out of our consciousness not only separate parts of the life tableau, parts that we may have particularly worked upon, but the whole life tableau at once, so that we can call it up or dismiss it at will. If having had the life tableau, we can replace it with the emptied consciousness while wide awake, the first thing that will then enter will be the pre-earthly life the student brought with him before descending into an earthly body through conception. The first true supersensible experience that comes after establishing the emptied consciousness is that of seeing one's own pre-earthly life. From that moment, one knows of the immortality of man from a side which is no longer emphasized today. Today, people only talk about immortality, but they do not learn the reality of it simply by saying immortality is the refutation of death. That certainly is as true as the other side, of which we shall have much to say. But what we first learn to know through the cognition acquired by the methods I have merely outlined is not immortality, the negation of death, but birthlessness, the negation of birth. That is just as important to man as immortality. Only when it is understood that eternity has two sides, birthlessness as well as immortality, shall we be able once again to penetrate the permanent by means of cognition, to penetrate the truly eternal in man. Modern languages still contain the word immortality, but the word birthlessness, which the ancient languages possessed, has been forgotten. One side of eternity, unbornness, has been forgotten first. Now, in our materialistic age, man's knowledge is faced with the tragic moment when immortality too may be forgotten. The tragic time when there is no longer any desire on the part of the purely materialistic conception of the world to know anything of the spiritual which lives in man. Today I have only been able to give in the merest outline the very first steps that lead into the spiritual worlds. In the next few days we shall have to go further into the subject, and then to go on to what can be learned by these methods concerning man and the world, past, present, and future. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 2. Let us again call to mind whither modern initiation leads, after the first steps toward imaginative cognition have been taken with successful results. The student finds that his previous transitory, abstract, and purely ideal world of thought is now permeated with inner life. He is no longer faced with lifeless thoughts acquired by knowledge of a passive nature, but with an inner world of living strength, which is to him as the very pulsation of his blood, or drawing a fresh breath. The ideal element in thought becomes a reality which is experienced inwardly. This is the point. The pictures of which our thoughts formerly consisted are no longer abstract and shadowy, no longer mere projections of the outer world, but are inwardly filled with living being. They are true imaginations, which, as I pointed out yesterday, are experienced in 2 dimensions, but not as one sees painted pictures in the physical world, for seen thus they would be mere visions and not imaginations. One really seems to be moving about in one's own person within the picture, from which the 3rd dimension has disappeared. What we experience is not seen as we see things in the physical world. Anything seen in that way can be nothing but a vision. Real higher cognition only begins when the imagination is such that colors, for instance, are no longer seen as in the physical world, but are experienced. When we perceive them in the physical world, we have distinctly different experiences with each different color. We perceive red as an aggressive color. It seems to spring out at one. The bull defends itself against this aggressive color, which it feels much more strongly than does the human being, in whom every feeling has now grown less intense. When we experience green, we feel something like a sense of balance, no pain, but on the other hand, no particular feeling of joy. When we experience blue, we have a feeling of devotion and humility. Now, it is possible so to permeate ourselves with the different experiences aroused in us in the physical world, that when we encounter in the spiritual world something which approaches us in the aggressive, attacking manner of the color red, we connect it with that color. When we meet with something that arouses in us a feeling of humility, it is the same experience as that produced in us in the physical world by a blue or bluish mauve color. And we may say, roughly speaking, that we have experienced red and blue in the spiritual world. But if we wish to be quite accurate, we ought always to say that we have had a similar experience to that felt when we have seen red or blue in the physical world. To avoid such a long-winded sentence, we abbreviate it and speak of having an auric perception or view which differs in respect to green or red or blue and so on. In this connection, however, it must be noted that this passing over into the supersensible This stripping away of everything, of every physical and yet concrete experience, is always there. Yet, in this same concrete experience, we feel, as I described yesterday, something like the transmutation of our thinking into an instrument of touch, which fills the whole human organism. So that spiritually, we feel as though we were in touch, in contact with a newly arisen world. Not yet the true spiritual world, but one which I would call the world of formative forces, or etheric world. If we wish to gain knowledge of the ether, it must be gained in this way. No speculation or reflection can lead to a true knowledge of it. In the transmuted thought, we ourselves live in our body of formative forces, or etheric body. But our life is different from the one we lived in the physical world. And I will describe this kind of life by means of an example. Your fingers are a living part of your organism, but if you cut one off, it is no longer what it was before. It dies. It is no longer alive. If that finger possessed consciousness, it would say, I am only part of an organism. I have no independent existence. We too have to admit this the moment we live in the world in our imaginative cognition. We no longer feel ourselves to be separate, individualized beings, but a part of the whole etheric world, of the whole etheric cosmos. And later we know that we gained both individuality and personality through having put on a physical body. The physical body gives individuality. It is the physical body that makes us separate beings. If by the means described, we ascend into the spiritual world, we shall presently see that we can also become individualized in the spiritual world, and that will be explained later. If we rise by these methods into that world, we cannot help feeling ourselves part of the etheric cosmos. If we were ever, as regards our etheric body, to be cut off from the cosmic ether, we should expire etherically. It is very important to grasp this, that we may properly understand what is to be said later concerning man's passage through the gate of death. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, the picture experiencing, which forms the tableau of our life on earth, from our birth to the present time, is accompanied in the etheric world by an extremely strong feeling of happiness. The first and very pleasant higher experience a man has is this running through his whole picture world, and this is accompanied by an inwardly felt feeling of happiness. But now, as I indicated yesterday, the inspiration acquired in this way from the life tableau must be eradicated from our consciousness by an act of will. Our consciousness must be rendered void of content. Only when it is made empty can we understand the actual position of things in the spiritual world. Only when we have reached the stage of the cessation of consciousness does the spiritual world pour into us through the thinking which has become an instrument of touch, just as the physical world reaches us through our senses. Then only do we begin to have true experience, real knowledge of the spiritual world, of the outer world of the spirit. In our life tableau, we had only our inner world. Imaginative cognition presents only the inner world which comes before our higher cognition as a picture world. It gives us only pictures of the cosmos. But the cosmos itself, as also our own true being, is shown in inspiration, as it was before birth, before earthly existence. These only appear in inspiration, when the spiritual world streams into us from without. When we have succeeded in rendering our consciousness void of content, our soul is at first filled with mere wakefulness. And in this state of wakefulness, we must be able to attain a certain inner stillness, a state of quietude, which can only be described in the following way. Let us imagine ourselves in a very noisy city. All around us there is the noise of the city. It seems dreadful that on every side there is nothing but noise of all sorts. We must think of a great modern city, such for instance as London. The further we go out of London, with every step we take, the noise grows less. Let us picture ourselves amid this gradual lessening of sound. All grows more and more still. At last, perhaps, we may reach a wood in which there is no sound at all, when we hear nothing and when all is silent within us. We have then, in a sense, reached the vanishing point of the audible. This can, however, be carried further. And to make this clear, I must use a trivial example. Suppose one has money in one's purse, and day by day one takes a little out. The money grows less, as does the volume of sound. At last the day comes when, having received no more money, there is none at all left in one's purse. We may compare that emptiness with the stillness. What must one do now to get something to eat? One must run into debt, and I do not precisely advise this. I am only using the example. How much remains in the purse? Less than nothing, and in proportion as the debts increase, increasingly less than nothing. Now imagine the same position as regards the stillness. Suppose there was not only absolute stillness, absolute quiet, the cessation of all sound, but that matters went further, that the negation of hearing were there, stiller than stillness, that something profounder than silence was there. This would actually come about if, by the methods described yesterday, we were able, by means of our quickened forces, to establish this inner stillness of silence. When we attain this inner negative audibility, when we reach this stillness which is more intense than absolute stillness, we find ourselves not only seeing in the spiritual world, but hearing its sounds. What we have seen is now enhanced by what we hear, and becomes a more living world. We are then in the true spiritual world. For the short time we are there, we do in a sense reach the far shore. Beyond that, the ordinary world of sense vanishes, and we find ourselves in the spiritual world. It is, however, necessary, as I shall explain later, that we should be properly prepared, so as to be able to come back at any moment. Something more is yet to follow, an experience which no one of us can have had before. What I have described as the feeling of intense cosmic happiness experienced inwardly is transmuted, as soon as the emptied consciousness is filled with stillness, into just as strong a feeling of psychic pain, just as intense a feeling of psychic sorrow. We now experience that the world is built on the foundation of cosmic suffering, or rather of a cosmic element which can only be felt by man as pain. We are filled with the knowledge of that truth which is so often disregarded by the humanity which only seeks external pleasure. We learn the truth that all existence must in the last resort come to birth through suffering. When we have thus penetrated so far into initiation knowledge as to have reached the experience of cosmic pain, we can say from true inner knowledge, when we consider our eyes, these eyes which reveal to us the beauty of the physical world, these eyes which represent 9/10 of our life content between birth and death, as regards our physical existence, we know that these eyes are embedded, that they are indentations in our head, and that in reality they originally represented a bodily injury. That which could only come into existence if the body were injured by being hollowed out, itself produced the hollow cavities. The external history of evolution represents this in far too neutral, too indifferent a way. The physical account of the evolution of the eyeball proves that the sockets of the eyes were produced by pressure from without, at a time when man was still an unconscious being. This event, were it to be recalled to our consciousness, would represent a painful wounding of our organism. In like manner, the whole of man's organism was brought forth from an element which, if experienced with our existing consciousness, would be seen to have been an experience of pain. At this stage of cognition, we feel deeply that all the happiness, all the joy, and all the bliss in the world has come forth from a foundation of pain, just as the plants come forth from the earth's surface, and this process also really signifies pain. If we human beings could be changed for a moment into the substance of the earth's surface, while retaining our consciousness, we should experience an immense increase of suffering. A superficial person hearing these facts, which I pass on to you from the spiritual world, may make the following objection. Quote, I have thought of God as being very different. I thought he was so powerful that he caused everything to come forth in happiness, as we should wish it to be. Close quote. Such persons are like that king of Spain who was given a model of the universe and of the movement of the heavenly bodies, and who had to make a very great effort to understand how these movements came about, and still in the end could not grasp it, and who said, quote, if God had left the creation to me, I should not have made it so complicated. Close quote. This attitude is fundamentally characteristic of the religion and knowledge of many people. If God had left the creation of the world to them, they would have made it simpler. These persons do not know how foolishly they talk. A true science of initiation cannot simply lead to what makes people happy. Rather, should it lead them to understand their own being and their evolution in the world, in the past, present, and future. Spiritual facts are required, instead of a mere content that pleases people at once. Through the living experience of these facts, however, as will be shown in these lectures, or even by an understanding knowledge of them, a fair measure of inner satisfaction can be obtained, even in earth life. Indeed, a man can thus acquire what he needs for his life on earth as much as he needs his different limbs to be a complete man. The world that can be entered in this way, when having transcended imagination, we pass into the stillness of that existence in which colors glow and sounds are heard telling of the spiritual world, differs essentially from the world perceived by means of the senses. When we share in the life of the spiritual world, and we must take part in it if we are to be aware of its existence, we observe that all physical things and events have in reality come forth from it, so that man, as earth man, really sees but one half of the world. The other half is hidden from him. It remains occult. This latter, notwithstanding all the divisions and occurrences of the physical sense world, reveals itself as spiritual, first in the pictures of imagination, and then in what it creatively yields in inspiration. In this world of inspiration we can learn to feel at home, and we then find in it the origins of all earth things, all earth creations. We find within it, as I have already indicated, our own pre-earthly existence. This will be described more closely in the subsequent lectures. As a terminology is necessary, though names are of no importance, I shall use the expression of olden times, and call this world, which lies beyond the imaginative, the astral world, and what we ourselves possess, which belongs to that world, and which we brought with us into physical and etheric body, we may in like manner call the astral body of man. Within this, the actual organism for the ego is to some extent enclosed. Thus, to higher cognition, it becomes evident that man is a four-membered being, consisting of physical body, etheric body, or body of formative forces, astral body, and the organism for the ego. To the latter we can only rise, however, through a further step forward in supersensible cognition, which I have described in my books, and particularly entitled How to Attain Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, end of title. This step is therein called intuition. This expression can be very easily misunderstood, because a person who has imagination and poetic fancy may call his impressions intuition, though they are really connected with feeling. Such intuition is dim and simply the result of feeling, though it is related to what I here call intuition. For though man, being an inhabitant of earth, is in complete possession of his sense perceptions here, yet through his earthly feelings and his earthly will, he may obtain a reflection of intuition knowledge of the highest kind. Were it not so, he could never be a moral being. Thus that which is felt dimly in his conscience, and as though by premonition, is a reflection, a shadow picture, as it were, of the highest, which is only revealed in true intuition, and is the highest cognition possible to man on earth. As earthman, he really possesses something of the lowest, as well as a shadow picture of the highest, attainable only through intuition. It is precisely the realm between imagination and inspiration which is lacking in man and which he must acquire. He must also acquire intuition in its pure and light-filled inwardness, though he already possesses an earthly impression of this in his moral feelings and in the contents of his ethical conscience. Thus we may say that when a man rises to a true intuitive knowledge of the world, when he is initiated into that, the world which he otherwise only knows through the laws of nature becomes just as inwardly connected with him as the world of morality is related to him as earth-man. The significant feature of human beings on earth is that with a dim and an inward longing, they depend on the highest, though this in its true form is only accessible to the knowledge they acquire through development. The third stage of higher knowledge, necessary for the attainment of the region of intuition, can only be reached by the highest development of an inner capacity, which in our materialistic age is not reckoned as forming part of the powers of knowledge. Only through the highest development and spiritualization of the love capacity can man acquire what is revealed in intuition. It must become possible for man to transform his love capacity into a force for knowledge. We are making good preparation for this spiritualized love capacity when we tear ourselves away to some extent from our dependence on external things, as for instance, when we regularly practice picturing the things we have experienced, not in their proper order, but going through them retrospectively, running through them backward. As regards our passive thinking, we are, I might say, like human slaves, devoted to the events of the world. I said in yesterday's lecture that in our thought pictures, we think first of what happened earlier and afterward of what happened later. When we go to see a play, we see the first act first, and then the second, third, fourth, and fifth. If, however, we could rise to being able to begin at the very end of the last act, go back through that, and then begin the end of the fourth, and back through that to the third and the second, and end with the beginning of the first act, we should then be tearing ourselves free from the course which the world runs externally. Our ideas would travel backward, which is not the way of the world's course. To do this, to be able to reverse the usual course of our ideas, a strong and significant personal effort is required, for which the necessary force must be drawn wholly from within. By so doing, we set the inner activity of our souls free from the leading strings by which we are continually being guided, and we thus gradually carry our spiritual psychic experience to the point where the spirit and soul nature really frees itself from the physical and etheric principles. A man can very well prepare himself for this if every evening he makes a mental retrospect of the day's experiences, beginning with those which occurred last, then traveling back, and whenever possible picturing even the details in this backward sequence, so that if his last act was walking upstairs, he must first picture himself on the highest step, and then on the last but one, and so on, picturing the whole process of going upstairs in the reverse sequence. It may be said that we have so many experiences in the course of the day that this would take too long. Well, to begin with, it may be practiced in episodes, going back over the ascent of the stairs. The descent and the ascent might at first be practiced singly, till at last we acquire such inner mobility that the whole day can really be run through backwards in the course of 3 or 4 minutes. This, however, is only half, and the negative half, of what is necessary to acquire before we are able to rise to a spiritual development of the love capacity. For this must be carried so far that we lovingly participate in the growth of the plant. In ordinary life, we only watch the growth of plants in space. We do not share in it. We must share in every detail of what can be seen of its growth. We must sink into and become one with it in soul. We must feel ourselves growing and blossoming and bearing fruit. The plant must be just as precious to us as we are to ourselves. We must rise to having a like feeling about the animal and also the mineral. We must feel how the mineral forms itself into the crystal, and we must be able to develop a sort of feeling of inner satisfaction in the formation of smooth surfaces, edges and angles, and in realizing the forms themselves, and to feel a sort of pain shoot through our own being with the splitting and breaking up of the mineral. We must in this way participate in the feeling and also in the willing of all the occurrences of nature. This must be preceded by a true capacity for love, extending to all humanity. We shall not be able to love nature aright in the above described way if we have not first developed love for all men. When we have thus developed an understanding capacity of love for humanity and for the whole of nature, then only does that become perceptible, at first in the auric colors and sounds of the spheres, which finally take the contours of true spiritual beings. To experience these spiritual beings, however, is different from experiencing physical things. When I see a physical object before me, the clock on the wall, for instance, I stand here and the clock is over there. I can only experience it by seeing it. It is at a distance from me. There is a definite space between us. We can never have that experience with a spiritual being, but must completely sink down into it, at the same time bringing into play the love capacity which we must first have developed with regard to nature. Spiritual intuition can only come when we can bring into the stillness, into that which is void of content for the consciousness, the love capacity developed for nature. Suppose you have developed a capacity for love of minerals, plants, animals, and man, and find yourself in the emptiness of your consciousness. Around you, in the negative quietude below the vanishing point, you feel the suffering lying at the base of all cosmic existence. It is both suffering and solitude. As yet there is nothing there. Then you feel the love capacity welling up in your inner being, a love differentiated in the most multitudinous way. And that will lead you to what now appears in inspiration, to the perceptible, to the audible. And this will enable you really to penetrate these with your own being. By means of this love, you sink into one being after another. At this stage, one experiences the beings described in my book, An Outline of Esoteric Science, as the beings of the higher hierarchies. They become real, living beings of cosmic existence. We thus experience a concrete spiritual world, just as we experience a concrete physical world through our eyes, ears, and sense of touch. This stage must be attained if we wish to reach a knowledge which is very essential to man. I have described how through inspiration, the pre-earthly, purely spiritual existence pours into our soul, and how only through this inspiration we can learn what we were before we descended into an earthly body through conception. When we become clear-sighted in the manner just described, and can penetrate within the spiritual beings, there is then revealed to us what first makes the human being complete in his inner experience, and which lies in the spiritual world. We are then what we were before we ascended into the last spiritual life, between death and rebirth. Our previous earth life is revealed to us, and also gradually the lives before that. For the true ego, which lives through repeated earth lives, can only reveal itself when we have so enhanced our love capacity that another being, whether outside in nature or in the spiritual world, is just as dear to us as we are to ourselves, that we love it as dearly as we do our own selves. The true ego that passes through repeated earth lives can never be accessible to self-love. These former lives only reveal themselves to a man when he no longer lives in self-love, for the experience of the moment, but in that love which is able wholly to forget self and to live in another being, just as one usually lives in physical existence, loving oneself and filled with self-love. This ego of preceding earth lives has become just as objective to this earth life as an external stone or plant is to us when we stand outside it in space. We must have learned to grasp in objective love that which to the present subjective personality has become quite foreign. We must have conquered ourselves in the present earth life before we can obtain even a glimpse of a former one. When, however, we develop this cognition, the complete life of man discloses itself as passing in rhythmic waves through stages of earthly existence from birth or conception to death, and again through purely spiritual stages of existence from death to a new birth, to return once more to earth, and so on, and so on. The complete earth life reveals itself as a repeated passing through birth and death, with intermediate stages of life in pure spiritual worlds. This knowledge can only be acquired through intuition, as real cognition gained by experience. I had to give a description, though but a sketchy one, of the path to intuition knowledge, which must be followed in our age, at the present point in the development of humanity, for the attainment of really spiritual knowledge of the nature of the world and of man. There has, however, ever since humanity existed, always been initiation knowledge, and this had to take different forms at different periods in the development of mankind. Now, as man is a being who, in each one of his earth lives, has to go through different experiences in his soul, it naturally follows that what appears in the different epochs of the world's evolution must differ considerably. We shall hear of these differences in the course of the next few days. Today, I shall only mention that what had to be given as initiation knowledge in the olden times of man's evolution was completely different from that of today. If we go back some thousands of years before the mystery of Golgotha, this will be entered into more minutely later on, we find man occupying a very different relation to the world of nature and the spiritual world than is right for the present time. And the initiation knowledge was correspondingly different too. At the present day, we possess a very highly evolved natural science. I do not now refer to the more advanced branches, only to what is taught to children of 6 or 7 years of age as general knowledge. At a comparatively tender age, a child learns the laws of the Copernican cosmic system, and based on these he learns how the universe probably came into being. In this connection, he is told of the Laplace hypothesis and how that has now been superseded, although in reality we have it still. We are told of a primeval mist which can be imitated today by experiments in physics, showing the first phases of the coming into being of the world. We contemplate a primeval mist, out of which the planets came into existence through the forces of rotation, while the sun remained behind. We have then to think of the earth as having been compressed out of this curious circle, as having split off from the primeval mist. And the later beings, minerals, plants, animals, and lastly man, are supposed to have come about through differentiation. All this is described in a purely scientific way. The process is made quite clear to the children by a sort of demonstration. A drop of oil, a fluid floating on water, is put in the vicinity of the equator on a piece of cardboard, into which a pin is stuck and caused to revolve. It is then demonstrated how first a drop separates from the outer edge and rotates, then a second drop splits away, and so on, until there is a complete miniature planetary system of oil with the sun in the center. How should a child, seeing that, not think it a very plausible explanation of the origin of our planetary system from a primeval mist? He sees the whole process with his own eyes. Now, in life, it is a very good thing, in a moral sense, to forget oneself. But in conducting a demonstration of natural phenomena, one ought not to leave oneself out of account. The story of the drop of oil could not have developed if the demonstrator had not been there to turn the pin. That fact should be taken into account. If this example is to hold good as an hypothesis, we must conceive a gigantic schoolmaster outside in the universe who first set the primeval mist in motion, and must indeed still continue to do so. Otherwise the thought is not carried to its logical conclusion. It is just the peculiarity of this materialistic age that only a quarter or an eighth or even a lesser fraction of the truth is imagined. But this fraction works with immense success on the souls of men and lives on within them. That is why we today are living in a one-sided conception of nature and its laws. I could bring forward many a proof to show how in various spheres man turns to nature, but as our present civilization teaches in the above-mentioned fashion, he only views it in the light of what I might call the laws of causality. The spiritual world we can at most only retain through the traditions of religion. If, however, we really aspire to rising to the true spiritual world, we must go through an inner development through imagination, inspiration, and intuition in the manner described. We must be led through initiation knowledge away from the methods of investigation based on law, or rather from the belief in such methods of investigating the life of nature, and turn to a realization of the spiritual. All initiation wisdom must, at the present time, tend to lead man away from the obvious and natural concept of the cosmos to a spiritual understanding of it. The exact opposite was the rule in the old initiation wisdom thousands of years ago. The wise men, the heads of the schools of initiation, which at that time were also churches, were then surrounded by a humanity knowing nothing at all of nature in the sense in which man has learned of it since the Copernican conception of the universe. Those teachers were surrounded by a humanity having an instinctive, inner spiritual knowledge, men to whom all that pertained to the soul was a cosmic experience. And they recorded their spiritual, psychic, cosmic knowledge in legends and myths, which are no longer understood by our present civilization. I shall also speak of these more fully later on. Their experience was instinctive and spiritual, and this filled them during their waking hours with dreamlike pictures and imaginations which came forth from the inner being of primeval man in the form of legends and myths and dreamy imaginations, and which became the sagas of the gods. In these he lived. He looked out into the cosmos and experienced his dreamlike imaginations. When he was not living in these, he lived in the life of nature. He saw the rainbow, the clouds, the stars, the sun traveling across the sky. He saw the rivers, the mountains in their growth and being. He saw the minerals, plants, and animals. All that he perceived with his senses was a great enigma to primeval man. For at the time of which I am speaking, there were other, still more primeval periods, as well as later ones in which the civilization was again different. But at the time to which I am now referring, some thousands of years before the mystery of Golgotha, the humanity then existent felt inwardly blessed when it had the dreamy imaginations. The external world, however, in which those men only saw as much of the rainbow, the clouds, the moving sun, of the minerals, plants, and animals, as could be seen with their eyes, which perceptions were then registered in the Ptolemaic, pre-Copernican cosmic system. That outer world of the senses so appeared to the humanity of that time that it said, quote, "I, with my own soul, really live in the divine spiritual world. Outside is a nature void of God. When I look at the wells, I see no spirituality therein. The rainbow has none, nor have the minerals, plants, or animals, or other physical men." Close quote. To them, nature appeared as a universe, a world that had fallen away from the divine spirit. This was the feeling of humanity at that time. The whole visible cosmos was seen as something that had fallen from the divine spiritual. Men did not need to have abstract knowledge, whereby to connect their two experiences, the inner experience of God and the outer experience of a fallen sense world. What humanity then required was a knowledge able to console a man for belonging with his physical and etheric bodies to this fallen world of sense. He wanted something to console him, which could prove the relation of this fallen world to that which he experienced in his instinctive imagination, through a dim and dreamy, yet for the then existing conditions, sufficing experience of the spiritual world. Knowledge had to be of a consoling nature. Those who hastened into the mysteries were seeking consolation, whether they sought for that purpose what could be given out externally, or became pupils of those wise men in order to be initiated into the secrets of existence. They all sought consolation for the enigmas with which humanity was faced. Those old wise men of the mysteries, who were at the same time priests and teachers, as well as artists, explained to that humanity, through that which dwelt in their mysteries, of which I shall speak later, how in the rippling spring, in the blossoming tree and flower, in the mineral in course of becoming crystal, in the rainbow, in the moving cloud and moving sun, there lived the same divine spiritual powers experienced by man in his dreamlike imaginations. They showed humanity the reconciliation of the world that has fallen away from God with the divine world of which a man becomes aware in his instinctive imagination. They gave man that consoling knowledge. When a man sought this in the mysteries, the wise ones gave him the knowledge that once more showed nature filled even to human perception with the divine. Hence, we see how in those olden times of mankind's evolution, the knowledge which we today teach our youngest children at school, and which came from Greece, that the sun is immovable, and that the earth revolves around it, that knowledge was preserved in the mysteries as an occult science. What is now entirely external knowledge with us was then occult science. The explanation of nature was an occult science at that time. Everyone who takes part in the process of the evolution of mankind in our present civilization can see for himself, as every thinking and educated man does, that it is nature and her laws in which man is absorbed, but at the cost of the withdrawal of the spiritual world. The old dreamlike imaginations have ceased. Man now feels nature to be something in which he does not find full satisfaction. It presents a neutral aspect. It is no longer a fallen, sinful universe, a cosmos fallen away from God, but one which is compelled by inner necessity to be what it is. He then replenishes his self-consciousness and becomes aware of spirituality at every point. He feels the inner pressure trying to bring his inner being into union with God. All that is now required is that he should be led to the knowledge of nature and thereby into the spiritual through a new initiation science. The old initiation science was able to lead man into nature from the spirit in which he instinctively lived and which he embodied in his myths. The modern science of initiation must be based on what is a man's earliest experience today, when he learns of the laws of nature and believes in them. It must start from his knowledge of natural law, and then show him the way back to the spiritual world through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Thus, several thousand years before the mystery of Golgotha came the important time when men departed from an instinctive experiencing of the spiritual to attain, as the most external occult science, those concepts and ideas which comprise the laws of nature. We today gain knowledge of these in our childhood. In face of this empty, prosaic view of life, the spiritual world withdrew into the inner being of man. Today, the science of initiation must point out the way back from nature to spirituality. To humanity of old, nature was in darkness, the spirit in the light. The task of the old science of initiation was to lead the light of the spiritual brightness into the darkness of nature, that it too might be illuminated. The initiation science of today must start from the light externally thrown on nature by Copernicus, Giordano Bruno, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, and so forth. This light must be taken from that which is in a state of death to lighten the way back to the spirit, which in its own light must take the contrary path to that followed by the old science of initiation. The end of Lecture 2. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 3. A very reasonable objection to the study of anthroposophy is that investigation into the facts of the spiritual worlds depends upon the investigator having gone through a development such as I have described. For only thus can these facts be called forth from the more deeply underlying forces of man's nature, until we are ourselves able to approach them. It might be objected that those who have neither undergone such development, nor had personal experience of the supersensible facts and beings, could never prove the truth of the statement made by the investigator concerning them. When the spiritual world and its contents is openly discussed and statements are made about them, it is very frequently objected, quote, "Of what use are all these ideas about a supersensible world to one who is not yet able to see it?" Close quote. This objection is based on a complete misconception. It assumes that in speaking of a supersensible world, we are talking of something of which nothing whatever is known, but this is not the case. There is, however, a very remarkable difference between the initiation science, which is right for the present day, and that which was adapted to those more ancient times of which I spoke in my last lecture. You will remember that I represented the way into the spiritual world as leading first to the vision of a mighty life tableau, in which was shown the experiences incorporated into the personality of the student during that earth life. He could at once see all the experiences of his present life. I then went on to say that when we rise from imaginative to inspirational cognition, we can eventually, through the emptied consciousness and the absolute inner stillness and quietude, succeed in visualizing our pre-earthly life, and we are thus led into the world of spiritual facts, through which we passed between our last death and our descent again to earth. Now, it must be borne in mind that each one of us has experience of that before descending to earth. There is not a single human being who has not had, in its full reality, this experience of which the spiritual investigator of the spiritual world relates. When he tells of these hitherto unknown facts and clothes these facts in words, he does not really appeal to something of which man is totally ignorant, but to what each one has experienced before his earth life. He simply appeals to our cosmic memories to reawaken them within us. What he relates dwells in each one of those here present today and rests in their souls. But in crossing the gulf between the pre-earthly and the earthly life, it has been forgotten. The investigator of spiritual worlds simply reminds people of what they have forgotten. Suppose you meet a man with whom you were formerly associated in your present earth life. You may have a clear recollection of what you experienced together some 20 years ago, which he may have completely forgotten. In the course of conversation, you can, by reminding him of what is distinctly present in your memory, bring back the recollections of it to his. It is that same process carried to a higher stage on which I rely when telling you of higher worlds. The only difference is that what was experienced in pre-earthly lives is more completely forgotten. Only because people feel a reluctance, a dislike to ask themselves seriously, quote, do we not discover in our own souls something which is in agreement with what the investigator of the spiritual relates? Close quote. On account of that feeling of reluctance, they do not probe deeply enough into their souls after listening to what he relates or when reading the books. They therefore believe that what he describes is known to him alone and cannot be proved. It can perfectly well be proved if people will free themselves from the prejudice which arises from this dislike. In short, the spiritual investigator does but appeal to what has been experienced by every human being in his pre-earthly life. Now, it might be objected, quote, why then should we, during earth life, be specially called upon to reflect upon that which, as arranged by the cosmos, we might even say by the decree of the gods, we have already experienced in our super-earthly existence, close quote. Again, there are people who say, quote, why should I bestir myself to attain this knowledge of the supersensible worlds before death? I can wait till I am dead, when I shall encounter all this, if indeed it really exists, close quote. This idea rests upon a complete misconception of earthly life. The facts of which the spiritual investigator tells have indeed been experienced by everyone in his pre-earthly existence. But the thoughts he formed about them can only be experienced in earth life. And only such thoughts as we have worked at here on earth do we carry with us through the gates of death. They help us to understand the facts and experiences of life between death and rebirth. The life of a man between death and rebirth during the present evolution of humanity is extremely difficult, unless he has acquired thoughts of the supersensible world during his earth life. If he is not, he cannot, after passing through the gates of death, gain a true knowledge of his surroundings. He knows he is surrounded, but this understanding of what is about or around him must have been acquired in earth life. In the subsequent lectures, it will be shown that this does not apply to the humanity of earlier ages, but at the present stage in the evolution of humanity, it must be more and more impressed on people that the understanding of what they will experience in the supersensible world between death and rebirth must be acquired here on earth. Thus it can be said that spiritual science is quite justified in speaking openly today, for everyone can test it if he will but probe deeply enough into his own soul. He would then gradually be forced to admit that what he has heard from the spiritual investigator illumines him. He must admit he feels as though he had already experienced this, and as if the thoughts now given him concern what he has already lived through. On this account, it is so very necessary, in speaking on spiritual science and spiritual knowledge, to choose one's language more carefully than in ordinary life. For a person coming in touch with spiritual science must, even by the very way in which the subject is handled, receive the following impression. Quote, "What I learn here does not apply to the sense world. It would there be considered nonsense." Close quote. Opponents then come along saying, quote, "What you are being told as being based on spiritual cognition is all nonsense. It is fantastical." Close quote. As long as people have or wish to have knowledge of the sense world alone, they are justified in saying this. But the supersensible world has a different aspect. A man who will give up his physical prejudices and probe more deeply into the nature of his own soul will admit, quote, "What the spiritual investigator says is simply a stimulus, inciting me to draw forth from my own soul what is already there." Close quote. Of course, there is a great deal standing in the way of such an avowal. But as regards an understanding of the supersensible worlds, this self-admission is one of the most necessary points of all. And we shall see that even the most difficult things can be understood if one probes deeply into one's own self. Among those difficult things, we must certainly reckon the truths of mathematics. What is learned through mathematics is considered absolutely correct. Now, it is very strange that even mathematics and geometry are no longer correct when we enter the spiritual world. The point is as follows. I will make it clear by a very simple example. We have, from our youth up, been accustomed to consider the old Euclid truth as an axiom, as a matter of course. If there is a point A and another point B, the shortest distance between the two is the straight line. A curved line must be longer. A great part of our geometry, which is of course correct as regards the physical world, rests upon this knowledge. In the spiritual worlds, this is reversed. There, the straight line between A and B would be the longest distance. Any other would be shorter, because in the spiritual world, any other line can be freely followed. If one pictures oneself having to go from A to B, it is easier there to think of oneself as following any curved line, while to keep to a straight line, to keep in that direction at every point, is the slowest way of all. The slowest method in the spiritual world is to measure a straight line in two-dimensional or one-dimensional space. If a man considers the subject of attentiveness, and, as I now frequently advise, searches deeply into his own soul, which really signifies attentiveness, he will realize that what the spiritual investigator relates from his own experience must also hold good in this connection. He says to himself, quote, "When I roam about at will, I get through my journey easily." Close quote. This roaming around need not apply simply to actual measured distances, but to what one accomplishes daily. Most people are so busy from morning to night, they hardly notice that they are only doing what they are accustomed to do, what they did yesterday, and what is supposed to be the right thing to do. Just consider how much more slowly you would get through all you do if at each single point you were to pay great attention to what you are doing. Now, unless one pays attention in the spiritual world, there is nothing there at all. There is no such thing as custom there. The, quote, thing to do, close quote, is not known in the spiritual world. Quote, "We must now go to luncheon or supper," close quote. "It is the right thing to wear such and such clothes on such and such an occasion." All this, which plays so great a part in the civilized world, especially in our present civilization, does not exist in the spiritual world. There, each step, however small, and indeed even less than a step, must be followed with personal attentiveness. This is expressed by saying that in the spiritual world, the straight line between 2 points is the longest distance. Thus we have the antithesis. In the physical world, the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. But in the spiritual world, the straight line is the longest distance between them. If we do but probe deeply enough into the soul, we become attentive to the fact that a real understanding of these curious things can be found therein. And we are then more and more ready to admit that what the spiritual investigator reveals is in reality but a wisdom lying dormant in our souls. We only need to be reminded of it. The stages leading to the acquisition of supersensible cognition are given in title Knowledge of the Higher Worlds and How to Attain It, and similar works, so that everyone today, insofar as his destiny, his karma allows, can, as we shall see, tread this path and attain his own perception of the spiritual world, and thereby gain insight into the facts and understanding of ideas of the spiritual world. He can acquire this through the above-mentioned knowledge, individual knowledge of what is forgotten when earth life is entered upon. It may be said that the knowledge of the spiritual world, which can be communicated in the form of ideas, is comprehensible to everyone. What the spiritual investigator relates can be understood by all. The one thing necessary is that a man's reason should be unprejudiced and have probed deeply enough into the soul. To be able to investigate spiritual facts and enter the spiritual world, or to speak at first hand of the facts of that world, it is necessary, of course, to have traveled along the path of self-knowledge. Anyone is justified in speaking quite openly of the spiritual worlds, if he has knowledge of them through the communications of another, for he can today, even through the knowledge he acquired at school, gain the power of understanding and of discrimination. By means of these, he can advance to the comprehension of what is given out by spiritual science. Even in this respect, things were different for humanity of old from what they are today. Hence, the conduct of those who taught in the mysteries and practiced art and religion therein differed considerably from that of a spiritual investigator today. At the present time, one who speaks to those around him of spiritual cognitions must be careful so to muster his ideas that they may call up recollections of pre-earthly life. He must, in a sense, so speak to his audience and write for his readers as to recall in them memories of their pre-earthly lives. We might say that every address on the subject of spiritual science actually appeals to the listener in the following way. Listen to what is being said. Search deeply into your own soul, and you will find it already there. You will begin to realize that you cannot have learned all this in your earth life, for neither the flowers, nor the clouds, nor the springs, nor even the science based on reason and the senses can ever have told you of it. You will come to realize that you yourself brought the knowledge with you into earth life, that before your earth existence you took part in things which have left behind in your soul, as though in a cosmic recollection, something which is awakened by spiritual science. The spiritual investigator certainly appeals to the profoundest depths of the human soul when he communicates these truths. We are not being asked to accept something foreign to us, but simply to recollect what is actually the deepest possession of the human soul itself. This was not the case in olden times. The wise ones of the mysteries, the priests, had then to act in a different way, for the men of old had of themselves a memory of their pre-earthly existence. A few thousand years ago, primitive man never doubted that in his soul there was something which he had brought down with him from a supersensible world into this life of sense, for he experienced it every day in dreamlike imaginations. In his soul there was something of which he said to himself, quote, "My eyes with which I see the trees have not given me this, nor my ears with which I hear the singing of the nightingales, nor have any of my other senses. It is all in my own soul. I could not have absorbed it during my earth existence. It was already within me when I descended into earth life. And when, during my embryonic state, another human body gave me a physical earthly body, that which now lights up within me in dreamlike imaginations was already there. I only clothed it in a physical human body," close quote. It would in no wise have helped a man of olden times with his development if his attention had been drawn to the fact that he possessed a subconscious memory of a pre-earthly existence, though this is the very first thing of which modern man must be made aware, as also that this memory can be awakened into consciousness. In the older mysteries, man had to be made attentive to something quite different. In olden times, man felt, so to speak, a deep sorrow in connection with all the beautiful things in the sense world. He saw the flowers in their wondrous beauty springing forth from the ground and unfolding their blossom, and could also see the beneficent properties they possessed. He perceived the bubbling spring and all its beauty, a beauty which can become manifest if one approaches it from the shadow of a tree. And he was quite naturally aware through his senses of the refreshing qualities of such a spring. Then he said to himself, quote, "All this seems to have fallen through sin, away from that world which I bear within me, which I brought with me into physical existence when I descended from the spiritual worlds," close quote. The teachers in the mysteries had the task of explaining that even in the flower, even in the bubbling spring, even in the rustling of the forest, in the song of the nightingale, and in all things, spiritual beings work and weave, and can everywhere be found. These teachers had to communicate the great truth, quote, "What lives within thee lives in outer nature too," close quote. For at that time, when man had the freshest and most receptive sense of the external world, when the intellect was least able to explain the laws of nature, when he contemplated the outer world with his primitive senses, he regarded that outer world with sorrow and pain. He saw the external world, he saw its beauty, its growing, budding beauty. It impressed itself on his eyes and ears and other senses, but he could not help feeling pain and sorrow in all this. This beauty was the very thing that caused him the most sorrow, because he was unable to unite it with what lived in his soul as the content of his prenatal existence. The wise men of the mysteries, therefore, had the task of pointing out that the divine spiritual lived in all things, even in the things pertaining to the world of sense. They had to show men the spirituality in nature. This they could only do by following a different course from that necessary for us today. Just as it is now, above all, necessary to show people how to remember their prenatal life, so was it then necessary for those old teachers in the mysteries to call forth in those assembled around them quite different recollections. Man, during his earthly existence, lives his life rhythmically in two, or rather in three conditions: waking, dreaming, and sleeping. Sleep goes on unconsciously. This unconscious sleep, although differing somewhat from ours today, was also experienced by those men of old. They fell asleep, and they too passed into a condition in which none of the experiences of the soul rose into their consciousness. But man is also a living being while he is asleep. We do not die when we go to sleep, nor are we reborn when we awake. For we continue our life as soul and spirit between falling asleep and awaking. This will be gone into in more detail in the subsequent lectures. As far as the ordinary, everyday consciousness is concerned, our personal experience is totally extinguished from the time we fall asleep till we awake. In his ordinary consciousness, a man recollects what he experienced when he was awake, and he may perhaps recollect what he dreams, but not what he experiences during his dreamless sleep. He remembers nothing of that. The old mystery teachers trained their pupils in such a way that what they experienced in sleep, especially as regards the history of those times, was recalled to their memory. Through the ideas they put into the world, they also influenced the humanity in their vicinity and all those who drew near to them. The modern science of initiation has the task of reminding us of what lived in the souls of men before their earth lives, while the initiation of olden times had that of reminding man of his daily experience in sleep. All the knowledge which the old mystery teachers clothed in the form of ideas was therefore so ordained that the pupils or those who listened had to say, quote, "They tell us nothing but what we experience every time we sleep. We drive it down into our subconsciousness, but we go through it all in our sleeping state. It is no new thing of which the priests of the mysteries tell, but they, through their initiation, are able to see and to appreciate what the ordinary consciousness does not see during sleep, although it experiences it." Close quote. The old science of initiation recalled to man's memory something he had experienced, just as the modern initiation science recalls memories of pre-earthly life. The great difference between ancient and modern initiation is that in the former, man was reminded of what he generally slept through and which in his day consciousness he could not recollect. The wise ones of the ancient mysteries brought the night experiences into the consciousness of day and taught men as follows, quote, "At night thou livest with thy soul in the spiritual world, that world which also dwells in every spring, and every nightingale, and every flower. Every night thou enterest into that which, during the day, thou canst only perceive with thy senses." Close quote. Man could thus be convinced that the gods of whom he was aware in his waking, dreaming state also lived in nature outside. Thus, by revealing to him the content of his sleep, the wise ones of the mysteries showed their pupils that there are divine spiritual beings in existing nature, just as the modern spiritual investigator has the mission of showing man that before he descended to earth, he lived in the spiritual world as a spiritual being among spiritual beings, and that through certain concepts and ideas, he can recreate in his memory what he experienced in the pre-earthly existence. In the initiation science of today, when we rise from imagination to inspiration, we learn to know the true facts that divide sleep from the waking state. What a man really is as soul and spirit, from falling asleep till he awakens, can only be revealed to him by true inspirational cognition. But he can perceive his life tableau by attaining imaginative cognition. Only when, in his waking state, he forms the life tableau in his emptied consciousness, in the cosmic stillness, in the way I described, does his pre-earthly life enter his soul as inspiration from the cosmos. Then in this inspiration, his own being appears before him in soul and spirit, as it is between sleeping and waking. What we are unconscious of in sleep, we become conscious of in inspiration. We learn to contemplate what we as soul and spirit do in our sleeping state. And we realize that on going to sleep, the spirit and soul principles go forth from the physical and etheric bodies. We leave the physical body and the etheric body, or body of formative forces, behind in bed. And this is seen in the imagination, just as I described it. The higher principles of human nature, which can, as I have said, be called the astral body and the actual organism of the ego, These leave the physical and etheric bodies and return to them when we awake. That division of our being, which takes place in every rhythmic transition from waking to sleeping, can only be seen in its actuality by means of inspiration. It can then be seen how all that we acquire in ordinary waking life, through our thinking, through our world of thought, really remains behind in bed. The thoughts we acquired with so much trouble in our school days, the cleverness we acquired for the use of our earthly intelligence, all this has to be left behind with the physical and etheric bodies when we go to sleep. Of these we only take with us as ego and astral body into the spiritual world in which we sleep that which differs absolutely from what we experienced in our waking state. When we have passed from waking to sleeping, we experience something which in our ordinary consciousness we cannot recall. That is why, in speaking of these things, I am obliged to do so in such a way that the ideas represent concepts in which the descriptions of man's unconscious experiences can be clothed, and which he can reflect upon with his healthy human reason, as mentioned in the early part of this lecture. In the first lecture of this course, I described how, on going to sleep, we leave behind us our usual method of thinking of the things of the world in mere shadow pictures of true living thought, and accustom ourselves to a world in which we do not really think in the way we do here in the earthly world, but where we experience things as they are, experience them inwardly. During sleep, man actually experiences the light, though unconsciously. He experiences the action of the light and learns how the light, in contrast to objects, causes these to appear in color and shade. In our waking life, we think about these things. We form thoughts about light and its action. These thoughts we leave behind us, while we ourselves enter the weaving, living light. We pour ourselves forth into the weaving, living light. Just as we here as earth men carry our physical body about with us during the day, and wandering about on the earth's surface move through the air with our soul and our spirit, so as sleeping men we enter the moving, surging light, and ourselves become beings consisting of moving, living light. We become light within the light. When a man is inspired by what he himself becomes every night, when that arises in his waking consciousness, only then does he become aware. Quote, "When thou sleepest, thou thyself livest as a cloud of light in the cosmic light." Close quote. This does not, however, imply merely living in the light as light substance. It means living in the forces which in the waking life become thoughts and can be grasped by means of thought. The light we thus experience is everywhere permeated by forces which are inwardly active in the plants and animals, but also have an independent existence as spiritual beings. Light is not there experienced as it is here in the physical world. The weaving, living light is really, if I may use so inaccurate an expression, is really a body of spiritual activity, and also of separate spiritual beings. Here in the physical world, we as human beings are enclosed within our skin. There, during the sleep condition, we are light within the light, and other beings are light within the light. We cease to perceive light, as we are accustomed to do here in the physical world. But if I may now express myself pictorially, the clouds of light, which are ourselves, can objectively perceive other beings composed of clouds of light. These objective light cloud beings, however, are either another human being, or a being inhabiting a plant, or perhaps a being that never incarnates in a physical body, but always remains in the spiritual world. Thus light is not there experienced as light, like our earthly light, but as living, active spirituality. Now you know that as physical human beings on earth, we also live in another element. We live in warmth, perceived physically. A man knows when he is warm and when he is cold. He heats his room in cold weather. Thus he knows in a physical sense, as far as his ordinary consciousness is concerned, that he lives either in the warmth or in the cold. What he feels as warmth or cold he experiences in feeling. He has the feeling of warmth or cold. Now when we abandon our physical and etheric bodies on going to sleep, we ourselves live as warmth substance in the warmth substance of the cosmos, just as we live as light within the light. Thus we are not merely clouds of light, so to speak, but clouds of light surged through and interwoven with warmth. And everything we perceive has also warmth within it. But just as we, as souls and spirits in this spiritual existence during our sleeping condition, do not experience the light merely as light, but as living spiritual beings, and when we acquire the inspirational consciousness, recognize ourselves as living spiritual beings, and other beings too as living spiritual beings, so too is this the case with respect to warmth. We could not get along in the spiritual world, or gain much good from inspiration, if we were only furnished with the concepts acquired here in the physical world. Just as we must acquire a different concept of the shortest distance between two given points, so must we also fill our souls with a different content concerning other things. Just as we experience ourselves as light within light, and realize ourselves as spirits in the spirit land, so too, when we experience ourselves as warmth beings within the cosmic warmth, we know that this is not the warmth to which we are accustomed in the sense world. We realize that we are in a world of weaving, invigorating love. As the beings of love which we are in the supersensible world, we realize that we are among beings of such a nature that they cannot do otherwise than draw the whole essence of their being from love. Their lives of love cannot but be one with the universal cosmic life of love. Thus, between going to sleep and awakening, we experience ourselves as living a life of love, wholly filled with spirit. Therefore, if we ourselves wish to enter that world in which we daily pass the time between sleeping and waking, we must, as I said in the last lecture, increase our capacity for love, for that world will otherwise be completely foreign to us. Spiritualized love does not hold sway in this world of ours here below. We are governed by the driving force of a love influenced by material existence. But in the spiritual world, the spiritualized love just described is the guiding principle. If therefore we wish to enter with our full consciousness the world in which we live every night, we can do so by first developing our capacity for love in the manner described yesterday. We cannot really come to ourselves without it. For what actually takes place in sleep during a third part of our life on earth must forever remain a closed book to us, unless we can investigate it by developing and enhancing our power of love. What a man experiences during his hours of sleep must ever be a dark enigma to the inhabitants of earth, unless they are able, by the power of love, to surge so far ahead as to become, in a sense, aware of what they experience in their other condition between sleeping and waking. But we leave behind us in bed the form of activity which we developed in our thinking while carrying our physical and etheric bodies about with us. And while we are asleep, that activity joins in the unitary movement of the whole cosmos. If man were really able to be completely conscious of what goes on in his physical and etheric bodies at night, he would perceive his etheric body hard at work thinking all night long. He would contemplate this from without, while he himself lived as a warmth-giving being of light. We can go on thinking when we with our souls are no longer there, for that which we leave behind us in bed sends the thought vibrations further and further afield. It continues to think. It thinks on. And when we wake up in the morning, we plunge down into that which remained lying in bed and which has gone on thinking. We meet our own thoughts again in the morning. They have not died in the meanwhile. Tomorrow I have to speak of how, when we are not present, we may be much cleverer, much more intelligent than we are in our day consciousness when present in soul. What is thought during the night when a man is absent is often much cleverer than what he thinks in his waking hours when he is there in soul. At any rate, I just wished to indicate today that thinking is carried on in the etheric and physical bodies, and that when we wake in the morning and vaguely remember a dream, that dream signifies that in a sense the soul is dammed up when it awakens and re-enters the etheric and physical bodies. Here is the physical body, here the etheric body or the body of formative forces, and there the astral organization and the organization of the ego, which in the morning plunge into the physical body and etheric body. In so doing, however, a sort of denser wave, a denser ripple makes its way into what is clearer, and a damming up ensues. This is then experienced as a morning dream. The ego and astral body, having woven all night in the light and warmth, now plunge into the thoughts, but do not immediately understand them, and this stoppage is experienced as a morning dream. Tomorrow we shall consider the dream itself, and its enigmatical position in the whole life of man, and the further relation between sleep and the waking life of man. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 4. Between the waking and sleeping life of man, which I have sketched in outline in the last lectures, lies the life of dreams. This dream life, which is of so little significance for the immediate reality of daily life, is shown by the deeper cognition to be of the greatest conceivable significance, not only to man, but to the world. Not only do I say this because its significance is so fully appreciated by the spiritual science which is in question here, and leads from observation of dreams to many another subject, but also because dream life represents, so to speak, a small opening, through which certain worlds other than this, which we experience in our waking life, shine through into this higher world. Thus, through the enigmatical character of dream formations, a man's attention may not only be drawn to the fact that in the lower strata of that world which is accessible to him, and in higher strata too, there are other worlds, but he also becomes aware of the possible character of those worlds. On the other hand, it is extremely difficult to penetrate into this very enigmatical dream life from the standpoint of the higher consciousness. For the dream is a power capable of leading man into the greatest possible illusion. With regard to dreams, one may easily be inclined wrongly to connect what is illusionary in life with its reality. Confining ourselves to what I have already said about the life of sleep, and also about repeated earth lives, let us go further into this. An example frequently repeated in some form or other is that in a dream a person believes he has made something which in his waking life he never could have made, and which in fact would be quite beyond the realms of possibility in his present earth life. Then he proceeds to dream that he cannot find it, while rushing about like one demented, looking for it. Let us consider this example concretely. The form of this dream varies according to the character of the dreamer. A humble tailor in a small provincial town may dream that he has made the robes of state for a cabinet minister and is very proud of it. But the dream changes its character, and he dreams that he cannot find the robes which he was to deliver at the minister's residence. He looks everywhere in vain. Here is a dream absolutely following a course which the dreamer may well have desired, though he certainly could not have carried it out in life. This little tailor in a provincial town could not have made state robes, and none of his customers were in a position to order anything of the kind. Perhaps he would not have been capable of carrying out such an order had it been given him, but he may have cherished the thought as a daydream. What is actually at the bottom of this? When a man is asleep, he, with his ego and astral body, is outside his physical and etheric bodies. And he then finds himself in that being which has passed through repeated earth lives. That which strengthens a man inwardly, and which is inwardly active whilst he sleeps, is the ego and astral body. The experiences contained in these need not be limited to this present earth life. They may also refer to former lives. The above-mentioned case does not refer to anything hypothetical. On the contrary, it is something which absolutely comes from that realm of reality of which I speak. It may quite well be that the man in question, in a former earth life, had something to do with the ordering of a particular toga of state. He need not then have been a tailor. He may have been in the service of a Roman statesman, or even perhaps a friend of his. Having had such a strong and living wish to serve his master in the best way possible, his destiny may have created his present calling. In the collective life of humanity, wishes and thoughts are of the greatest possible importance. The memory of what the soul and spirit of a man thus experienced in a former earth life may flow through his astral body and ego. And in the morning, when he plunges down with his ego and astral bodies into the etheric and physical bodies, then, as I outlined roughly yesterday, the soul, which is still involved in the experience, the remembered experience, dips down into those ideas which the tailor may have retained in the etheric body in his present earth life. What he experienced in his old Roman life has been dammed up. It tried to enter the concepts and ideas which he has during the day. During the day, he only thinks of making clothes for the citizens of his small provincial town. Now, when the soul plunges down in the manner described, it finds extreme difficulty in transmuting the feelings it had concerning the beautiful state robe into the thoughts connected with the horrible clothes the tailor has to make. In the transition, in passing over from the toga to the ministerial robes of state of the present time, it undergoes a change, and only later, when it has altogether descended into his etheric and physical bodies, does the idea of what the man is now obliged to think about destroy what he experienced shortly before awaking. Thus, between falling asleep and waking, we live a collective human life, which in our inner being we set in opposition to the thoughts and ideas resulting from our earthly experiences. And this creates the peculiar configuration of our dreams. That is why it is so extremely difficult to distinguish between what first presents itself as the content of a dream, and which may be nothing but a confused hocus-pocus, and the true reality which really always lies behind that. The true reality of the dream may be quite different. We can, however, gradually accustom ourselves to find our way about in the confused occurrences of dream life, if we are alive to the fact that we must not pay too much attention to pictures conjured up before our souls in dreams, remembering that these pictures are really composed by the etheric body left behind in bed, which holds our thoughts and ideas. We do not have these ideas in our real inner being, during sleep. We must distinguish this content of ideas from something else which I should like to call the dramatic course of the dream. We must gradually accustom ourselves to pay attention to this and to ask ourselves, is this dream running along lines which, if the events recorded were to take place in waking day life, would give us great pleasure? Did we really experience this pleasure and satisfaction in the dream, or were we heading straight for a catastrophe? Did we begin by first seeing certain things, which then disentangled themselves and led to a headlong fall or to a catastrophe? This is a question to be observed first of all in considering the life of our dreams. We must first consider the dramatic occurrences, not the thought content. A man may dream he climbed a mountain, and the path became steeper and steeper, and more difficult, until at last he reached a point where he could get no further, where he met with insurmountable obstacles. He feels that these obstacles must be significant of something in his life. A man may dream that, and the dream might be further investigated. Now, either he or someone else may have another dream in which he goes into a cave which may perhaps lead into the depths of the mountain. At first, on entering the cave, there is still a little light. But as he goes on, it grows darker and darker until he finally comes to a place which not only is in complete darkness, but where it is terribly cold, and so on, so that he can penetrate no further into this mountain cavern. Here, as you see, are two completely different dreams, both dramatically present an adventure which is at first quite easy. Then come difficulties and finally insurmountable obstacles. The pictures are quite different, but the dramatic course of events is similar. Now, both of these dreams may represent the same event in the supersensible world, going on, as it were, behind the scenes of life. Precisely the same thing may have gone on in the soul in both dreams. The very same thing may express itself outwardly in absolutely different pictures. This is mentioned to call attention to the fact that we should not, as is so frequently done, draw conclusions from the contents of a dream, but should first consider the dramatic course of the events depicted therein, and learn from that what the man's soul and spirit may have gone through. If this be done, and if we also strengthen the powers of imagination by such exercises as I have mentioned in these lectures, we shall gradually be able to get beyond the illusory picture world of dreams, and by grasping their dramatic purport, arrive at what is really the supersensible reality underlying the dream. Before speaking, as I shall have to do in the next few days, about the detail of dreams and its relation to the physical body of man, as well as to his spiritual nature, I should like today to give a description of the way in which man, through the world of dreams, is seen to have his place in the whole cosmos, in the whole universe. Indeed, we can see how there is quite a different connection between the different events of life in our dreams from what we experience in our waking life. There, as we have just seen by the examples quoted, the antitheses amongst which we are placed in the physical world always bear some relation to things. One thing follows as the result of what went before. The dream shows possible occurrences in the ordinary sense world, but in a complete state of disintegration. Everything is different, everything is disorganized. A being such as man himself, who, as a physical being, is attached by gravity to the surface of the earth, can suddenly fly. He can make skillful flights without any sort of flying machine. A difficult mathematical problem with which we have vainly wrestled becomes childishly easy, mere child's play. On waking, we may perhaps have forgotten the solution. That is our misfortune. But at any rate, we realize that the impediments, the difficulties we experienced in this respect in our day life, do not exist there. In the same way, everything which has solid cohesion in daily life is, in a sense, dissolved there. If we wish to make a physical picture of what actually takes place in dreams, or seems to take place, we may do so in the following way. Take a glass filled with water or other fluid, and put into it some kind of salt capable of solution, and watch the process. Suppose the salt had crystallized and taken definite form, so that when we put it in the water we see certain shapes. We then see these forms dissolving in the water, and assuming all kinds of fantastic shapes until finally, once more, we see a more or less homogeneous fluid. The way we form ideas in our soul's dream experience is something like that. Both the dream we have on falling asleep, as well as that just before waking, take the experiences of the past day, dissolve them, and give them all sorts of fantastic forms and all sorts of strange meanings, or what we should call strange and fantastic in our ordinary consciousness. A good image of this is to dissolve any kind of salt into a fluid. That is like what takes place physically and spiritually in dreams. Now, if a man is firmly rooted in the present world of ideas, it is not easy for him to grasp this fact in an unprejudiced way. For modern humanity, and especially those who call themselves scientific, know extremely little of certain things. I am not really saying this from any wish to discredit the evidence of science. I have no such intention. I set great store on the scientific mind, and should not like to see mere amateurs taking the place of earnest scientific experts. From the standpoint of spiritual science, we must always recognize the great progress made, as also the strict adherence to truth and accuracy of modern science. I wish to emphasize this strongly. Yet, the following has to be said. When people want to acquire knowledge today, they investigate earthly things and earthly processes. They study these and, by means of their observations, explore the laws of nature. Certainly they also make experiments for solving the secrets of nature and allow the results of these experiments to reveal nature's laws. In this way, a certain order of laws has been revealed, which is known as science. They gaze into the heavenly spaces and observe, let us say, the wonderful spiral nebula, and in these they see the separate centers forming, and so on. These things are proved today by means of photography, which shows them with even greater accuracy than can be gained with the ordinary telescope or such like. What do these students do next to gain knowledge of what is going on in space in those heavenly distances? They take the laws of nature pertaining to Earth, those laws they derived from the Earth by means of the experiments made, and speculate further as to how, through these same laws, a spiral nebula can have formed in distant space. They make hypotheses and theories as to the origins and ends of worlds, taking the discoveries made in their laboratories concerning the manganese, oxygen, and hydrogen of Earth as nature laws, and applying these to the heavenly spheres. If in so doing they discover new substances, they sometimes unconsciously point to the fact that they are thus entering a sphere with which science is not quite in accord. Hydrogenic gas has been found in distant space, as well as helium. But yet another element has been discovered, to which a curious name has been given, curious because it points to the confusion of thought connected with this. It is called nobelium. Thought here becomes nebulous, hence nobelium is put side by side with helium and hydrogen. If a man simply makes use of the laws of nature, revealed in his laboratory, to speculate after the fashion of the Swedish thinker Arrhenius, who has done a great deal of harm in this respect, as to what may be going on in distant space, he must necessarily add error to error, unless he is able to observe the following in an unprejudiced way. Here I should like to begin by giving you an example. You will know from your study of natural science that the English physicist and natural philosopher Newton established the theory of gravitation, of how the law of gravity rules throughout space. He conceived that the laws of the falling stone being attracted to earth also extends to the mutual relation of all the heavenly bodies. He expressed the opinion that the greater the distance, the more this force of gravitation diminishes. For any physicists present here, we may state the law as follows. The gravity decreases with the square of distance, so that in twice the distance it is twice 4 times, and in thrice the distance 9 times weaker, which signifies that the gravity lessens in proportion to the square of the distance. Well, now, such a law would be quite correct for such a force, but it is not possible, if we stop at purely physical existence, to conceive of this law in a sufficiently universal sense. The idea is that here is a cosmic body, its force of gravity lessening with distance. Here it is strong, and then it gradually becomes weaker. It is the same with the expansion of light. The light coming from a given source must always grow weaker and weaker. Man today can perceive this by means of his science. What he does not see is that while he, in his laboratory, applies the laws of nature to the earth and carries them out in his ideas, the truth and content of these laws grows less and less the further he carries them away from the earth. When, therefore, laws are recognized on earth for the combination of any particular elements, hydrogen and oxygen or any others, when the law of gravitation is established for the earth, the truth contained in such a law diminishes in proportion to its distance in cosmic space. If I establish a certain law of nature in my laboratory and apply this to a spiral nebula in distant cosmic space, I am doing just the same thing as though I believed that if I lit a candle here and were able to look out through cosmic space into the spiral nebula, I should see the candlelight as clearly there as here. It is just the same mistake to believe that what I prove in my laboratory here can hold good in distant space. Thus, it is a really huge error to believe that what are discovered in the earthly laboratories as true laws of nature can be applied to the distances of heavenly space. Now, however, man is not shut out from subjection to that law under which he comes when the earthly laws, such as the force of gravitation and of light, no longer hold good. If we wish to discover in space a different order of laws from those of our own laws of nature, we shall have to go farther and farther away from the earth. If we wish to discover these in a more inward human way, we must pass from waking to sleep. Whilst we are awake, we are in the realm of these laws of nature. Everything we do is done in accordance with these. If we resolve to raise a hand or arm, the chemical-physical processes that take place in the bony skeleton correspond to the laws which we can investigate on earth in our laboratories or by observation. What dwells within us as soul passes out of the physical and etheric bodies in sleep. In so doing, it penetrates a world not subject to the laws of nature. That is why dreams so completely mock the laws of nature. We make our way into an utterly different world, one in which we are just as much alive while asleep as we are in the physical world when awake and in our physical body. This world is different. It has not our laws of nature. It has different laws. Every night when we go forth from our physical and etheric bodies, we plunge into a world to which our laws no longer apply. The dream is a power which sets up intense opposition to the laws of nature. When I dream, my dream shows me that I am living in a world which protests against the laws of nature and refuses to be subject to them. When I go to sleep at night and move out of my physical and etheric bodies, I am still half living in the laws of nature, but I am entering a world which is not ruled by them. Thus there comes about the intermingling of nature laws and supersensible laws in the dream. The same thing takes place when one is just waking up. It may be said that every time we go to sleep, we plunge into a world in which our laws of nature no longer prevail. And every time we wake, we emerge from that world into this one, in which they do. To picture this process aright, let us suppose the world of dreams is a sea in which we dwell, and we wake out of the flowing dream life in early morning. It is as though we made our way out of the flowing dream life. We move over from a supersensible system of laws into the intellectual laws of the sense world. It seems as though all that we see in clear outlines when we wake up is born from the fluidic and fluctuating. It is as though we see a window here, having first dreamt of it. The window would then seem to be born from something in the past, something indefinite perhaps, in which are various flames of fire from which it emerges. And if we dream very clearly, we should see how the very distinct outlines of the ordered day world of our consciousness emerge from these indefinite-like waves rising above the sea, and these waves form our day world. This is one of the points at which, when, as modern man, one investigates these things anew, one is overcome by reverent wonder for the dreamlike imaginations of earlier humanity, of which I have spoken in these last few days. I said, when we turn to the dreamlike imaginations experienced in the souls of an earlier humanity in their waking day life, which then took form in the myths and legends and the sagas of the gods, and which, compared to what we now grasp in our clearer conception of nature, flowed by in indefinite outlines, when we turn back to that which can now be rediscovered quite independently concerning those old dreamlike imaginations, we acquire a reverent wonder and admiration for what lived in the souls of those men of an earlier age. From ancient Greece, a word still sounds forth, which, when once again we search for the truth in this domain, bears witness of the truth. A word sounds forth from the ancient Greeks, showing they still knew something of these things, and had the following idea. There is something which underlies the whole formation of the world, from which all definite forms arose, but which can only be reached when we leave the sense world in sleep, when we are in a dreamlike state. This the Greeks called chaos. All speculation and investigation into what this really is was in vain, for chaos is something which can only be approached by the man of today in his dreams. Only down to the Middle Ages was there still some sort of knowledge of that which, as something supersensible, underlies all external substances, the outer substance of all substances, which can hardly be called a substance. This, in the Middle Ages, was referred to as the quintessence, the fifth essence beyond the four other elements, earth, water, air, fire, the quintessence. Again, something penetrated the vision of the Middle Ages, when the poet, in so intuitive a fashion, said, "The world was woven from dreams." The Greeks would have said, "The world is woven from that which thou experienced when free from thy body. Thou canst get beyond the physical. The world is woven of what thou experiencest there as chaos." Thus, if we wish to understand what the Greeks meant by chaos, we must turn to what is not to be found in the physical, but in the supersensible worlds. Now, if we follow the whole process of going to sleep, dreaming, sleeping, and waking up, from the point of view gained by following the path to higher knowledge described in these lectures, through imagination, inspiration, and intuition, and rise by this means into the supersensible worlds, if we follow the dreaming, sleeping, and waking life from this point of view, we come to the following conclusion. Man passes in sleep out of his ordinary day condition into his life of sleep, in which the dreams may arise in indefinite chaotic form, but also in a more admirable, inward, and more coherent way. The physical body is left behind in bed, as also the etheric body, which, as the actual life-giving, formative, growth-stimulating principle, permeates the former. A duality is left behind in bed. A duality also emerges and penetrates into that supersensible existence lived between going to sleep and awakening, which I have described today from the point of view of dream experiences. This duality reveals itself to the higher knowledge of imagination, inspiration, and intuition in the following way. What really belongs to man when he emerges from his physical body and etheric body is his astral body. Do not let us take offense at mere words. As I have already said, we must have words, and another word could also be used for the astral body. I am about to characterize something of what concerns the physical body. I shall go further into this subject in the subsequent lectures, and we shall see that names do not signify. The important thing is the ideas which we are able to acquire. This astral body is composed of a number of happenings. Something happens to a man, something from his physical and etheric bodies. This occurrence, these proceedings, represent the astral body. We leave our thoughts and ideas behind in the etheric body. But in the astral body is spiritualized light, permeated with the cosmic warmth coming from the power of the love capacity. All this is to be found in the astral body. What is thus present in the astral body can plunge down into the etheric body at the moment of waking. It there gets dammed up and appears as the fabric, the play of a dream. It can also move out again from the physical and etheric bodies, and, forsaking the world of ideas, reappear as the fabric or play of a single dream. It is chiefly the astral body that carries us out of the physical and etheric bodies. This astral body is that being within us which, as I have already said, creates an actual opposition to the laws of nature. From morning to night, from waking to falling asleep, we are involved in the machinery of the laws of nature, which in respect to their part in space and time can be grasped by means of mathematics. When we go to sleep, we press out beyond the fabric of these laws, as also beyond the laws of mathematics. We eliminate mathematics, because our astral body does not contain the dead, abstract mathematics of three-dimensional space. It contains living, spiritually living mathematics, which only apply to a single dimension. I shall have more to say about dimension. It is this astral body which sets us free from our adherence to the laws of nature prevailing between our waking and sleeping. Through our astral body, we are moved into a very different world, the supersensible world. If we wish to represent this diagrammatically, we must say as follows. We move in the realm of the laws of nature while we are awake. But on going to sleep, we set out with our astral body, which was with us in our physical body. In the physical and etheric bodies, our astral body is entirely subject to the laws of nature. In all its movements and actions, it is so thoroughly within these bodies that it lives in the laws of nature. When the astral body leaves the physical and etheric bodies, it dwells in the supersensible worlds and is then subject to a different system of laws. It forms part of these. The astral body becomes quite different. In a sense, it puts on the straitjacket of the nature laws from waking to falling asleep. When it falls asleep, or in other words, makes its way out of the physical and etheric bodies, it moves about in the world of freer lawfulness, which is its own and to which it is adapted. It enters a world, it takes us as human beings into a world, which allows of free movement for the ego, for the real ego organism which now lives in the astral body, and with it left the physical and etheric bodies on going to sleep. The ego is now free in that world into which the astral body has carried it. Every night the ego is set free in a world where the laws of nature no longer hold sway, in which, free from the compulsion of those laws, it can do just what it likes. During our day life, these two principles form an undivided content in the innermost part of our souls. When, in the interval between sleeping and waking, our astral body is freed from the laws of nature, when we are in a world where neither gravitation nor energy nor any of those laws hold good, the road is then open for those moral impulses, which, here below, only exist under the rule of the moral order of the world in which we live between waking and sleeping. In the time between falling asleep and waking, the ego lives in a world where moral laws attain the same force and power as the laws of nature here below. In that supersensible world, the ego is able to prepare something. In that world, in which, during the sleeping time, the ego is free from the laws of nature, it can prepare what it afterward carries out after going through the portals of death. Concerning the way leading from death to a new birth, we shall have more to say in the subsequent lectures. In picture form, in imaginations, which are, however, not brought forward, but exist as impulses of force, the ego can, in the time between going to sleep and waking, make ready the pictures of what it has to carry out in the real world of the spirit after passing through the portal of death, when the moral laws will prevail, as do our natural laws in the physical sense world. Between falling asleep and waking, the ego, set free by the astral body, is engaged in preparing the pictures of what it will have to accomplish between death and a new earth life in the reality of the spirit. So that we can say, the ego is already at work, though only in a germinal state, as a quite tiny spiritual germ, preparing what it will have to do in the spiritual universe after death. In this, which the ego is already working out in pictures during the hours of sleep, lies an indication of what we can carry over from this earth life into the next, not through any laws of nature, but through the moral impulse of the spiritual world. The causality of what we as moral beings have absorbed into ourselves as moral impulses can only be followed out because, in a sense, we place ourselves with a certain psychic obedience under their influence. Because the ego works at these during the hours of sleep, and works further at them between between death and rebirth, these moral impulses attain the same powers as the natural laws here. And they enter the human body, which we shall bear in our next earth life, as our temperament and character, which are wrongly ascribed to mere heredity, but which are already being worked upon during the sleeping time by the ego, when set free by the astral body, not into a world of nature, but into a purely spiritual world. Thus we can see how during sleep man even then prepares his future and makes ready for his next life. What then do dreams show us? They show us the work of the ego during sleep, but they show this in illusionary pictures. In the present earth life, we are not yet able to take in what is now already being woven for our next earth life during the hours of sleep. Dreams can also show us, as I explained at the beginning of this lecture, what we have gone through in former earth lives, and show this in distorted pictures. They may also show in chaotic form what is now being germinally prepared for man's future lives in times yet to come. The right interpretation of dreams leads us, therefore, to recognize that a dream is something like a window through which we must look in the right way, a window into the supersensible world. Behind it lies the fabric of the activity of the ego, which endures from former earth lives to those yet to come. If we interpret dreams in the right way, we are, in a sense, looking through the dream window of the world of the perishable, in which we as earthmen are living, into a permanent world, into eternity, to which we with our real inner human being belong. I shall speak further of this tomorrow. the end of Lecture 4. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 5. We have already gone a little into the question of dreams, and as I said yesterday, although they must not take too prominent a place in ordinary life, they are of immeasurable importance when studying the relation of man to the supersensible world. They actually lead us into that sphere of experience where man touches the supersensible world, and the external laws of nature no longer exist. Thus, the world of dream pictures is really like a veil concealing the spiritual world. Here is man, one might say, and there the veil of dreams. Behind this lies the spiritual world. Now, it makes a great difference whether we enter the spiritual world unconsciously, as is usually the case in ordinary life, or whether we penetrate it consciously by means of imagination and inspiration. In the latter case, everything is seen to be different from what it is in the natural physical world. Above all, behind the veil of dreams, behind that which the Greeks called chaos, the ethical, moral world is seen to be just as real as is the world of nature, the world ruled by natural laws to us here. But the chaotic nature of dreams, their confused topsy-turviness, soon makes us aware that they have a quite peculiar connection with the world behind the veil of chaos. In reality, we could hardly speak of that world at all, unless our considerations had led us as far as the subjects touched upon in yesterday's lecture. What the ordinary consciousness of man allows him to see of the external world is only its outer manifestation, which really is a great illusion. For the spiritual reality at work therein lies behind all that. As a matter of fact, when a man dreams, he dips into this spiritual reality, but without being fully prepared for it, so that what he encounters in the spiritual world is confused and strikes him as being unregulated. Our task must now be to inquire how it is that in his dreams man enters a world which, compared to the natural world, is so disordered and chaotic. To enable us to go further into the consideration of dreams, I must enlighten you a little today as to what can be discerned in the spiritual world through imagination and inspiration. As soon as we enter the spiritual world with full consciousness, through imagination and inspiration, the very first thing that appears is a triad, so that really we can only speak of that world or of our subject, the evolution of the world and of man, at the point we have now reached in our considerations. Only now can I speak of the fact that when man confronts the external world, which is really the spiritual world manifesting physically, he is confronted with a triad. 3 worlds now lie open to him. As soon as we pierce the veil of chaos, we no longer face 1 world, but 3 worlds. And these 3 worlds each have their own quite special relation, their own different connection with man. When we get through the veil of chaos, we perceive 3 worlds. Later on, I shall describe how this emerging from chaos may be regarded as a crossing of the threshold into the spiritual world. In the first place, these 3 worlds are really the one we have just left, which, though seen in a somewhat different form, is nevertheless also there for spiritual existence. When we have pierced the veil, it appears to us as a memory. We've entered a spiritual world. And just as we remember things here, so there too we can remember what is actually the physical sense world. That then is the first world. The second world is that described in my book Theosophy as the soul world, the world of souls. The third and highest of the 3 worlds is the real spiritual world. The third world is the world of the spirit. Many things concerning these 3 worlds will come into your minds because of the relation in which they stand to man. I shall relate man to these 3 worlds, which arise before you in 3 stages, as it were, the lowest, the middle one, and the highest. The first relates to the head, the second to the chest organism and all that is connected with rhythm, the breathing system and the circulation of the blood, and the third to the metabolic system and limbs and all that has to do with the transmutation of substances. For the fact that man takes nourishment, digests his food, and that the digested matter is spread through the body and thus creates movement, shows that here we have to do with the metabolic and limb system. I can diagrammatically draw the middle body as an enclosed circle, leaving the circle of the head open as also that of the metabolic and limb system. This is done intentionally, because to physical sight, man's head appears closed at the top, and if I were drawing this as seen physically, I should have to draw a closed circle. But to spiritual vision, this is not the case, for the head is there seen to be open. That part of man which by no means belongs to the spirit land is the bone system. That is entirely of a physical nature and does not belong to the spiritual. So that if we are contemplating the human head spiritually, the solid skull does not exist at all. Nothing appears to the spiritual vision but the skin with the hair growing from it. Something else besides is seen by spiritual vision. The skull is not there at all, but spiritual hairs, rays, penetrate the skin of man's head, being only slightly hindered by the physical skin. Where the bones are in man, the external spirit can most easily penetrate, and it does so in the form of rays. So therefore, when we observe man with physical eyes and see his physical form, we see it surmounted with a head, and unless he has become bald, we see his hair. And if we could see him spiritually, we should see nothing of the physical man where the skull is convex above. We should see the spiritual world radiating into him with bright and sunny rays. So that to represent our observation of man diagrammatically, we should have to describe a man as physical being, but as spiritual being, he is nothing but numerous radiations projecting inwardly. For this reason, I have not described his head as an enclosed circle, but have left it open above, because it is a fact that the spiritual is able continuously to penetrate the human head, for the reason that it is surmounted by a bony dome. There is nothing in man that is not there for some purpose. The fact that his head is open at the top is, I might say, the result of great deliberation on the part of the cosmic rulership. For what the spirit can most easily allow to enter man comes in through that opening. Through the external bony mask, the spiritual enters the inner being of man. When we are able to observe man spiritually, we are overcome with astonishment on discovering how empty the human head is as regards his real inner being. The head gives least of all to the real inner part of man. As regards the spiritual, man has a hollow ball at the top of his body. All that is spiritual in the head has to enter it from without. This is not the case with the other parts of the human organism. These, as we shall hear later, are spiritual on their own part. We distinguish three different parts in man: the head, the rhythmic system, and the metabolic limb system. These three parts of man's nature are very specially related to the three worlds. Before passing from this feature of the threefold division of man and the threefold division of the world, and the relation of these to one another, it will be well to distinguish the nature and activity of each of these three worlds. I shall therefore describe separately the nature and activity of the spiritual world, the soul world, and the physical sense world. In reality, their nature and activity are one and the same, but their work in the world is carried out in different ways. You will be able to understand this by studying the nature of your own human being. Your arm contains your own substance. If this is not in order to have a pain in some part of it. If this is not in order, you have a pain in some part of it. What is out of order in the substance reveals itself inwardly. If the activity of your arm is out of order, you may perhaps give your fellow man a blow which hurts him. In this case, the activity is out of order. But although the substance and the activity in your arm are one, they manifest outwardly in different ways. We must therefore distinguish a substance as well as an activity in each of the three worlds. There is activity and substance in the spiritual world, soul world, and physical sense world. Now, when we observe the human head, we see that as regards its substance, it is entirely built up out of the physical world. The substance of the head is taken during the embryonic formation from the substance provided by the parents. And the further development of the head comes about as the result of the substance of this earthly material world, which underlies the whole nervous system and senses of the human head. The head is formed of the substance of the physical sense world. On the other hand, all the activity which plastically creates these forms of the human head, all that gives form to the human head through the activity working in the substance, comes wholly and absolutely from the spiritual world. The head, therefore, insofar as the activity is concerned, is entirely formed from the spiritual world. That is why the head must remain open above, spiritually speaking, to admit the spiritual activity. Thus, at every moment of your lives, you can say to yourselves, my head is something which, as regards its substance, is wholly taken from the earth, but it is put together and plastically modeled in a way which could never be done by the forces of earth. The forms of activity of this human head were entirely modeled in the spiritual world. They are, so to speak, heavenly creations. It makes a very deep impression on the spiritual observer when he contemplates the human head in its connection with the cosmos. If, in the course of his spiritual observations, the student directs his gaze to a plant, he says, this plant has a definite form. It has drawn its substance from the earth, but its form comes from the etheric world, from the world of space. If he contemplates an animal, he says, this animal has received the substance of its head wholly from the world of space, but in its activity there is certainly something spiritual. The highest spirituality, however, that which can really be called heavenly, only plays a part in the construction of the head of man. The human head could never have come into being through any earthly forces whatsoever, although its substance is drawn from earthly material. In the human head, which is itself a sort of little cosmos, the spiritual world constructs a form with the substance of earth. Just the reverse is the case as regards the metabolic limb part of man, that part which contains the organs for external movement, the legs, arms, and the organs of digestion, which are the inner continuation of these. I shall, for the present, leave the middle man out of consideration, the rhythmic system, the breathing system, and the circulation of the blood, and shall chiefly consider the digestive and nutritive system, and all the movements going on in man as the result of inner combustion. As far as the substance of this man is concerned, it is in no wise built up from the earth. Strange as it may seem, in your metabolic and limb man you bear within you something which, as regards its substance, is not built up from the earth, but is entirely composed of substance derived from the third world, substance existing in the spiritual world. You may object, but I can see my legs. They are physically visible. If they really consisted of spiritual substance, they would not be physically visible. This objection is quite justifiable, but the following must be taken into consideration. Your real legs are entirely spiritual. Your real arms are entirely spiritual. The substance is sent down into them from your head. The head is the organ that fills the spiritual arms and hands, the spiritual legs and feet with substance. And the spiritual part of the limbs and organs of digestion is simply permeated with that. The substance which comes wholly from the spiritual world is permeated with physical substance coming from the head. That is what makes it so difficult at first to understand through physical science that man consists of head, chest, and limbs, and organs of digestion. People picture it thus: the head is above, situated just where a man who has been beheaded has nothing left at all. That, however, is not the case. As regards its substance, the head is in all parts of a man, even in his great toe. The head sends down its substance into the toes. Primarily, however, the head is composed of earthly substance and passes the earthly substance on to the rest of the body. But the actual substance of the metabolic system and limbs comes only from the spiritual world. If we are able, by means of strong negative autosuggestion, to suggest away a man's head, so that not only in thought but through autosuggestion we really see him as headless, the rest of him disappears too. With the head disappears that which man is, as a physically perceptible being. We must then see the rest psychically and spiritually, if it is apparent at all. For in reality we go about provided with spiritual arms and legs, our head alone being filled and permeated to a certain extent with physical substance. On the other hand, the forces, the activity in every part of the metabolic and limb man are taken from the physical world. When we move an arm or a leg by means of forces of leverage obedient to the laws of mechanics, these forces, and even the chemical processes in the arms and legs or organs of digestion, are all earthly activities. Thus, while we have invisible substances in our limbs, we also have forces drawn from earth existence. As human beings, we are, in regard to our head and the substances within it, of the earth, earthly. But in regard to that same head, we are permeated with heavenly forces. As regards our limbs, we are wholly composed of a substance descended from heaven. But the forces that play in that heavenly substance during the earth life from birth to death are the forces of earth, gravitation and other physical forces of the earth, the chemical forces of the earth. You see that in the head and limbs exactly opposite processes are carried out. The head is composed of earthly substances, while it owes its plastic form to heavenly activities. The limbs of man and his digestive organs are wholly constructed by heavenly organizing. We could not see them at all were they not permeated with earthly substance coming from the head. When a man walks or grasps things with his hands, when he digests, the heavenly substance makes use of the earthly forces with which to carry on this life on earth, from birth to death. Such is the complicated relation of man to the three worlds. The most spiritual of these takes part, as regards its activity, in the head of man, and as regards its substance, it takes part in the third system of man's organization, the metabolic and limb system. The lowest and most physical of the three worlds takes part, as regards its activity, in the metabolic system and movement of man's limbs. As regards its substance, it takes part in his head. On the other hand, the substance of the third part of man's system is wholly and entirely spiritual. In the middle system, that of the breathing and circulation of the blood, spiritual activity and material substance are intermingled. But the spiritual activity which pours through our breathing movements and the movements of our heart is again, to some extent, accompanied by substantiality, as also the substantiality of the earthly being, insofar as it streams into the breathing with the oxygen, is to some extent accompanied by earthly activity. So you see that in the middle man, the second human system, there is a mingling. Both heavenly substance and heavenly activity pour in, as also do earthly activity and earthly substance. Man thereby becomes liable to receive the activity of the middle world as well as its substance. Thus in the middle man there is a great medley. which is the reason that we must have in the middle man that wonderful, perfect rhythmic system, the rhythm of the heart and the rhythm of the lungs in breathing. For all the confused intermingling of substance and activity has to be brought into rhythm, harmonized, and rendered melodious. This can be done because man is so organized. Thus, whereas activity and substance stream from different sources into the head system and the limb system, there flows into the middle system in various ways from all three worlds. From world 1, activity accompanied by substantiality. From world 2, substantiality accompanied by activity. From world 3, pure activity and pure substantiality. When you feel a man's pulse medically, you really feel the adjustment between the heaven soul and the earthly activity and substantiality. When you observe the human breathing, here again, you feel the inward striving to adjust these different agencies, which are in relation to man in his middle being. That then is the relation of man to the three worlds. You will explain that this is a very complicated matter. Certainly, when one has carried a series of lectures to this point, they are, as a rule, thus far comparatively easy to understand. But when it becomes necessary to grasp the relation of man to the cosmos, the audience is very apt to say that the subject is now becoming very difficult to follow, that it is beyond them. Yet, clear, subtle thinking, free from prejudice, such as belongs to healthy human reason, is really able to follow, and for such there is one consolation. When a man actually passes through the veil of chaos, to which I previously alluded, when he enters the threefold world which sends down into the physical world its activity and its substance in so complete a fashion, when, leaving the physical behind, he enters the world in which things are so bewildering, he is warned in the fullest sense of the words. And though I may seem to be speaking symbolically, this really represents a spiritual experience. On entering the spiritual world, he is told, if you do not leave behind you all that you looked upon as your ordinary natural logic and what you regarded as the natural connection of things, it were better not to enter the spiritual world. For there you will have to make use of quite different sequences of ideas, quite different systems, quite different logic. If you still wish to take something of your physical logic into the spiritual world, you will unquestionably fall into utter confusion. Close quote. To the other things which I have already mentioned as necessary for meditation and concentration, this warning must be added, namely, we must not try to carry logic into the spiritual world. That, I might say, is the most significant warning which is given by the power of whom we shall learn more in the subsequent lectures, and whom we may call the guardian of the threshold. That is the warning which the guardian of the threshold gives us as soon as we try to pass through the curtain. When we wish to return into the physical sense world, the guardian again gives us a clear and mighty warning. As earthmen, we must turn back again, or we shall never get away from the events of the spiritual world, and gradually our physical bodies would be left behind to die. We must always return. We must eat and drink in the physical world. That is natural logic. Indeed, we must fulfill the other customs of the day according to that same logic. We must re-enter a world in which things run their daily course according to a quite natural and materialistic logic. For example, a bell calls us to breakfast, luncheon, and dinner. We must return into this natural world. It is, however, necessary that having penetrated into the spiritual world, we should, if we do not want to be in an impossible position, take heed of the second warning given by the guardian of the threshold, who stands at the place where the veil of chaos divides the physical sensible from the spiritual heavenly world. The warning he gives is as follows, quote, not for a single moment of your earth life must you forget that you have been in the spiritual world. Thus only can you go about securely in the physical earth world. during the times you have to abide there." Close quote. Thus, on entering the world, with which man, as I have shown, is connected through the three divisions of his person, we are warned to lay aside everything of the nature of natural logic, to leave that physical vestment at the threshold, and pass across it fully determined to acquire a true spiritual logic, a spiritual mode of thought, and a spiritual sequence of ideas. On returning, we are given just as strict, nay, an even stricter warning, never for a single moment to forget what we have experienced in the spiritual world, which means we must not in our ordinary consciousness yield to physical impulses, but be in all things conscious that it has been laid upon us to carry the spiritual truths into this physical world. As you see, the two warnings are quite different from each other. At the entrance into the spiritual world, the guardian of the threshold says, quote, "During the time of spiritual cognition, forget the physical sense world." Close quote. On leaving the spiritual for the physical sense world, the guardian of the threshold says, quote, "In the physical earth world, never forget, but always remember your experiences in the spiritual heavenly world." Close quote. With respect to this, there is a considerable difference between the humanity of an earlier epoch of man's evolution and present-day man. Those men of whom I spoke as having the old mysteries, either as inspired pupils or as the general humanity of that time, did not pass over from sleeping to waking or from waking to sleeping without becoming aware of the guardian of the threshold in their psychic spiritual instincts. As those men of 3,000 or 4,000 years ago passed from the waking state into the sleep, the picture of the guardian of the threshold arose in their souls as in a dream. They went past him. This picture arose again as they returned from sleep into ordinary life. The warning they received on entering and leaving the spiritual world was not so distinct as it is received by those who now make their way into that spiritual world by means of imagination and inspiration. But they had an experience of having passed the guardian on falling asleep and waking. And this was of a dreamlike nature, as were the rest of their instinctive experiences of the spiritual world. The further evolution of man consisted, as we shall see in the lectures still to be given, in the loss of his psychic spiritual vision, for only thus could he acquire his freedom. The further development of man consists in his having lost that sleeping, dreaming, waking state, which is halfway between sleeping and waking, and during which, as also in the halfway state between waking and sleeping, he was able to see the majestic guardian of the threshold, even though only as in a dream. Today, man passes the guardian both when falling asleep and when waking, but he is not aware of him and disregards his presence. That is why the man of today enters a totally disorganized world of dreams. Just consider in an unprejudiced way in how different a fashion men of the older periods spoke of their dreams, from what is the custom today. Because every morning and every evening, and every time he falls asleep in the afternoon, the man of today twice ignores the guardian. He experiences the disorder and chaos of his dream world, as is apparent in the different configurations of his dreams. Just consider, whenever we cross the threshold, as we do every time we fall asleep, the majestic guardian stands at that threshold. He cannot be ignored, without the result that all we encounter in the spiritual world falls into a state of confusion. This is evident in the metamorphosis that takes place there, when the well-ordered thought of the natural physical world passes into the fabric of the dream. We can observe this clearly in certain dreams. Now, in the physical natural world, we behave as the conditions have taught us to do. Let us take a particular case. A man goes for a walk. Why does he go out walking? Well, in the present day, people living in cities take certain walks because of the experiences they have there. They meet their acquaintances. If such be their tendency, they allow their dresses to be seen by others, by people they do not know as well as by those they do. All these are experiences met with on their walks. These experiences we have through being able to think and imagine with our fellow men, because we are able with our head, or rather with the organization of our head, to say, I think. In the power of I think lies the possibility of having experiences in the external world, such as I have just described. One meets other people. That is an experience for them. One shows one's dresses, or perhaps one's pretty face. The point is what one really experiences. But in the act of seeing other people and letting them see something of us, we have certain feelings. One thing may please us, another not. We thus develop likes and dislikes. We are pleased if the persons we meet on our walk say things with which we agree. We are not pleased if they say something of which we do not approve. We meet that with antipathy. So that what we experience on our walk is entirely connected with opinions actuated by the head through I think. That which the rhythmic man develops as I feel is connected with feeling, with sympathy and antipathy. Thus, because we are also able, in a second part of our being, to say I feel, we accompany with feeling what we experience by reason of what we see in our walk. The third part of man also takes part in this walk if we are wide awake. Here we must touch on certain intimacies of human experience. We have the feeling that it is impossible in our modern civilization to let ourselves be seen by others in an unclothed state, or to go for a walk without clothes. We feel antipathy for the unclothed state, while we are sympathetic to the fully dressed condition. This goes over into the impulses of will. We dress ourselves, and indeed we dress ourselves in a certain way. That is brought about by the will, the third member of man's organization. The fact that we dress ourselves depends on the third part of man. It comes from our being able to say, I will. The act of dressing originates in an impulse of will. I think, I feel, I will. Thus, because we are able to say, I will, we go out for our walk fully clothed. That is the result of I will. All this, in the physical world in which we dwell when awake, is ordained as the result of logic. It is either inculcated into us, or we adapt ourselves to the conditions of life provided externally in the physical world by logic. If we do not do so, something in us must be out of order. If we go out for a walk with nothing on, something must be out of order. The order of the physical world, known as logic, keeps things in their place. We should certainly never wish to meet other people in an unclothed state when we go for a walk. Here there is sequence in our soul experiences, not brought about by ourselves, but by the cohesion of the world. This is the result of the three, I think, I feel, I will, being in connection with one another. The world does that. The external world causes us to set up this connection between thinking, feeling, and willing. Now, if we cross the threshold without having observed the guardian of the threshold, we are confronted with the three worlds and cannot, at first, find our bearings in them. That is partly because we carry over into the other, the spiritual world, that to which we are here accustomed, and partly because the order of that world makes itself felt. And the following occurs. Suppose you are asleep in bed, with your feeling part with the middle part of man. You take part in this sleeping condition. The clothes may fall off, and a part of your body become chilled. This comes through into your dream consciousness, because that part of your body is unclothed. Now, because you cannot find your bearings in the spiritual world, and you are not able to connect this with one part only of your body, but relate it to the whole world, it expands into the feeling, I am naked. Perhaps the clothes may have only slipped off a part of your body, but you are a little chilly in that part, and you feel that you are naked. But now, you have just been occupied in your dream with the impulse of will. you would have were you awake. If I am naked, I must put on some clothes. And in your sleep you feel, I cannot put my clothes on. I am being prevented from doing so. That is because you cannot move your limbs, and this enters your dream consciousness. You see, because you have lost your bearings, and the physical world is no longer there to connect the two things together, and because the one belongs to world 2 and the other to world 1, you connect them wrongly. The night you dream that you go for a walk, you add these experiences to the other. They come up separately in your dream consciousness. 3 separate conditions appear. I am taking a walk, I am unclothed, and this is very obnoxious to me, and I cannot put on my clothes. Now just think, these 3 things, which in the ordinary materialistic physical life can be logically connected, are divided and have no connection if you have passed the guardian of the threshold without perceiving him. In world 1, physical, the walk. In world 2, psychic or soul, the state of nakedness. In world 3, spiritual, the feeling that you cannot dress yourself, that it is quite impossible to do so. And now you feel yourself in a threefold condition in the following situation. You are among strange people in a state of nakedness. You are exposed to all eyes. You are quite unable to put your clothes on. All this you experience in your dream. The dream divides what in ordinary life would be logically connected. And you connect this chaotically, according to the habits you have carried over the threshold, as though things were the same in the spiritual world, as though one could be naked there, and so on. If you pass the guardian without being aware of him, you carry the habits of the physical into the spiritual worlds. You connect the 3 worlds together in a chaotic way, according to the usages and laws of the physical world, and feel yourself in the above-mentioned situation. The essential point in numberless dreams is that the moment we pass the threshold, not having heeded the warning of the guardian, all that here in the natural physical world is felt and perceived as unity in harmony, as harmonious unity, separates, and we are confronted with 3 worlds. By the faithful observation of the warning given by the guardian of the threshold, we should be able to unite them again. The dreams of present-day man bring him face to face with 3 worlds, which he, as modern man, seeks to unite according to the laws of physical and natural existence. And this brings about the disordered connection within these 3 worlds, in which man now is. The above does not so much apply to the men of earlier epochs, as can be seen by the dreams recorded in the Old Testament, but rather to the dreams of modern man. So you see that even dreams can show us the serious fact that the moment we cross the threshold of the spiritual world, we are immediately confronted with 3 worlds, and that we must both enter and leave these 3 worlds in the right way. Through dreams, modern man can learn much that is characteristic of the present physical sense world, as also of the other, the spiritual soul world. We shall speak further of these matters tomorrow. The end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 6. Yesterday I endeavored to explain that the confusion of our dreams arises from the fact that man, either unconsciously or semi-consciously, leaves the physical sense world and crosses the so-called threshold, and while asleep, passes over into the supersensible, the spiritual world. On entering this, he is confronted with 3 worlds: the memory of the ordinary physical world, the soul world, and the actual spiritual world. The experiences, both inner and outer, which we have in ordinary existence in our earth life, are composed of the revelations of all 3 worlds. But these divide up when we enter the supersensible world in sleep. What we then experience is thus not related to the right world, and this creates the illusion, the delusion, which the ordinary memory consciousness experiences in dreams. The imaginative consciousness does not merely see the dream, it looks at it from without. When, in physical space, we gaze at a distant point, we are, by means of imagination, looking at something present in time. We do not only remember what we have dreamt, but we look at what is being dreamt. Thus only do we gain a right concept of dreams, and we recognize that our dreams are only interpreted aright when they are not supposed to relate to the naturalistic physical world, but to their connection with the spiritual world, and in most cases to the moral world. The dream does not signify what it expresses if its contents are interpreted physically, but it does if we interpret its contents morally and spiritually. The dream I alluded to yesterday, for instance, is an example of dream confusion, in which one finds oneself walking out in a nude state among crowds of people and suffering agonies of shame. I drew your attention to the fact that because we are confronted with three worlds, this affects the whole attitude of our soul in the dream consciousness. If we regard such a dream in the right way, we see that it reveals a content which appears physical, but really seeks to reveal in the physical something spiritual and moral. Anyone having such a dream should not dwell upon the direct cause of the dream, as seen in consecutive physical pictures, but should rather ask himself, have I, perhaps, in my day consciousness, sometimes a tendency not to give a true inward impression of myself to others? Have I, perhaps, the habit of clothing myself too much in garments of conventionality, and of disguising myself in all sorts of ways by doing what is customary to do in the outer world? Have I the peculiarity of not revealing my inner being in all honor, but giving a false impression? If a man thinks along these lines, he will gradually come to the moral, spiritual interpretation of dreams. He does not relate what he sees to the natural world, which I described yesterday as being below. He relates it to the world I then described as above, the spiritual world. He says to himself, when I passed into the supersensible world during sleep, I was approached by spiritual beings, inhabitants of the supersensible world, who told me I ought not to clothe myself in false, untrue garments, but to show myself as I really am inwardly, as human being, as soul and spirit. If a dream is interpreted in this way, we can arrive at its moral, spiritual truth, and a great number of dreams can be thus interpreted. Men of an earlier epoch of human development, on going to sleep, became aware in their dreamlike imagery of the guardian of the threshold and respected the warning given by him not to carry into the spiritual world what lives in the physical sense world. If they had dreamt of themselves as walking naked in the streets, it would never have occurred to them to interpret that as anything to be ashamed of, for that would only apply to the physical world and the physical body. They would have been guided by the warning that what applies to the physical world does not hold good in the spiritual world. What appears in the spiritual world is what the gods say to men, and must be accepted as the utterance, the revelation of the gods. The naturalistic interpretation of dreams only came about in the course of the evolution of humanity. Or, let us take another case, that of a dream which very frequently occurs. A man dreams he goes along a certain path and comes to a wood. After a little time, he notices he has lost his way and can proceed no further. He tries to press on, but reaches a place where the path comes to an end, and there is nothing but trees. He feels a certain inner disquietude. Now, in his ordinary consciousness, he would very likely simply interpret this dream according to its content. But if it were interpreted in oblivion of its natural connections, the spiritual world would disclose the fact that the sense of being lost, in reality, refers to the man's own thoughts. But in our waking consciousness, We do not like to admit the confusion of our thoughts, or how often it occurs that they reach a point beyond which they cannot get and constantly revolve in a circle. This is a peculiarity common to many persons in our present civilization. They believe they think clearly, but dance around in a circle with their thoughts, either around something conventional and external, round the actions they construct in their thought, or something else. Of course, in his ordinary consciousness, man is not really able to be aware of this. The dream presents in consecutive physical images a revelation of what he really is in this respect. Spiritual beings reveal it in the dream. If a man has a dream experience of that nature and takes it in the right way, his knowledge of self will be greatly augmented. Many people also have the following peculiarity. They give way to what appeals to their instincts and desires. It is sympathetic to them to do certain things, but they do not admit that it is agreeable to their dreams, to their feeling, and their sense of comfort. They find something or other which appeals to them as agreeable and pleasant, and in their ordinary consciousness they interpret this as something which they must do for anthroposophical, occult, or esoteric reasons, that it comprises a high mission, and so on. Much that thus surges and holds sway in the depths of the human-animal life is concealed by such self-justification that very frequently happens in life. I think I'll read that last line again if I missed it. Much that thus surges and holds sway in the depths of the human-animal life is concealed by such self-justification that very frequently happens in life. The dream, which selects its sense images in the higher worlds for the purpose of revealing what has sway over a man, even in his soul and spirit nature, may take the form of the dreamer being pursued by wild beasts from which he tries in vain to escape. We cannot reach the right psychic moral interpretation of such a dream by considering its physical content, but by regarding it as self-knowledge, as a warning to investigate the inner truths of our own being, and consider whether they do not resemble the animal instincts, though perhaps but faintly, rather than what we like to conjure up as our ideals. Thus, in many different ways, our dreams may serve as warnings to awaken us from illusion. If rightly interpreted and not related to the lower but to the higher world, our dreams may really serve as admonishers in human life. It will then be seen that man really can, by means of conscious imagination, realize that his dreams, which of course, even to imaginative cognition, show themselves at first in sensely imagery, become entirely transformed into moral, spiritual occurrences. So we see that dreams are able to lead even the ordinary consciousness into the spiritual world, but they must be interpreted aright. I have already said that when we raise ourselves into the spiritual world through imagination, we are no longer in the same disposition of soul as here in our physical earthly existence, in which, for example, I stand here and the table there is outside me. There is here a physical division between myself and the table. But the moment I ascend into the spiritual worlds, that division no longer exists. It is then no longer a case of my standing here and the table there, for my whole being would extend over the table, which would absorb me into itself. In the spiritual world, we immerse ourselves in the things we perceive. Thus, what we experience in our dreams, or experience consciously in imaginations, must not simply be related to our inner being. For when we speak of what lives and weaves in dreams, we can say with the poet, in the sense of spiritual science, quote, "The world is but the fabric of a dream," close quote. The world is not composed of atomic activity, as science believes, but of what I have described as the Greek chaos, the weavings of our dreams, our weavings in conscious imagination. These are subjective-objective, not purely subjective. In this dream weaving can be found the explanations of many of the conditions existing in the world. If we examine a seed, for example, we ought not to try to account for it according to the laws of physics or chemistry. A scientist who only perceives the physical and chemical laws in a seed or an embryo may give an explanation of them, but within them nature dreams. Underlying them is what weaves and lives in dreams. Consider the seed of a plant. Dreams weave and move within it. The intellect, which only studies the laws of nature, cannot enter there. We must penetrate that with the human force which otherwise dwells in dreams or in conscious imagination. Now, something of the nature of what lives in the seed lives in our whole organism throughout our earth existence. Therefore, in our human organism, we must not only seek for the action of chemical and physical forces, but when we contemplate the physical being of man with his external physical contours, we must not regard him as that which dwells in the earthly physical world of sense. For behind the man, we find something else, which cannot be seen by physical eyes or heard by physical ears, but which can be perceived by imaginative cognition, and also experienced in dreams as unconscious imagination. Nature dreams in the whole body of man. She does not think as man thinks with his intellect. She dreams. And from her dreams comes the guidance of our powers of digestion and our forces of growth. All these are directed from out of our dreams. That is why when we look back in earth life, we start chiefly from our own epoch. What shall we call this age of ours? We can name it after a single one of its signs and call it the age of the typewriter. Starting backward from the age of the typewriter, we come to the age when printing first began. Then going further back still, we come to the Roman age, to the Greek, and finally to the Oriental age, in which the Vedas are to be found. Beyond that, we have no external records. Notwithstanding the many treasures excavated and discovered in the tombs of kings, there is a time when outer records fail, to which we must travel back through mere imaginative and inspirational spiritual cognition. We then reach a boundary behind which, for the ordinary consciousness, lies the past as something indefinite, as sleep lies behind the dream. And indeed, if we go back into the evolution of time and world, we come to this dream veil, which we can experience every night in sleep. If we approach this with conscious imagination, the more distant past gleams behind in spiritual fashion. But it appears different to the world we recognize with our intellect and by means of ancient records. The distant past of the development of the world, which lies behind the dream veil, shows man in direct union with divine spirits, being himself still a divine soul being. And the divine spiritual beings, whose destiny did not lead them to take embodiment on the earth, were there embodied together with man, who was awaiting his earthly embodiment. Thus, when we look back historically to this veil of chaos, to this dream veil in the distant past, behind the millennia of which I have spoken in the last few days, we perceive a direct spiritual intercourse of the still spiritual soul in man, with the man who was to live completely on the earth. We shall now see how these things, which are connected with the development of mankind, are also connected with cosmic evolution. Where inspired imagination can perceive this veil in a far distant past, we can see how even in cosmic evolution, of which we shall speak more fully, the moon separates from the earth, which was formerly one with it. The moon splits off and goes out into cosmic space to circle round the earth. We look back to the dream veil, to the veil of imagination, and behind that we find the earth still united with the moon, and men holding direct intercourse with divine spiritual beings. We find how just at the time when the veil appears in retrospective observation in the imagination, occurs an important cosmic event. The moon separates from the earth in a very different form and goes out into cosmic space as an independent cosmic body, so that we look back to an earthly, human, and cosmic evolution, in which the earth was still united with the moon. But even then, man was already there, though in a spiritual, psychic condition. However far back we look, we can find no epoch in cosmic evolution in which we do not find the beginnings of man. From the standpoint of spiritual science, we cannot say the earth evolved for millions of years in an inorganic way with lower beings alone, and then man came into existence. For no matter how far back we investigate, we still find man, in other forms of which we have still to speak, always connected with that cosmic evolution to which we can ascend, which lies beyond the chaos veil of dreams, beyond the veil of conscious imagination, and which appears as the divine spirituality of the cosmos. If, as I have just said, we look at a germ or an embryo, imaginative cognition discerns therein a sort of weaving dream existence. We see that something real in itself, but resembling dream pictures, rules the substance in the germ or embryo. Anyone able to perceive the spiritual part of the world will find the spiritual everywhere, though in manifold forms, for the spiritual is particularly subject to the greatest variety of transformations. When we have thoroughly grasped the fact that a world of dreaming and weaving is the ruling element in the germ of a plant and the embryo of an animal, we are quite justified in asking what takes place in the apparently lifeless mineral world. When we look out of our windows here at Penmanmar or walk along its streets, we see the bare mountains, the apparently lifeless world, and the question comes into our minds: if a dream life rules in the plant germ, what happens to the expanse of rocks and mountains spread out before our gaze? What happens to all the lifeless matter which composes the ground on which our feet tread in the physical world? If we can discover in the plants a spiritual element which, with comparative ease, engages the substance in a dreamlike weaving, we can, with imaginative cognition, also discern a spiritual element in the rocky masses, a spiritual element having a concrete, separate existence. This, however, we find does not consist of a dreamlike life, but of a condition of deep sleep. When you gaze at the mountains here, you must not think of a general state of slumbering haziness, but must conceive of concrete, separate beings, spiritual beings asleep in the mass of rocky substance. Later on we shall see how these spiritual beings came into existence through the breaking away of higher spiritual beings, beings possessing a higher state of consciousness. They cast off these other beings, who in their present condition of life possess only a sleeping consciousness, and these sleeping elementary beings are asleep in all parts of the lifeless world outside. Thus, when we walk over these rocky hills, we should be conscious of the fact that in the ground beneath our feet there is a spiritual weaving, a spiritual life of separate, concrete spiritual beings. If we follow the sleep of the spiritually weaving forms in the lifeless world, we become aware that there is a certain mood in this sleep of the elemental beings. Imagination discloses the fact that a certain mood prevails in them. We recognize in the mood of these elemental beings of the mountains and rocks and the ground on which we tread something akin to what we feel when we are in an attitude of expectation, of really waiting for something. Thus the weaving and living of such soul and spirit, going on in the apparently lifeless rocky masses, is permeated by an attitude of expectant waiting. Inspiration, and more particularly intuition, if we transport ourselves into the inner part of these beings, teaches us that they are waiting their waking, their waking into a state of dream. All that we see in the mountains around us is waiting for the time when it shall be able to dream. the time when, in dream consciousness, it shall be able to take possession of the earth's substance, now crushed into lifeless matter, and once again charm forth the plant nature as embryonic germ from these rocks and mountains visible to us. These beings in particular display to our soul life a wonderful magic in nature, a creating out of spirituality. Thus our walks abroad among the rocks or across such mountains as these, if guided by true cognition and not by a mere imagery, may reveal to us, in the physical light reflected from the rocks, a manifestation of sleeping elemental nature beings, who will presently reach the dreaming stage and later arouse to full waking life, and someday become pure spiritual beings. The physical substance of the plants is still of such a nature that the spiritual dream weaving is able to penetrate it. This substance is in course of crumbling away. When we look back through imagination and inspiration, we see that all lifeless matter has arisen from living substance. Let us note this, but for the very reason that it is lifeless, the spiritual sleep is intermingled with it, and remains therein until it is able to awake to the dream state and lead a cosmic embryonic life. The different parts of the earth, the different localities, show each in a different way this sleeping of these spiritual beings, in the mountains and in the solid surface of the earth. In regions such as this, for instance, we can say that the sleep of the beings awaiting their future is different from that of those in various other parts of the world. Here in Penmanmar, we have a region where, on account of the particular configuration, the particular form assumed by the strong substance, these sleeping beings are able to penetrate through to the forms of the air. Indeed, they can even weave themselves into the light, which is far from being the case in other parts of the earth. Thus, if we do not merely take the material atmosphere into consideration here in Penmanmar, but also consider the ruling of the psychic atmosphere, which permeates the air as the human soul, the human body, we find the soul part of the atmosphere different here from what it is elsewhere. I will elucidate this by means of an example. Suppose you try, by means of imaginative cognition, to set up an imagination and keep it before you. It may be more or less easy, according to the region you may be in, to hold it in your consciousness. In some parts of the world it can be held longer, in others it melts away at once. Here, however, the imagination remains intact for a remarkably long time. It can therefore grow into an intensely vivid picture. The Druids and people of like nature sought out regions such as this for their temples and holy places, regions possessing the quality that there the imaginations are not immediately dispersed like clouds dissolving one into another, but remain steady for some time. It is therefore quite comprehensible that regions such as Penmanmar were sought out as holy places by the Druids, even in comparatively recent times. They always realized that it was not so difficult here to hold the imaginations. Of course, everything has its light and shadow side, and for the very reason that the imaginations stand so firmly, inspiration is more difficult to attain. But when attained, it is the more forceful. Therefore, what is to be said out of the spiritual world pours in here with greater intensity, but is more difficult to put into words. It is weightier. Thus, in a spiritual respect, it is quite possible to note differences in different parts of the world. One might take a map and paint in one color those places in which unimaginative consciousness can more easily hold the imaginations firmly, and those in which they soon disappear might be painted a different color. That would make a very interesting map of the earth. We should have to paint Penmanmar a very intense color to represent what governs the psychic atmosphere, a radiant, luminous, ardent color. I really believe that the persons taking part in this conference may be able to feel something of what I might call an esoteric mood of an elemental origin. It comes in through the windows. We encounter it along the roads. It is present here in a very different way from what we find elsewhere. For that reason, I am immensely grateful to those friends who selected this from among the many places where such a course as this might have been held. I am enormously grateful to them for having chosen a place where the esoteric mood meets us in the very street. It can be found elsewhere, but not so easily, not met with face to face. Therefore, this course, from the point of view just mentioned, will hold a particularly beautiful place in the whole evolution of the anthroposophical movement. By means of descriptions such as those given, it will be seen that between the physical sense world and the spiritual supersensible world, there lies a boundary, which is rightly called the threshold of the spiritual world. In various ways, I have drawn attention to the fact that this threshold must be crossed, and this will be gone into more minutely later. But you will already have gathered from these lectures that in older times of the evolution of humanity, this crossing was different from what it is at the present historical moment. In former times, men could cross the threshold in a different way, because they then possessed a dreamlike consciousness even in the day, and they thereby possessed what I might call a more intensive consciousness of the supersensible. They passed the dweller on the threshold in the manner described, in a semi-conscious, dreamlike way, between going to sleep and waking. The transition which I still have to define is a transition from the older, less free condition to a humanity which is becoming more and more free. The lack of freedom, the action of external forces acting on the will, was connected with the fact that every time man went to sleep and awoke, he became to some extent aware of the guardian of the threshold, who stood there as an admonisher. That unfree condition has now passed into one in which vision into the spiritual world has vanished from present-day consciousness, but men have thereby become more and more free. This forms one of the principles of human progress. It can therefore be said that because in the course of their evolution men had to be led to freedom, they lost much that of old came to them from the spiritual world. What was thus lost must now be regained, along the paths which anthroposophy is able to point out, now in the historical moment when the striving to regain this must commence. Relics inherited from older times, when human beings bore a different relationship to the supersensible world, are still to be found among all sorts of people today. Therefore, in the consciousness of persons completely under the influence of the forces of intellectualism, there is a clearly defined boundary between what they experience in the sense world and what lies above in the world of the spirit. This is so sharply defined that the most advanced minds of the present day refuse to admit the possibility of man's transcending it. Now, I have already mentioned, when I sketched out the paths leading into the supersensible world, that the threshold can be crossed, and that man can enter that world with full consciousness. But there are still old inherited faculties, remaining from the time when man entered it more by instinct, more unconsciously. He then bore within him, during his day consciousness, more of what came from the spiritual world, and there are heritages of that time still at work in man's present stage of evolution. These are of such a nature that we must above all learn to understand them by means of spiritual cognition. For if they are not rightly understood, they can be misinterpreted in various ways. In this respect, error may prove very dangerous. I must therefore take the opportunity offered by these lectures, which are intended to deal with the evolution of the world and of humanity, of discussing this question connected with the threshold, in which that which of course was natural to an older humanity still prevails at the present day. Let me read this sentence again. I must therefore take the opportunity offered by these lectures, which are intended to deal with the evolution of the world and of humanity, of discussing this question connected with the threshold, in which that which of course was natural to an older humanity still prevails at the present day, and which, if not dealt with from a sufficiently lucid knowledge of the subject, may lead into dangerous illusions. To the ordinary consciousness, anything pertaining to the threshold between the sensible and the supersensible worlds is of the nature of a vision. In these visions, as in a kind of hallucination, which can, however, be more or less controlled, may appear pictures of a definite form, colored and even audible. These at first present themselves to the consciousness as not corresponding to anything external. Their real content may not be of such a nature, but external things bear no resemblance to what is seen in such an inner vision. All the impressions of our daily life are caused by external objects, of which we bear an image, however shadowy, within us. And man is fully conscious of the connection between the shadowy picture concepts within him and the outside world. The vision at first appears independent. It gives the impression of having reality of its own. Man is then, owing to the condition of the soul, unable to form a true opinion of the reality or value of the picture that thus presents itself, without any action on his part. At the point we have now reached in these lectures, the first question that arises is, what is the cause of visions? Well, visions arise because man still has the inner capacity of carrying over into the waking world what he experiences in sleep, and to draw into his concepts what he has perceived externally by means of his senses. Whether I look at a clock, which has an outer physical existence, and form an inner picture of it, or whether I experience in sleep the configuration of the country as the inner reality of something external, these two occurrences are, in a certain respect, different. The difference consists in the fact that I control the one, and so am able to shade it off and level it, whereas I am not master of the other. There I do not carry something pertaining to the present into my conceptual life, but something experienced in a previous sleep, perhaps some time ago when my soul was outside the body, and of this I form a vision. In olden times of man's evolution, when the relation to the physical and spiritual was regulated by instinct, such visions were quite natural occurrences. In the course of the progress of humanity, they have become what they now are, quite uncontrolled and illusionary. It must be clearly understood that when the man of today goes into the spiritual world in sleep, and there experiences something, and returns on waking into the physical world, he does not hear the warning voice of the guardian saying, quote, "You must take note of all you experience in the spiritual world and carry it back with you into the physical world," close quote. If we could do this, we should know the real content of the vision. But if it appears without such knowledge, without our knowing how it has been carried over and what it was we brought, we have nothing to help us and are entangled in illusion as regards the illusionary experience. It can therefore be said, visions arise as the result of man having carried the sleep experiences of which he is unconscious into his everyday life, which then forms them into concepts much more satisfying and richer in content than the ordinary shadowy ones. Man brings these over, and they become living, colored, audible visions. Another kind arises through man carrying over into his sleeping life the feelings belonging to physical life. If he carries these into his open sleep life, carries them, so to speak, into the open sea of his life of sleep, he will be warned and prevented from doing anything foolish. If the sleep be very light, as is more often the case in ordinary life than we suppose, for we often sleep a little while we are walking along, and we really ought to note these tiny periods of sleep, our everyday feelings are carried across the threshold. Then arise those shadowy feelings, which make us feel in a sense aware of something coming in the future, either connected with ourselves or someone else. Premonitions come about in the following way. If we carry our waking day experiences into our sleeping experiences, visions arise. But if we unconsciously, having disregarded the warning of the guardian, bring back across the threshold the experiences of sleep, premonitions arise in consequence of our being in a very light, unnoticed sleep, believing ourselves to be awake. But this lies so far below our consciousness that we are not aware of it. We are, of course, always in connection with the whole cosmos, and if we were to become aware of this, we should become aware of many things. If we carry over in periods of light sleep what we experienced here in the world of sense, then arise what are called premonitions. Now you see that through the old inherited powers, which are survivals of an older evolution, but which man can still experience, he stands below the threshold with his vision, and above with his premonitions. Or he may stand exactly on the threshold without being aware of the guardian of the threshold, and such moments may come to pass. And in these, man is, as it were, inwardly under a spell. This, however, is not a happy expression, for I do not mean that this in the usual sense, but only with reference to a peculiar state of the soul. If he thus stands at the threshold so that he still feels, in a sense, what pertains to the physical world, while already feeling what pertains to the supersensible world, he experiences what is very common in certain localities, deuteroscopia, or second sight. That is experienced on the threshold in a semi-conscious state. We may therefore say, the old heritages consist of phenomena which either appear in a lowered state of consciousness as visions on this side of the threshold, on the other side as premonitions, or at the threshold itself as second sight. I shall speak more fully on these three domains in tomorrow's lecture, and from thence will go on to speak of those worlds which are but dimly indicated through visions, premonitions, and second sight, but which, through a more modern cognition, must now be made completely clear to an enhanced consciousness. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 7. In the life of man, the supersensible and the physical worlds are in constant interplay, and I have already mentioned extreme cases in which both worlds, or indeed all three worlds, cooperate without man, by means of his own development, doing anything to bring it about. We shall today discuss some examples of this intermingling of the different worlds, and to begin with, I intend to speak of some types of ordinary sleepwalkers, or moon wanderers, then of types of men of the Jakob-Böhme order, and finally of the Swedenborg type. These three types are so related to one another that each one can be regarded as indicating, by means of a cosmic experiment, the connection of the evolution of humanity with that of the cosmos. I want to draw your attention to this. When we consider these three types, as they pass to and fro from the spiritual world, with a certain disregard of the guardian, we find that each one perceives the supersensible world in a different way. The activity of the sleepwalker, for instance, is not the same in the spiritual world as though it proceeded from imaginative, inspirational, or intuitive cognition. This is because when one goes into that world, as everyone does unconsciously whenever he goes to sleep, one finds everything different from what it is here in the physical world. I have already mentioned this. There are, above all, three properties in the supersensible world which are utterly opposed to any belonging to the physical world. They differ so completely as regards all that a man is accustomed to consider true, right, and healthy, that it is not possible for one holding the present earthly ideas concerning the soul and body to be transported straightway into that world. That is why I so strongly emphasized in my books on initiation the necessity for the right preparation before entering the spiritual world. Everything is there described in such a way that if a man follows the instructions given, he will in every respect be prepared to enter the supersensible world in the right way. But the three types of which I am about to speak have not been thus prepared. Rather have they been guided to the spiritual world by their destiny. And this karma safeguards them from danger of any kind. Indeed, through this karma of theirs, mankind as a whole is made acquainted with certain things which can otherwise only be known through imaginative, inspirational, and intuitive cognition. In the first place, there is no such thing as gravitation in the spiritual supersensible world. When in that world, really within it, we are not in the ponderable, but in the imponderable. The first experience, in quotes, a man has when he enters that world in full consciousness is that of feeling the ground give way beneath his feet, and he feels he can only remain in any given place through an inner strength of his own. You must therefore picture this feeling, which must indubitably come to one who really wants to enter the spiritual world, as resembling what you would feel here in the physical world if a demon pulled away the ground from beneath your feet, and you were no longer subject to the law of gravitation, but were free in cosmic space, maintaining yourself therein by your own strength. The second experience in the supersensible world is the cessation of what we know here in the physical world as sense perception. To put it briefly, we may say that light ceases and we are plunged in darkness. This, of course, is but a limited way of putting it, for the blind, too, have this experience here on earth, though they still have the other sense perceptions. Science, in dealing with the spirit, often puts under the heading of light that which is both light and color, that which is both audible and perceptible to the sense of touch, and that which is perceived as a sense of warmth. All this is non-existent in the supersensible world. And we can simply give an indication of what this implies by using an expression indicative of a sense experience familiar to most people. It is getting dark. The light is going. The third experience in the spiritual world, for which we must develop a feeling of energy, is that of finding a void instead of fullness. Here in the sense world we have everywhere objects which we can touch. If we touch nothing, we still have the air in which we dwell. Everywhere is fullness. In the spiritual world, instead of fullness, there is everywhere emptiness, void. Thus we can say here in the physical sense world rules the ponderable, that which in a physical sense is luminous, as are all our sense impressions, and we also have fullness. But in the spiritual world rules the imponderable, the darkness, which we must ourselves enlighten with the light developed within us as we evolve, and the emptiness which we must ourselves fill with the living essence that we absorb when, through initiation, we transport ourselves into other spiritual beings, and thus fill the void as regards our higher consciousness. When his instinctive destiny drives a man from the region of ponderable substances, in which rule the laws of gravitation, into that ruled by the imponderable, forces outside the earth take possession of him. When man walks about on the earth, as also when he lies down, he is always subject to the laws of gravitation. But if, for a few moments, he is lifted out of this sphere, he encounters a counter-thrust, an opposing force to that of gravitation. He becomes aware of a force within him, which draws him away from the earth, instead of fastening him down to it. This proceeds from the reflected light of the moon. Thus here on earth man walks about, and in his normal life is subject to the forces of attraction of the earth. When he walks about on earth in his normal life, he is subject to the earth's gravitation. He is held firmly to the earth. If through his karma, which is then connected with the nature forces holding sway within him, the earth's gravitation at certain brief periods of his life withdraws from him, the moon forces then begin to work as opposing forces, as anti-gravitation. When these begin to work in a man, he then begins to walk in his sleep. He is then subject to the forces which hold sway in his physical and etheric bodies, and are related to those forces which are not only reflected in the light of the moon, but are also reflected in company with many other forces, also coming from the moon to the earth. These forces attract man. They continually try to tear him away from the earth. And at such times as he comes into the sphere of influence of the anti-gravitation influences of the moon, working in opposition to the earth forces, he may become a sleepwalker, a somnambulist. The forces then ruling in man are very different from the normal earth forces. This, however, only applies to the humanity of the present day. These forces, which are now abnormal, and which you can only observe in the somnambulist, were quite normal at other epochs of the earth's development. If you call a sleepwalker by his earthly name when he is walking on the roof under the influence of the moon forces, because at other epochs of the earth men were not given names in the way they are given today, nor a like kind of name, he falls at once back into the region of the earth forces. Thus, one is able to perceive the real facts of the case. One sees the normal man of today and realizes that in him rule what unites man with the earth forces of today. As soon, however, as a man enters the sphere of the moon evolution, he behaves as though he were actually living in the astral world, and no longer on earth in the physical sphere. Only the astral mingles with the physical. It makes use of his physical body. What thus presents the astral in a physical way was once upon a time moon evolution. What still reminds us, in the physical, of that astral activity was once upon a time a world evolution, the moon evolution, and will someday exist again. Then, however, man will be able in full consciousness to walk steadily on crooked surfaces, just as the flies can walk up vertical walls. It points to what will come about in the future, to the Jupiter evolution. Thus, if we understand the sleepwalker aright, we can study in the physical image thus presented to us, as though nature herself showed us by means of an example, what we ourselves went through during the moon existence, though not, of course, clothed in physical, but in an infinitely finer substance, and what we shall experience again when, in a future evolution, the Jupiter evolution, we shall have learned in full and clear consciousness to be masters of our physical substance. The sleepwalker points both to a past and a future cosmic development. In this connection, we are referring to those who may be called moon men. These are those who, at certain moments of their lives, may become sleepwalkers. Now, if what the sleeper does during his night wanderings, moving about without regard to gravitation and the imponderable, is carried out spiritually in full consciousness, retaining at the same time the power of keeping quite still, we may say that whereas the sleepwalker obeys the stimulus of the moon forces and surrenders unconsciously to these, carrying out every movement to which he is impelled, the student who enters in conscious exact clairvoyance can hold each one of such movements back and not move at all. Through being able to control every impulse to movement, carrying none of them out, they become transformed into intuitions. Thus, conscious intuition, the highest development of exact clairvoyance, consists in withholding what a man who obeys his instincts must carry out in sleepwalking, because he gives way to these forces and cannot help following them entirely. The man who transmutes them does not obey the physical moon forces, but holds them back within himself, and thereby attains a corresponding devotion to the spiritual. He attains intuition. It is therefore really a very good plan, on the one hand, to study the relation of man to the evolution of the cosmos by studying these moon men, and on the other to study those who are, I might say, exactly the opposite of the sleepwalkers, the exact clairvoyants. Thus, if the sleepwalkers, the moon seekers, are instinctive, the exact clairvoyant, intuitive seers are those who are able to attain quietude and are firm in their resistance to the moon powers. That is what is disclosed to us at this point concerning the relation of man to the cosmos. The second of the types I am describing today is that of Jakob Böhme. His whole nature was so constituted that at certain moments of his life, by reason of a natural destiny or karma, he could have before him, in a complete state of wakefulness, instead of the sunlit world, the darkness of space. From what I have already said, you will understand that this not only refers to darkness in contradistinction to light, but also to the negation of all the powers of the senses. During certain states of his life, Jakob Böhme might have before him darkness instead of light, silence, stillness instead of world-creative tones, and instead of warmth, immunity to warmth, or indeed cold, what might be called anti-warmth. When these states to which Jakob Böhme was subject at certain moments of his life, without himself realizing them as such, are investigated from the spiritual side through inspiration, we find that at such times, instead of sun-illumined space, he was faced with absolute darkness. Men who are subject to these conditions, of which they are not conscious, and in which they still feel themselves to be living in the sun-illumined world, while they are really in a light sleep, possess what is known as second sight. Jakob Böhme possessed a very high degree of second sight, but this was so developed in him that he did not make use of it so much for earthly things as for an investigation into the constitution of the whole earth. What then was his view of the world? Where other people see the sunlight, Jakob Böhme had no external feeling at the point where the visual rays cross when we focus our sight on a distant object or one near at hand. Nor had he any external feeling behind the point where we place the right hand over the left. But he then felt the intervention of his own self so that it acted like a wall. He had before him the darkness, the negation of the senses. You must form a clear concept of what this implies. There is something in the physical world which absolutely corresponds with this. If you look into a mirror, you do not see what is behind it. You only see what is in front of it. The same thing holds good spiritually for one who has the vision of Jakob Böhme. What he sees before him is spiritual, because the darkness behind it acts as the mirror, in which he sees the reflection of the spiritual background. He sees the earth world reflected in its spirituality. If you belonged to the Jakob Böhme type, you would, at certain moments of your life, look into the darkness. And because you not only looked into it, but also it reflected back the spirituality that lives in the earth life, you would be thus enabled to see the spiritual constitutions of the earth and what goes on in it. Jakob Böhme possessed very powerful second sight. Another person might, at certain moments of his life, see the darkness before him, concealing the physical life, and thus have an opportunity of looking into the spiritual. If he knew how to make the right use of this mirror reflection, which consists solely of the existence of darkness, he might, through the inner communications which exist between all earthly things, be able to perceive the actions or even the thoughts of a friend in America, while he himself was in Europe. For what we perceive with physical eyes and physical senses is due to the activity of the sun, but there are also concealed sun workings. These latter live in all things, in minerals, plants, and animals, and even in man. While you yourself are in Europe, you are in communication with your friend in America through these concealed sun workings, which he too experiences. These communications have an effect on a person's karma. Many a man has been led by destiny to meet someone with whom he was not formally acquainted, and who was at a certain time in America, and the meeting resulted in either friendship, love, or marriage. The concealed sun activities affect the karmic effects on earth. They can here be seen as though in a mirror. This is especially the case with people who live a secluded life on an island or in a valley or other such favorable regions. Second sight is very frequently to be encountered in such places, because persons living a more or less secluded existence can more easily attain inner communion, and thereby partially spread the desired darkness around them. Hence the Scotch second sight, the Westphalian second sight, and so on, and the second sight so beautifully described by Oberlin from his secluded rocky valley in Alsace. Such phenomena appear more especially in particular regions of the earth. It is much more difficult than is usually supposed to form an opinion about the realities which play a part in the earth, for if they are indeed true realities, such as those just referred to, they are the concealed sun activities. In the present materialistic age, certain people who think themselves very clever in so doing question whether there ever was a King Arthur, whether he was not a mythical personage. Now, one who can really look into the matter will speak in a very different way. To him, these learned men who doubt the existence of King Arthur are much more legendary than King Arthur himself, notwithstanding the fact that they live in our own time. Thus men possessed of this second sight, as was Jacob Boehme to a very high degree, are in particular sun men. They are inwardly permeated by the sun force. The concealed sun forces work in and through them, whereas other men perceive in a sense the workings of the sun externally, in the external world. Just as the first belong to the type of the moon, so these latter, the Jacob Boehme men, are sun men, who, through their own natural karma, have within them a faculty which is abnormal in our day, but which nevertheless expresses realities. What we today consider abnormal was absolutely normal when times were different. So, when we realize that what men possessed of second sight can see, and what the concealed sun forces are with which they are permeated, we finally admit that their life and the concealed sun activities, which to us today seems abnormal, was once upon a time, in earlier periods of the Earth's evolution, the normal everyday life, and that it will someday be so again. It was the normal life during the sun evolution of the Earth, which preceded the Earth evolution proper. It was then the normal state for men to look into the darkness around as into a mirror, and to see therein everything spiritual radiating back to them. The whole earth passed through that evolution, which possessed the forces which made man, in his then light fluidic substance, a sun man. That occurred in a lowered, very much lowered, state of consciousness. The day will come when this will return. Man will then be able, in full waking consciousness, to radiate darkness into his environment, and in so doing will obtain a reflected picture of the whole cosmos. We then enter that stage of evolution which I may designate as the Venus evolution, which is a future stage of evolution of our Earth. If a man wishes to attain this second sight, he must get rid of his coarse sense nature, his lower sensibility, the rude sense for the physical in his environment, and draw forth from within himself his free sensibility. This can be done in a quite inward way, although the process is not devoid of danger. It can be done in the following way, though I am not advising anyone to do it. By fixing the attention on a shining object, one can become fascinated. This to some extent cripples external sensibility, and the inner nature comes more into evidence. The result may be what second sight supervenes. Let me read that again. The result may be that second sight supervenes. In olden times, this second sight was in certain circumstances systematically called forth. Stories dealing with this calling forth of second sight tell of a magical mirror. Magical mirrors were instruments for producing fascination, for dimming external sensation, thereby calling forth inner sensation in its stead. By means of the instrumentality of the physical mirror, spiritual reflection was brought about. The point in question was not what could be seen in the physical mirror, for that only dimmed outer sensation. Inner sensation was aroused by this magical mirror. Thus the belief arose that in the magical mirror itself were to be seen the thoughts and feelings of absent friends, while in reality one only saw into oneself through the sun conditions brought about by the external physical mirror. One who has this perception sees absolute realities. He sees the spiritual processes taking place in the kingdoms of nature, and he himself thus becomes, in a sense, united with everything of a sun nature on earth. The writings of Jakob Böhme must be considered from this aspect. If they are to be really understood, we must realize that their whole content is the result of a complicated and wonderful second sight. Paracelsus was another personality, organized in a similar, though somewhat different way. He brought a stronger intellect to bear upon what he sensed. Hence, he always interpreted the pictures that arose through his second sight. Now, when a man ponders intellectually over physical things, he does not alter them. The intellect is powerless to alter the constitution of physical sense things. But in the case of what presents itself in the mirror reflections just described, it is by no means powerless. None but a personality such as Jakob Böhme, able to devote himself quite selflessly to the study of external things, can perceive with pure second sight the inner constitution of the world. In Jakob Böhme there dwelt infinite love, in the light of which he saw all things, and which permeated his comprehension of the reflected image of the spiritual in the world. This infinite love speaks in almost every line written by him, and so the reflected images which presented the spiritual in the universe, in imaginations, so to speak, were for the most part preserved intact. In Paracelsus, who possessed a powerful intellect, these pictures were subject to a corresponding alteration through his intellectualism. They were mirror pictures, but transformed. Even physical reflections can transform what they reflect, as you can convince yourself by seeing your own face reflected in a distorting mirror. You would certainly not like to resemble the face you see in those mirrors. In like manner, if a man's intellect is of the caliber of that of Paracelsus, his intellectualism will alter the reflection through which he looks, but he cannot by this means enter further into the inner forces. Hence, Jakob Böhme, with his very highly developed capacity for love and for observation of things, became a contemplative observer, while Paracelsus, whose study was more turned to the inner forces, and who distorted the reflected images and carried them about with him, Paracelsus turned more to the healing forces, the sun forces, which are concealed in things. Again, if a student can learn consciously to dominate the concealed sun forces dwelling in man, so that the darkness spread out around him is not made use of for seeing reflected pictures, but rather for enkindling the inner light through meditation and concentration and so forth in his soul and spirit, so that the illumined space usually filled with light from the external physical sun can now be filled with the inner concealed sun forces, and that he himself becomes a light in soul and spirit and can throw light on what is present, there arises in him conscious imagination. This it is which can then call up in full consciousness, such as that to which we are accustomed in our ordinary cognition, that which Jakob Böhme, being a sun man, inscribed in his writings, more or less unconsciously, but with rather less mastery of the world of ideas. Thus, just as the secret moon forces ruling in man are more or less connected with intuition, just as from these forces, if firmly retained, which a man develops as he goes about the world, there will arise the forces of intuition, so the reflected images conjured out of the spiritual darkness by the concealed sun forces can be transformed into conscious imaginations. If the reflected images are taken up, and instead of gazing at them and allowing oneself to be affected by them, one looks through them, if second sight is dealt with in this reverse way, then arise conscious imaginations. The somnambulist type lives in the moon forces, the Jakob Murma type in the sun forces. But there is a third type that lives in the relations of heat and cold, constantly present in space in the vicinity of the earth, in the wider environment of the earth. Man, in his normal life, is accustomed to be ruled by the temperature, but there is a certain fine inner sensibility which is less dependent on the effects of external heat and cold. It is more sensitive, very sensitive indeed, to the effects of the concealed heat and cold which pass through cosmic space. Swedenborg, at a certain time of his life, attained the capacity of being sensitive to the concealed workings of heat and cold, which work in space external to those ordinary physical ones, which make us suffer from heat or shiver with cold. When we try to penetrate the mysterious life of Swedenborg, it becomes more and more evident that this sensibility to the conditions of heat and cold in cosmic space around the earth arose in him at a definite age, as the result of his having been, till that time, a first-rate scientist in the official science of his day. The works of Swedenborg, which concern official knowledge, are very numerous. They were all made public at the same time, and indeed there is at the present day a society of learned Swedes who are desirous of publishing in many volumes the purely scientific works left by Swedenborg. But they are confronted with great difficulties. They are forced to admit that in these gifted works he proved himself to be one of the most gifted personalities of his day. Yet, at a certain time in his life, he became clairvoyant, which according to the view of those desirous of officially publishing his works, means idiotic and crazy. We shall today occupy ourselves more with what Swedenborg developed as a higher vision, after having acquired all the recognized knowledge of his day. We must go more closely into the nature of what caused official science to consider him idiotic. We discover, on investigating the personality of Swedenborg, that he became, in quotes, idiotic through having developed in his 40th year an intense and overwhelming love for the knowledge he had till then acquired. Swedenborg, more than any man in the world, learned to love knowledge for its own sake. It was this love of knowledge which led him, at a certain point of his life, to be able to investigate the spiritual world according to his own methods, to make himself sensitive to the conditions of the concealed heat and cold of the universe. These hidden conditions of heat and cold in cosmic space come not from the moon, nor yet from the sun. They come principally from a star, which in reality shines but mildly in cosmic space. They come from Saturn. The peculiarly modest radiance of Saturn in the planetary cosmic space around our Earth yields those hidden forces by which Swedenborg, at a definite period of his life, was permeated. By means of these, he became specially sensitive to the void, in contradistinction to the fullness everywhere around us in the world of sense. One day a sensitivity to the void arose within him, but it arose from instinct. He had not sought it. He had been through no such development as I have described in knowledge of the higher worlds and how to attain it. It arose within him as a finer, higher instinct. Thus he saw into that world which we can only see when we can penetrate what flows through cosmic space as the conditions of heat and cold. In other words, the radiations of Saturn. Parenthesis, in quotes, seeing does not here refer to physical vision, close parenthesis. His vision was thereby of a peculiar nature. When we read what Swedenborg presented as the results of this vision of his, they almost seem to be etherealized, refined, earthly experiences. The spirits he perceived, angels, archangels, etc., certainly move freely about, free from ponderability, but they move quite as earth beings move. We might ask, was it a real world that he saw? Or was it a projection of his own fullness into the void? Neither one nor the other, but something quite different. You know that besides the world which man can perceive with his physical senses, and the second, the etheric world, besides these two world spheres, or territories of the universe, there is another, a purely spiritual world, in which spiritual beings who have never descended to earth move livingly, and in which they are livingly active. Now, these beings active in the purely spiritual world must intervene in the life on earth. They must, therefore, communicate what they do in the purely spiritual world to the etheric part of the earth. Let us imagine the earth surrounded by and permeated by its own ether. A world of spiritual, active beings projects into the earthly sphere. The earth only is what it is because of the activity of these active spiritual beings. This activity radiates into the earthly sphere, and radiates back again and is released into the earth ether. These forces of the earth ether are in fact etheric realizations of the spiritual realities above them. When we observe the earth ether around us, we find it full of the activity of spiritual beings, but in etheric pictures. The actual activity is above or within it. What immediately surrounds the earth is the activity projected first into the earth and then back from the earth into the earth ether. It is just as though the mirror pictures did not remain mere pictures, but began to develop an activity of their own. The spiritual activity really rayed back from the earth to the ether is to be found therein. Let me read that again. The spiritual activity really rayed back from the earth to the ether is to be found therein. It is a real projection of spiritual activity. Just as Jacob Boehme saw what takes place in the human body or in nature reflected in the manner described, so to Swedenborg the earth was a mirror, reflecting the pictures of the spiritual activity in the ether of the earthly world. It is therefore quite as easy to say that nothing that Swedenborg saw was in the spiritual world, as to say that is the spiritual world. It is just a realized mirror picture, the mirror being the earth itself, herself. It is true, but it is simply the true reflection of that reality which is outside the beholder. That is what Swedenborg saw. He perceived in the earth ether the manner in which the supersensible beings develop forces therein, forces which subsequently play a part in the life of man, and otherwise in earth life. These etheric forces, which are neither angels nor archangels, but forces vibrating in the ether, play a part in the earth life and the life of man. It is today considered abnormal to be able to see into these concealed earth forces which throw an etheric image of the original archetypes of the spirit into the surrounding ether. There was, however, a period in the evolution of the earth, that period which preceded the Sun period, and may be described as the Saturn period, when it was known in the consciousness, then normal, that at some future time man would experience the Venus period, and that when the Venus period had come and gone, the Vulcan period would set in. The knowledge of the conditions then prevailing on earth, as revealed to the humanity of that time, and as it will again be revealed in the Vulcan period, that knowledge came to Swedenborg as a special vision. Now, when a man becomes able consciously to penetrate what Swedenborg saw as pictures in the ether, when he is able to replace with his own fullness the void in cosmic space, the beings seen etherically by Swedenborg then vanish from exact clairvoyance. They disappear from etheric sight, but they become audible to spiritual hearing, to the spiritual ear. When they, as visionary images, are blotted out, they then begin to be inspirations, inspiring one's consciousness in audible sounds from the spiritual world. So that we may say, what in Swedenborg was imagination, because it arose in etheric images, unconscious imaginations, will, if we carefully observe the warning of the guardian of the threshold, as he was not able to do, be translated from the etheric imagination to astral inspiration, which can arise in man in full consciousness. Thus I have described how both the more subconscious condition of sleepwalking, the Jakob Böhme type, and the Swedenborg type are related to what can be consciously acquired by means of intuition, imagination, and inspiration. This sequence is necessarily different because I've been describing from the side of the cosmos. If we adhere not only to names, but rather to the things themselves, we must, if we wish to describe them from various points of view, change the order of sequences in which they stand, just as sometimes we have to alter our own perspective. For instance, if two men are standing here and I step between them, I have one before me and the other behind, but if I stand behind them, both are in front of me. In like manner, things in cosmic space are in different positions, according to the points of view which we must take. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of the cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 8. In analyzing, on the one hand, as we have been doing, the relation of sleeping and waking in man, and, on the other, the principles of his being, we see that man experiences in sleep a profound cleavage of his earthly existence. From the explanations I have given during the last few days, it will be clear that we have to distinguish what is perceptible to man's physical senses, his physical body, from that which is not now physically perceptible and can only be seen in an imagination, namely his etheric body, or as I must also call it, body of formative forces. This latter contains the living forces enabling man to grow, and underlying the processes of nourishment and of the whole building up of his body, and so on. This body of formative forces also contains, as we have seen, the entire system of human thought. Inserted into this formative force or etheric body, as also into the physical body, are the two higher principles of man's being, which may be called the astral body, though we may take exception to this terminology, and what we designate as the actual ego organization. Now, when a man lives his day life, these four principles of his nature are active, one within the other. There is intercommunication and interharmony between them. When he passes into the state of sleep, his physical body and body of formative forces remain behind in bed, if I may so express it, while the astral body, or rather the astral organization and the ego organization, enter a purely spiritual world. Thus, from the time man falls asleep until he awakens, his being is split in two. On the one side, there is the physical organism with the etheric principle, which also retains his whole thought world, and on the other, the ego organization and that of the astral body. I believe someone here made the remark that if the whole thought world remains behind in the etheric organization during sleep, we cannot then, by means of the thoughts which we can only grasp in our waking state, exercise activity in the sleep state. The person who expressed this view is rather anxious, lest, if he put into thought some wish for the good of his fellow men or the like, when he entered the sleeping state, or if the thought referred to a sleeping person, the force of such a thought would be lost, seeing that we cannot take it with us into the sleeping state. I should like to answer this by means of a picture. You have certainly never seen a man who wishes to hit a target throw his rifle at it. He fires a bullet at the target, but retains his rifle in his hand. One could not venture to suggest that the target will not be hit because he retained the rifle. In the same way, the effects of our thinking, waking life are not kept back from entering the sleep life because the thoughts themselves remain behind in the physical and etheric bodies and are not sent forth into the sleep life. With respect to such subtle things as these, we must always think much more accurately than we are ever required to do in the physical world, where things automatically correct themselves. From what has been said here in the last few days, it will be seen that there is a much more intimate relation between the physical and etheric bodies than between the etheric body and astral organization. For the physical and etheric bodies remain together throughout the whole of our earth life. They are never separated, even in sleep, whereas the etheric and astral bodies are obliged at that time to part company. Again, there is an intimate connection between the ego and the astral organization, for they too are never separated all through the earthly life. The connection between the astral and the etheric bodies is not so close, and a separation between these can take place. This fact is a very distinct effect upon man's earthly life, as also upon his non-earthly life. In our waking state, when our ego animates the senses, and our astral body, the nervous system, we may wish to send into the etheric and physical bodies the experiences derived from this connection, as indeed we must do while we live in the physical world. Materialism believes that the physical body is all in all to the human being because, as a matter of fact, everything must be impressed into the physical body and revealed therein during man's life, from birth or conception to death. This work of registering the experiences of earth life in the etheric and physical bodies is, however, not accomplished without many difficulties and hindrances. We are not really able, without further ado, to send down into the organs belonging to the body of formative forces and into the physical body what we experience through our senses, or attach to our nervous system through our thinking. That which we absorb from the external physical world is, when we first take it in, so constructed and formed that it resembles external existence. For instance, if we perceive something having an angular shape, this at first creates in our ego and astral bodies the experiences of something angular. The etheric body at first opposes the acceptance of what we experience in the physical outer world. Imaginative cognition can alone throw light upon what then takes place. For neither our ordinary sense observation, nor even physical experiments of the human being himself, nor intellectual reflection can succeed in visualizing this process, which consists in the necessary reconstruction and remodeling of what we observe with our sense perception so that it may be able to live on in our etheric and physical bodies, so that we may be able to part from it in sleep. Only when we are in a position to observe the true relation between waking and sleeping in man do we realize that there is a continual struggle going on in life. We absorb an outer impression. This cannot at once enter the physical and etheric bodies. For if I may once more make use of what is really a somewhat rough and uncouth example, if we have had the experience of an angular object, that can only pass into the etheric and physical bodies after it has been rounded off and adapted to the form of those bodies. It has to undergo a complete transformation. The transformation of what is at first of as transient and spiritual a nature as the ego and astral bodies themselves into a plastic form which can live on in the etheric body, and into a mobile movement which can live on in the physical body, this transforming process sets up an inner conflict, which is, of course, unknown to the ordinary human consciousness of today. But anyone who possesses imaginative cognition is able to perceive this battle, which generally lasts from 2 to 3 days. We must have slept 2 or 3 times upon an experience before it unites itself with the former ones already imprinted into the physical and etheric bodies. The dream world is an external expression of this conflict, but only an external expression. When a man dreams, his ego and astral bodies slip into his etheric and physical bodies, as I have already explained, and get blocked up there. This blocking, this damming up, is the expression of the conflict just described, which lasts for 2 or 3 days. When a man has only slept once upon his experience, it does not yet sink deeply enough into his etheric body. That only takes place when he has slept 2 or 3 times on it. Therefore, just where the astral and etheric bodies of a man are somewhat loosely joined, we see a continual interweaving. This can be roughly sketched as follows, and there's no picture here, but maybe there is in some other book or in the back. If this be the etheric body, and he has it painted in pink, and the astral body during sleep, he has it in yellow, we find at the time of waking or falling asleep a continual conflict going on at the junction, an active, lively struggle, which is expressed externally in dreams, but which inwardly represents this interweaving of the experiences of the etheric and physical bodies. Only when a man has slept 2 or 3 times, and sometimes oftener upon some experience, does it take its place with what is already connected with the etheric and physical body as memory. The whole purpose is that the experience should be transformed into memory, and thus remain lying in the bed while we sleep. For memory is really the expression of the thoughts of the physical and etheric bodies. Thus, only after 2 or 3 days are our experiences interwoven into our memory. It is an extremely interesting experience for the imaginative cognition to perceive this. Even the form in which it is expressed is of significance. We approach the external experiences of our earth life in such a way that we give them certain contours in accordance with natural law. We experience what is to be found in our earth existence in definite forms, one might say in the forms produced by the laws of nature. Now, as soon as these experiences are interwoven into the etheric body, the laws of nature cease to hold sway. Everything which here possesses sharp outlines becomes soft and plastic. All that is still becomes mobile, and all that is angular assumes curved lines. All our intellectual experiences, all that we as intellectual men experience, is changed into what we experience with our artistic faculties. That is the inner reason why, in those olden times, when men could still perceive instinctively what I have just described, art occupied a very different position from what it does today. Even as recently as the Renaissance, Raphael and other artists of that time, in groping back for the old art, still possessed at least traditions of this transmutation of the intellectual into the artistic. For as soon as we ascend to the supersensible, what is intellectual loses its intellectual form and becomes artistic. The fact that art now tends so strongly to naturalism, and that people wish to copy the exact model, shows how very far they have departed from the real nature of art. Mankind must find its way back to this true world of art. Man can therefore sum up his life in the manner described. I have an experience. For 3 days it percolates into my etheric body. What I experience the next day pours in a day later. We may therefore say, man has not completed an experience as far as the etheric body is concerned until 3 or 4 days after its occurrence. Now, when a man passes through the portal of death, the etheric body separates from the physical body, a happening which never took place during earth life. All that has been woven into the etheric body during the 3-day periods is now released from the etheric body, which is detaching itself from the physical body. The time occupied in this process of dissolution is about as long as was the interweaving process. This proves to the imagination, if it has acquired the right judgment, that it is the physical body, through its resistance, which holds together all that gradually wandered over into the etheric body. For during the first few days after the death of the physical body, it can be seen how all that was woven into the etheric body is released again into the universal cosmic ether. For 2, 3, or 4 days after his death, man experiences this dissolution of all his treasured memories. This may be called the putting off of the etheric body, but it is in reality an enlargement of the memories. They grow greater. They lose the 3rd dimension and become the 2-dimensional and pictorial in character. After passing through the portal of death, a man is confronted with the whole collective tableau of his life, which passes before him in living pictures, and this lasts for 2, 3, or 4 days, differing in individual cases. Just as a man who studies botany can tell by examining a seed what kind of a plant it will produce, so one who has attained imaginative cognition not only sees at death the passing of the etheric body, that is to say, of the whole memory system into the cosmos, but he can also see it in its earlier pictorial form, for in pictures it is always present in man. If one knows how to understand aright what is continually being transformed for 3 days, or perhaps longer, one can see in the embodying of the experiences in the etheric body a symbolic preparation for what man must inevitably experience inwardly for 2, 3, or 4 days after passing through the portal of death. Whereas a man in earth life, unless he has attained to imaginative cognition, experiences more or less unconsciously this process of involving his experiences into his memory, which is kept together by the physical body, directly after his death, he experiences the evolving, the unwinding, and the passing out of his memories into the cosmos. Thus, what we leave behind us as our memory treasure every time we go to sleep passes out immediately after our death into the universe and becomes one with the cosmos. That is what we must give over to cosmic existence at our death. We must not only grasp these things by means of our reason, we must also absorb them into our feeling. Such a process as the one just described must make us feel that a man must not take an egoistic view of his existence. He must realize that while he stands in the world as a thinking being, his thoughts do not belong to himself alone. For after his death they must pass out into the whole cosmos and become forces which continue to work therein. If we think good thoughts, we give over our good thoughts to the cosmos at our death. If we think evil thoughts, we give over our evil thoughts to the cosmos at our death. For man is not only put into earth existence to develop simply as a free being. That he certainly must do, and we shall have more to say on that subject in the subsequent lectures. But there is yet another reason why he must become a free and independent being. He is put into the world that he may become a being through whom the gods themselves work to guide the cosmos from epoch to epoch. I might say that what the gods have to weave as thought into the cosmos, they must prepare in what can be thought and pondered over in the lives of individual human beings. These lives are the sanctuaries in which the gods must cultivate those thoughts which they continually require in the development of the world, so that they may embody them in their cosmos as actual impulses of force. Man, in his life between sleeping and waking, is, with his ego and astral organization, outside his physical and etheric bodies. In this condition, he, as spiritual being, as ego and astral body, is interwoven in the spiritual forces which penetrate the whole cosmos. He is in that world, which, if I may express myself symbolically, is outside his skin. He is in that of which, from the time he awakes until he falls asleep, he receives only sense impressions. In sleep, he enters the inner part of the things which during his waking life reveal only their external side. Nothing but which is experienced by the astral organization, while outside the physical and etheric bodies, can be carried back into the thoughts of the etheric body. For what the ego experiences outside cannot be carried back. Hence, in all that the ego actually experiences during the whole of earth life, that part which takes place during sleep must, for the ordinary consciousness, and indeed even for the imaginative consciousness, remain beneath the surface. It is only accessible to inspirational consciousness in the manner described in these lectures. We may therefore say that, as regards these experiences, which can be impressed into man's thoughts, he possesses the power, the force, which he acquires during sleep to carry them down and impress them in his etheric body. During his earth life, however, he has not sufficient force to enable him to carry down the experiences undergone by the ego during the immediate period between sleeping and waking, and which are the consequence of the wishes and desires connected with the earthly experiences passed through during the waking interval. In fact, in our epoch, none but the part which can be transmuted or impressed into his thoughts during his sleep life passes into the conscious waking life of earthly man. On the other hand, all that man's real ego experiences during sleep remains, I might say, concealed behind the veil of existence. To the imaginative and inspirational consciousness, things come to light here which can perfectly well be understood by the normal, healthy human reason, but which in our present civilization are regarded with a very great deal of prejudice. Indeed, it requires a certain freedom from prejudice to grasp the fact that everything in the physical world is three-dimensional and is fundamentally experienced in three dimensions, and that whatever is to be impressed in the etheric body must pass from the plastic into the pictorial form, from the three-dimensional into the two-dimensional. For as soon as we enter the imaginative world, we have nothing more to do with three dimensions, and still less with four dimensions, as is believed today by certain scientists who have deviated from the main track. We are there concerned with two dimensions only. The reason why it is so difficult to conceive of what is thus experienced lies in the fact that in our earthly experiences we are accustomed to deal only with three dimensions. We picture everything in three dimensions. And therefore, when we are required to find a transition into two dimensions, we say, well, but the two dimensions are included in the three. The two dimensions of a surface may be such that the third dimension is also there. This cannot be the case when we enter the imaginative world. For no matter what a surface may be, there can be no third dimension there. It is no longer taken into account the moment we enter the etheric imaginative world. Hence, mathematicians must transform all the equations of ether so that they do not refer to the three-dimensional, but to the two-dimensional world. This is merely interpolated for mathematicians. Now, if we wish to enter the world accessible to inspiration, that world in which we live as egos between going to sleep and waking, we find it to be a one-dimensional world. We are concerned with a world of one dimension only. The transition into that world of a single dimension which presupposes that the student shall have acquired the quality of inspiration, of perceiving the spiritual world in which we live between going to sleep and waking. The understanding of that world was in all ages possessed by the so-called science of initiation. I described in yesterday's lecture how in men of the type of Jakob Böhme, the concealed sun forces were manifest, not the force of the external physical sunlight, but the concealed sun forces. And these are of such a nature that they do not extend in 3 dimensions, but can only be perceived in 1 dimension. An older, more instinctive initiation knowledge was able to reach this inspiration, although it had no clear self-conscious knowledge of it. But it did penetrate thus far. Much of what is preserved to us in the ancient documents of older epochs of humanity can only be understood when we know that it refers to the spiritual, 1-dimensional world which can be attained by inspiration. And as regards our earth life, it refers to the concealed solar and stellar forces. In the interval between falling asleep and waking, we do not live in manifested sun forces, but in the concealed ones. These latter penetrate certain stones, for instance, although the physical manifested sun forces do not. But when they penetrate these stones, they become 1-dimensional. The man who attains inspirational vision does not see the physical light in the usually non-transparent stone. What he sees are the concealed sun forces, so that the stones become pervious to the concealed sun forces, and also to the forces of inspiration. In olden times, in the very ancient times of man's development on earth, such expedients were not necessary. But when the old instinctive clairvoyance, which laid the foundation of the old initiation knowledge, was on the decline, such expedients were resorted to, shortcuts I might call them, to enable men to perceive what could no longer be seen by instinctive inspired cognition. For example, one method was as follows. A number of stones were collected. If they are so arranged that on certain occasions the rays of the sun fall upon the covering stone, the physical sun rays are arrested, and the concealed sun rays pass through. When a man who had trained himself for the purpose placed the stones in order and looked through them from the side, he saw the spiritual, 1-dimensional sun rays passing through them and vanishing into the earth. If a man made use of such an expedient in those days of direct perception through the instinctive forces of clairvoyance, and set up the stones in this way, he could, looking from the side at the space covered by the small shadow throne, see the world of the spiritual sun rays in which man lives every night and even during his afternoon naps. He saw into this world which man experiences during every period of sleep. Thus, in just such contrivances as are to be found in this very neighborhood, we can see the means by which, during a time of transition, which however was of long duration, a particular order of wise leaders of humanity tried to penetrate to the concealed sun forces, to which a man such as Jakob Böhme penetrated simply by contemplation of earthly things. Even today, when we see such an arrangement of stones in suitable places, their real meaning can only be experienced through what spiritual science can teach us. Otherwise, we shall go away, even from such things as these, with an external and altogether inapposite explanation of them. Inapposite is inapposite. Such stones can also be placed in a circle, showing the particular differentiations of the spiritual sun rays according to the different constellations. For this, a circle is of course necessary. I have now endeavored to make comprehensible to you the world in which our ego lives between going to sleep and waking. This world is not kept together by what lies in the physical and etheric bodies. Yet from these bodies, which alone bring about clear consciousness in earthly man, come the opinions that we form about our own actions, our own inner experiences, and our thoughts. And these opinions are again modified by our feelings and also by our will. Hence, in our waking state, we judge of our external life as best we can according to the thoughts we have been able to impress in our physical and etheric bodies. But not only have we ourselves something to say concerning what we experience and what we do, but the whole cosmos has something to say too. It judges. It decides whether an action, a thought, or a feeling is good or evil. The opinions we ourselves form between waking and going to sleep concerning what we as human beings are but our own formation. What the cosmos, the spiritual substance of the cosmos, which, as I have sufficiently explained in the course of these lectures, contains the moral element within it in place of the laws of nature. What the cosmos has to say concerning our human nature and our human actions that is experienced by the ego during the period between sleeping and waking. Inspiration reveals the fact that even in the briefest period of sleep, the ego experiences all that we have gone through from the time we last woke until this present sleep, whether it be short or long. If therefore these are the successive conditions, waking, sleeping, waking, sleeping, a man experiences over again in his sleep all that he lived through in his last waking time, and more especially insofar as it concerns himself. This experience, insofar as it is the experience of the ego, remains unknown to the ordinary earthly consciousness, but inspiration can call it to mind when the peculiar nature of the experience discloses itself, and we can see what it is. In this experience, we live through things in the reverse direction from that in which we passed through them during the day. Thus, suppose you recapitulate your experience from morning to evening. I now exclude the shorter periods of sleep. In your sleeping state, you pass retrospectively through all your experiences from the evening back to the morning, traveling backward through them. This is done in such a way that you experience what the cosmos, the spiritual cosmos, has to say concerning the doings of your day. During the earthly life of present-day man, he cannot, however, be conscious of this. But it will have to penetrate his consciousness. Otherwise, man, as an existing being, would have to fall out of cosmic existence. Inspirational cognition shows us that after the 2, 3, or 4 days, during which man, after his death, surveys the tableau of his life, when his memories evolve out into the cosmos, after this experience, which is often called the releasing of the etheric body, a time begins in which he can look back on his earthly life in another way. When we survey these few days immediately after death, a mighty tableau is indeed unfolded. But within it, at first, can be seen only what we experience during our waking periods. Yet, in reality, man has not only lived through what happened in his waking periods, but periods of sleep. When you look back in your ordinary earthly life by means of your memories, you always omit the periods of sleep. You look back, for instance, on the 25th of August, 1923, as though you had experienced that day only, and not the previous night. You do not include the experiences of that night. They are withheld from your consciousness. You only recollect the experiences of the 24th, the 23rd of August, and so on, back to the time of your birth, which you do not remember. All this, as a matter of fact, is what also appears during the 2 or 3 days after death. After that begins the period when the soul and spirit nature, having become strong enough after death to do so, experiences in the spiritual world what it could only unconsciously form in pictures during each interval between going to sleep and waking. This now appears as past experiences, which a man lives through retrospectively for a period as long as the third of his life, which in an ordinary earth life is the length of time he spends in sleep. After his death, man lives through a period lasting as long as the third of his earthly life, during which he again passes retrospectively through his earthly life, beginning with his last night, then the preceding one, and so on, back to his birth or even conception. In my book, Theosophy, I have described this retrospective journey of man through quite a different world after his death, from a different point of view, as the passage of the human soul and spirit being through the soul world. If a man dies at 21, he spends about 7 years in the soul world. If he dies at 60, he remains there for about 20 years, just as long as the time spent in sleep during his life here on earth. After he has concluded his passage through that world, he is then faced with the necessity of experiencing that which he, with his whole being, has made of the earth existence which the gods created, that they might, with the help of the human race, bring the world a little further forward. Until the end of this retrospective experience of his nights, man, after his death, experiences what he has made of himself and what he signifies to the cosmos. He must then learn what the earth itself has become through him. This takes a long time. We shall go into this more fully in the next lecture. It occupies half the time between the earthly death and a new earth life. When we go back retrospectively through our nights, we first of all come to our birth, after which, having traversed the soul world till we come to that occurrence, going back from our death, we must then travel back to our preceding earth life. Thus a man can take his preceding earth life with him as a help toward forming another, a third earth life. Not only must he go back to his birth, in his life after death, he must also travel back to his former earth life. This leads us into one of the realms of the old initiation science, which must now be renewed in a way adapted to the present capacities of mankind. That science of initiation, which in all times carried knowledge into man's religious experience. For initiation science is always true knowledge, knowledge which leads from the world of sense into the spiritual world, so that it may so stimulate man's will that it takes a religious form. To the initiation science of all ages, it was always a very important experience, as revealed by intuitive cognition, the third kind of cognition described here. It was of quite special importance to man when, after having traveled back through life as far as his preceding earth life, he encountered on the way a being who could be his guide after death. In one particular region of the earth, men said, "I must, during my earth life, absorb the teachings of the last bodhisattva who appeared on the earth." A man may have lived, let us say, some 300 years after the appearance of the bodhisattva. But after his death, when he travels back through a longer period of time to his preceding earth life, he reaches the time when the last bodhisattva lived on earth. The old initiation wisdom attributed to this meeting with the last bodhisattva the fact that man could really find a link with his preceding earth life. That is to say, that he could thus find the strength for everlasting life, which can only be found when he has established a connection with his last earth life. The possibility of thus encountering the bodhisattva, who descended into the earthly sphere from certain regions of the spiritual, ceased at a definite epoch of man's evolution and of the evolution of the world. Today, the position is such that if a man were able, after his death, to make the retrospective journey to his birth or conception, and then try to go back still further to his preceding earth life, he would not be able to establish a connection with it. This connection could be established during the first millennia of the Earth's evolution before the mystery of Golgotha. For in that retrospective journey, man wandered back to the time of the last bodhisattva. This retrospective journey is of no use to man today, unless it be undertaken under the guidance of that being who united himself with the earth through the mystery of Golgotha. In other words, this signifies that it will be no good to man unless he has established such relation to the mystery of Golgotha that Christ can be his guide. For Christ comprises in himself all the powers of guidance that formerly were to be found during life between death and a new birth, by reason of the appearance on earth of the bodhisattvas. Thus the event of the mystery of Golgotha is one of the most important facts for man's experiences between death and rebirth in the whole evolution of the earth. If therefore we wish to learn to know the spiritual evolution of the earth and the place it occupies in the spiritual evolution of the cosmos, and if we also wish to understand what man goes through in his spiritual life after death in connection with this, it is necessary to place the mystery of Golgotha in the whole world development. For the man of the present day, a bridge must therefore be found, leading from the observation of the evolution of man to the observation of the evolution of the world. And this must be done by considering the mystery of Golgotha in its whole fundamental significance in the earthly sphere for the occurrences of the evolution of the earth and of man. We shall deal with these things insofar as they can now be revealed by the modern science of initiation, and which play their part in connection with what man experiences after death, after the retrospection of his night experiences, in the next lecture, in connection with the evolution of the world. The end of Lecture 8. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 9. Our last lecture began by outlining man's experiences in sleep, describing them as being, in a sense, foreshadowings of his experiences after death. The experiences through which man passes in sleep are all on the further side of the so-called threshold, to which we have frequently referred in these lectures. What I am now about to describe are real experiences which everyone has in sleep, but they do not in our earth life rise to the level of our consciousness, except through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. We must not, however, suppose that because they do not enter our consciousness, they are therefore non-existent. They do exist, and man passes through them. If I may use a symbolic picture, it is as though a man were led through a room with his eyes bandaged. He cannot see the things in the room, but he must go on. He must make the effort of walking. He may experience various things that are in the room without seeing anything. That is like what I have now to describe with respect to man's time between going to sleep and waking. As regards his consciousness, all is plunged in darkness, because it is blind to what goes on. Yet, as I have said, man does experience these things, and the effects of these experiences play a part in his waking life. Therefore, we can only understand aright what man experiences between waking and going to sleep if we regard it as the working of the after effects of his last sleep, combined with what is accomplished by means of his physical and etheric bodies through the day. Now, when a person goes to sleep, a sort of undefined fear comes upon him. In ordinary earth life, this fear does not rise into a man's consciousness. He has no idea of it, but it is present as a proceeding taking place in his astral body and ego, and he carries into his day condition the effects of the fear he consciously felt while asleep. Were it not so, if he did not carry this fear with him to work as a force in the physical and etheric bodies, he would not be able to hold his physical constitution together, as it must be held to enable it, for instance, to secrete salt and similar substances in the right way. The secretions necessary for man's organism are entirely brought about by the subconscious fear of sleep life. Thus, when a man goes to sleep, he first of all enters a sphere of anxiety, as I might say. Then follows a condition of soul which resembles a continual swinging backward and forward between a state of inner quietude and one of inner disquietude, so that if a man were to experience this consciously, he might suppose that he alternately sank into a sort of swoon and came to himself again. The fear produces a state of oscillation between having himself in a hand and fainting away. The third experience is that of standing before an abyss, with the ground giving way beneath his feet, so that at any moment he expects to be engulfed. You see, even here, the moment a man sleeps, the things in the universe begin to lift themselves out of the physical and to plunge into the moral sphere. For we can only pronounce judgment on that second state into which we are immersed when we go to sleep, if we realize that the working of the cosmic moral laws are just as real as are the natural laws that work on earth. We must be able to feel with the same certainty with which we affirm that a stone falls to earth or that a steam engine is driven by steam, that as man in his present earth life possesses only a certain degree of strength, he is protected by the good guidance of the universe from experiencing as yet in full consciousness what he goes through every night while asleep. It has been so ordained in the cosmos that even those things that shine forth to us in utmost beauty, in loveliest radiance, must be rooted in pain, suffering, and endurance. And in a sense, all that appears so beautiful in the foreground has a background of suffering and endurance. That is just as necessary a law of the universe as that when we draw a triangle, the total measure of the angles is 180 degrees. In face of this, it is simply foolish to ask, why have not the gods organized the world as we should like it to be? Existence creates necessities. This was felt to be so, even in the teaching in the Egyptian mysteries, for there they called the conscious perception of what thus takes place in sleep, fear, and the oscillation backward and forward between holding on to oneself and swooning, and standing before the abyss, quote, the world of the three iron necessities, close quote. That was the name given by the Egyptian mystery teaching, which through an ancient instinctive art of clairvoyance still knew of such things. It taught that if a man were to enter consciously that world which he enters every night unconsciously in sleep, he would be plunged into the sphere of the three iron necessities. What he there experiences unconsciously produces in him a deep longing for the divine, which he then felt and still feels, filling, permeating, and penetrating the whole cosmos. For the cosmos itself dissolves, we might say, into swaying, weaving, moving cloud formations. In these he lives. At every moment he can feel himself living in them. But he feels as though at any moment he might sink and go under. In all this weaving and living, man feels himself interwoven with the divine essence, which interpenetrates, surges through, and moves in the universe. This pantheistic realization of God, which comes to every healthy man in his waking day life, is an after effect, a result of the pantheistic realization of God, subconsciously experienced during sleep. Man does then actually feel this soul to be full of an inner conviction, born of that fear and faintness, an unconscious conviction, but which at the same time provides him with an inner center of gravity in place of the outer center of gravity of physical laws. In the secret doctrine of the Rosicrucians, the pupils were taught what man experiences immediately after going to sleep. They were told of the feeling that comes over man on descending into the sphere of the three iron necessities. It was impressed on their consciousness thus: your day experiences become submerged. They are merged into cloud formations, having the power of mobility and manifesting the quality of being. You yourselves are interwoven with these cloud formations. In fear and faintness, you stand within them, over an abyss. But you will have then found that which you must now bring to consciousness within you in 3 words, which permeate your whole soul. Ex Deo nascimur, out of God we are born. This ex Deo nascimur, which in the pupils of the modern mysteries must be felt consciously, but which in the ordinary consciousness is still quite indefinite, is what man first experiences when he passes from the waking into the sleeping state. In the further course of these lectures, we shall see that this ex Deo nascimur also plays an historical part in the cosmic evolution of humanity. But what I am now referring to is the personal, individual part which it plays in the life of each single human being in earth life. Then, when man sleeps on further, something else sets in. The accustomed aspect of the cosmos, as seen from the earth, ceases. Here on the earth, he observed the stars every night from a certain point of view, seeing them radiate and shine down upon him. He saw the moon and saw the sun, the effects of which were apparent to his senses. But now, at a particular moment of his sleep, the whole starry world seems to vanish from sight. The stars cease to be physical objects. And where the stars could formerly be seen by physical vision, out of their shining radiance, which itself disappears, come forth the genii of the stars, the star spirits, the star gods. The cosmos is transformed into that which is then perceptible to conscious inspiration. It becomes a speaking universe, which converses through the music of the spheres and the cosmic word. Spiritually living beings form the cosmos, instead of the physical cosmos which we see here from the point of view of the earth. Man experiences this in such a way that if it rises into his consciousness, he actually feels as though from all parts of the spiritual universe, judgment is pronounced upon what he, as human being, is by reason of his good or evil deeds. Even as regards his human value, he feels himself one with the cosmos. If, however, he were able consciously to experience what happens to him in the way it is experienced by inspiration, if he became aware of this, it would at first be distracting. Man needs a guide. At the present period of humanity's development, this guide appears when a man in this earth life has established in his heart and soul a relation with the mystery of Golgotha, when in his earth life he has acquired a relation to the Christ, who, as Jesus, went through the mystery of Golgotha. The feeling which overcomes man at the present immediate epoch, I shall speak tomorrow of the feelings possessed by men in other epochs, is that his distracted soul must inevitably dissolve utterly away in the sphere he now enters, unless the being who has entered into his concepts and feelings and the very impulses of his heart, the Christ being, becomes his guide through this sphere. Here again, the feeling of the approaching Christ, who becomes our leader, and whom we must conceive in this sphere as being just as closely connected with the sun life as is man himself with earth life. This feeling of Christ drawing near to one was brought before the souls of the pupils of a mystery school of the Middle Ages in the words, "In Christo morimur," in Christ we die. One feels the soul must inevitably die utterly, unless it dies in Christ, whereby what would be the death of the soul becomes cosmic life. Thus does man enter the life of sleep, and thus does he pass through it. When he realizes that the cosmic stars are real beings, and finds himself in their unaccustomed company, then, as he cannot awake in that sphere with his consciousness, the longing arises within him to make his way back to the sphere of consciousness. That is the reason we awake. We have the feeling, which again does not reach our consciousness, that on account of what we have drawn from the stars, because of what we have actually absorbed from the star beings, the star gods, we shall not wake up devoid of spirit, but we shall bring with us into the corporal life of day the spirit that dwells in the soul. This feeling, which in the personal experience of man in his earth life forms the third part of his night experiences, was also brought to the consciousness of the pupils in a mystery school of the Middle Ages, in the third saying, Per Spiritum Sanctum revivissimus. Through the Holy Spirit, we come to life again. Therefore, this threefold participation in the spiritual world, on the far side of the dweller on the threshold, unknown only to the man of today, must be regarded as three stages, which at the same time impress upon the human soul what we may in the true sense call the Trinity, permeating, weaving, and living in the spiritual life. Man experiences every night in pictures what I have here described. Into these pictures are woven, in a retrospective sense, the experiences which he had during the day. Just as we find our experiences here on earth during our waking life interwoven with the events of nature's processes, so in this nightly retrospect we find again, repeated in the reverse direction, what we have interwoven therein of our memories of the starry world. At first, however, all this is only seen in pictures. It can only be actually realized after man has passed through the portal of death. Here on this earth it is a moving picture, seen moving backward. It will only be realized after the completion of the 3 or 4 days tableau which I described yesterday. But it will then be a reality, not merely a picture such as we see every night on entering the spiritual world. If we wish to call before our souls, in a really comprehensible way, the events which man experiences consciously after passing through the gates of death, we must take the following into consideration. The gods, that is to say, the spiritual beings we encounter, coming from the transformed stars, are following a different course from ours, as earthmen during our earth existence. I am now stating a very important truth about the spiritual worlds, and one that is not so clearly perceptible and not generally taken into consideration where the spiritual worlds are discussed in a more theoretic way. When we are conscious, we earthmen bear within us, in our earth life, a physical and an etheric body. These are so organized that the sum of our experience runs such a course that we pass from the earlier to the later ones, and find ourselves carried along a certain stream in time. I will draw this stream as a red arrow. It is the peculiarity of our physical and etheric bodies that they follow this direction in the cosmos. In this, and there's apparently a diagram, it's not in this book, red in the diagram is our physical body, and this yellow our etheric body. They are both moving in the direction of the red arrow, and our whole life, all our experience in the world, insofar as we are human beings, moves in that direction. There's a left to right. The beings we encounter when we ascend to the life between death and a new birth, when we realize what we experienced here as pictures during sleep are moving in the opposite direction, arrow from right to left, they are continually meeting us. Thus, therefore, in relation to what we in earth life call time, we must say, the gods possess spiritual bodies, bodies of light, as we may call them, with which they move from the most distant future toward the past. Thus the gods move in this other direction. Just as here on earth we draw our physical body from the physical substances, so in our passage through time between death and rebirth, we put on divine bodies. We clothe ourselves anew in divine bodies, which in my book Theosophy I have called Spirit Man and Life Spirit. Thus we ourselves, when we pass through the gates of death, put on a life body and a spirit man. And in so doing, we are given the opposite course in space. Immediately after death, we turn round and travel back to our birth or conception. In our life here on earth, from birth or conception, we follow this direction. And there's an upper half of a circle, apparently. And after our earth existence, we turn back in the opposite direction, lower half of the circle, to our temporal birth, to where we were conceived. It is just as though we went forth from our home to visit a certain spot and then returned, thus in a sense describing a circle in space. So in the world we then enter, we describe a circle in time, for there is no space in that world, though time still exists there. We pass forward between birth and death, and having finally gone through both those experiences, we turn and pass back through the nightly earth experiences, realizing them then as spiritual realities. We travel back along the line until we come to our temporal point of departure. We have then completed the first of the circles we have to complete after our death. Very little is said today, in this materialistically thinking age, of these circles in life, in our life as a whole. We must go some distance back along man's earthly evolution to find a language really corresponding with these actual processes in human life. If we go back to the Eastern wisdom, which was aware of these, though through a somewhat dreamlike clairvoyance, and not from such a conscious insight as we could now command, we find a wonderful expression used in the Eastern Indian wisdom. We note that this wonderful expression springs from the insight which we today could again acquire if we were to cross the threshold with real understanding, if we consciously passed the dweller and entered the spiritual world in full consciousness. When the spiritual world is put together from some theory or other, which is at least half based on reason, it is described somewhat as follows, according to the materialistic conception of the universe. Man lives. His life begins with his birth. He grows into a child, a young man or maiden, grows old, and goes on till death. And so it goes, on and on. A line is drawn, which of course has no end. Everyone who understands initiation knows it is simply nonsense to speak of an end, for there is no road leading to an end. There is the road turning back into itself. The wonderful expression in which the Eastern initiates once clothed this fact is, quote, the wheel of births, close quote. Much has been said about this wheel of births, but not much at the present day to indicate the realities. We have certainly completed the first wheel when we come to the end of our stellar journeyings, to which we allot 1/3 of the time of our whole life. That means as much of our earth life as we have spent in sleep. We have then concluded the first wheel of birth and can await patiently, in the life between death and rebirth, the revolutions of other wheels of birth. We can only understand what has come down to us from the ancient wisdom when, through the awakening by imagination, inspiration, and intuition, we penetrate the worlds beyond the veil of the senses, and by some such method of insight into the spiritual worlds, regain the knowledge of them possessed in olden times. This knowledge was man's legacy from the days of his association with divine spiritual beings. We then begin to feel the great admiration and wonder for the ancient wisdom of humanity, of which I have spoken on another occasion. In all that is described in the ancient records, and particularly in all that spiritual vision reveals concerning what mankind once knew, and of which a few wonderful expressions have been preserved, such as that of the wheel of births, we rise to an immense reverence for this primeval wisdom, so that really anyone who takes into his soul the initiation of the present day cannot but look up with special reverence and veneration to the primeval times of man's life on earth. This will, however, show us something else. It shows that we can only reach the true nature of that old conception when we find it again through the spiritual science of today. Those who would exclude that can never understand the language spoken by those who possessed the old primeval wisdom, and therefore in reality they cannot give true historical descriptions. The manner in which those who wish to know nothing of the spiritual world analyze and interpret the old records of primeval peoples is sometimes childish. In a literature which perhaps contains but dim records of the ancient wisdom, ring forth such wondrous words as the wheel of births. We must learn to understand such words by rediscovering the reality to which they refer. Therefore, if the history of man is to be truthfully described, we must not shrink from first making ourselves acquainted with the meaning of the language prevalent in olden times. I might easily have begun by immediately describing the historical development of man, using expressions to be found in ancient documents. But that would be giving you words, nothing but words, such as are too frequently tossed about when these old records are mentioned. If therefore we wish to describe even that small part of the world of reality which man has lived through during his historical time, we must begin by describing his relation to the spiritual worlds, for only thus is it possible to understand that language and all that was done in olden times, in order to acquire a connection with the spiritual worlds. In yesterday's lecture, I described what once upon a time the Druid priests accomplished by raising the stones and laying one across the other in such a way that from the shadow cast within this structure, they could read and interpret the will of the spiritual world, penetrating the physical stones. This was, moreover, connected with something else. In the spiritual world, not only is everything an entrance, but everything has also an exit. Just as the forces of time, which bear us through physical earth existence, carry us after death back whence we came, so there are also forces passing into these structures, coming from above, and others passing upward through them from below. In these structures, the Druid priests could observe an ascending and a descending stream of forces. When the Druid priests had erected these structures in the right parts of the earth's surface, not only could they perceive the will of divine spirits descending from the cosmos, but as one-dimensionality prevailed in the ascent, they could, if the structure stood in the right place, perceive the goodness or wickedness of the members of their.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now when you get Cox Internet and mobile, the price of your plan won't go up for 3 years, guaranteed. That means no annual contracts, plus your Wi-Fi equipment is included. And you'll get unlimited data at no extra cost. That's a lot more of what you want and none of what you don't. Call today or visit cox.com/value to learn more.
Their own community who spoke out into the universe. Thus these places were also observatories to the Druid priests, in which they could see into the souls of those members of the community who were in communion with the cosmos. You see, all these secrets and mysteries are linked to that which has survived in so decadent a manner from the olden times. We only understand such things when, through the power of our own imagination, inspiration, and intuition, we raise the world of the spirit from its concealed existence into man's conscious life. Circular movements such as I have drawn, and which of course in this form are only meant to be taken figuratively, for we really move in the sphere of the one-dimensional, are repeatedly gone through by man in the course of his life between death and a new birth. Just as the circle I have drawn leads from birth and death and back again from death to a new birth, so do the other circles lead backward and forward through man's whole life between death and rebirth. But there is always a shade of difference between the outer journey and the return. Here in this first wheel of birth, the difference is that we experience the outward going part until our physical death, and the other part, the return journey, in the time immediately following physical death, which, measured by our earthly standard of time, lasts as long as the third of our earth life. The first wheel of birth is then completed. Others are then attached to this, and we go on with these wheels or circles until we reach a definite point, from which we can enter on the return journey in the manner I shall describe in the next lecture. We go on traveling round these circles until we reach that point in our whole collective life which signifies the last death which we experienced in our preceding earthly incarnations. We spend our life following such circles, always in the time immediately after death, looking back and experiencing all we went through between our last death and the last birth into the earthly life we have just forsaken through death. Every one of these circular movements represents, in its course, a cosmic sleep. Were I to go on drawing such circles, starting here and going on further, the outward course would always represent a life after death, in which man, with his whole being, extends further into the cosmos, when he is conscious of really living in the cosmic world and feels himself one with it. The other half of the circle always represents man's return into himself from the cosmic world, when he sets to work to transform in himself what he had previously experienced in the cosmos, and to experience it in connection with himself. Just as we in earth life, if we are to lead a healthy existence, must experience the interchange of sleeping and waking, so in our time between death and a new birth, we must always experience to some extent this flowing out into the cosmos, during which we feel ourselves as great and all-embracing as the cosmos itself. We then feel the forms and facts of the cosmos as our own, and so far identify ourselves with the cosmos that we say to ourselves, what you perceive with your physical eyes while still a citizen of Earth, what you then saw as the physical reflection of the cosmos of physical stars, among these you now live. These, however, are not physical stars, but divine spiritual beings, which unite their existence with your own. You are, in a sense, dissolved into cosmic existence. Within you dwell the divine spiritual beings of the cosmos. You must identify yourself with these. This, in a measure, is one part of our experience between death and a new birth. And whether one calls it night or day, cosmic night or cosmic day, we have to experience what I have just described. But the earthly expressions used to define it are, of course, a matter of complete indifference to the gods living in the spiritual world. Only, in our earthly nomenclature, we must use words which represent what we experience outside ourselves and describe this in a comprehensible way. After the time during which we grow out into the universe, so to speak, and identify ourselves with it, there follow other times when we draw back into our own self, more or less into a single point, the point of our own self, when, as in a cosmic memory, we feel all that we had poured out into the cosmos is now within us, part of our own self. In a sense, we feel this wheel of birth to be much that really is always a whirl, so that what we experience in common with the cosmos, the living outside ourself, as it were, and then coming back, and then being drawn back into ourself there, to experience the smaller third part, is constantly repeated. The self goes out again and is once more drawn back into the spiral, so that what has been described as the wheel of births may also be described as a spiral movement. I'm going to read that sentence again. So that what we experience in common with the cosmos, the living outside ourselves, as it were, and then being drawn back into ourself there to experience the smaller third part, is constantly repeated. The self goes out again and is once more drawn back into the spiral, so that what has been described as the wheel of births may also be described as a spiral movement which over and over again draws back into itself. Such is the line of progress in self-experience and divestiture of self which is pursued between death and rebirth. This, to some extent, indicates the events in which we are concerned in our passage through the spiritual world between death and rebirth. But it is as though, in describing the earthly events occurring in the course of 24 hours, we were only to mention the fact that man sleeps and wakes. This divestiture of self, this self-withdrawal, is in the spiritual world as sleeping and waking in the earthly life of man. Just as in the earthly life of man, the events he has experienced present themselves first, so in the completion of the wheel of births and deaths, do those events present themselves which he experiences between death and rebirth. To understand these, it is necessary to have a sound conception of the position man really occupies in earth life. Man is only actually awake as regards his imaginative world and that part of the world of feeling which is connected with his concepts. When a man determines to do something, even though it be only to pick up a pencil, the intention that lives in the concept descends into his will, and the will calls the muscles into play. All that takes place before we see this concept carried out, before the hand grasps the pencil, all that occurs in earth life as manifestations of a man's will and desire, is just as much veiled in darkness, though it may occur in the daytime, as is the sleep life of man. As regards our ordinary consciousness, we are only awake with respect to our concepts and part of our feeling. As regards that part of our feeling which depends on our will, and with which we approve or disapprove what we propose to do, we are asleep. And we are also asleep as regards the will itself. We do not take our thoughts with us. We do not carry the thoughts we formed on earth into our life between death and rebirth, any more than we carry them into our sleeping life. In the life between death and rebirth, we must form our own thoughts, and they must be such as are suitable to that other world. What we do take with us, however, is what here on earth remains in our subconsciousness, our will, and that part of our feelings which is connected with the will. We live together with that of which we here in earth life are so utterly unconscious, yet which lives in our desires and passions, and in all our physical will nature. We live with these, and with all that is spiritual in our will nature, all through the time between death and rebirth. There, what we only experienced subconsciously on earth is made over to us. We become conscious of the cosmic thoughts. To understand even the time immediately following the passage through the gates of death, we must realize that although we have a great deal to go through in our souls on earth with respect to the physical body, yet the moment we cease to possess one and pass through the gates of death, our outlook becomes quite different. The physical body, comprising the substances known to chemistry, does not experience hunger or thirst. The inner experience of hunger and thirst is an experience of the soul. But the satisfaction of hunger and thirst here in earth life is accomplished through the physical body. Hunger lives in the soul, but the satisfaction of hunger here on earth lives through the body. Thirst lives in the soul, but the satisfaction of thirst here on earth lives through the body. Now, when you pass through the gates of death, you no longer have your physical body, but still have hunger and thirst. You carry ordinary hunger and ordinary thirst with you through the gates of death. The time of traveling back to your night experiences, which takes about a third of your earthly life, has to be spent in disaccustoming yourself to a sense from being hungry or thirsty, and getting rid of other cravings, which can only be satisfied through the physical body. The inner experience of this in comparison to earth life is 1/3 of your life. What follows afterward we shall go into later, but during this time, all that can only be satisfied through the body or on earth must be eradicated. The soul must free itself from those desires which, though they must still live within her, can only be satisfied through the body and happenings of earth. I have now told you part of what man has to go through immediately after passing the gates of death, based on what has been considered today. Tomorrow we shall proceed to the considerations of life between death and rebirth, as regards the whole development of mankind on earth. We must realize, however, what are the events which play their part in this earth life. That which can now again be investigated through imagination, inspiration, and intuition was once possessed by man in a sort of instinctive vision. Night was not then so closed to man. His life by day was more dreamlike, and in the dream pictures more of the spiritual world was disclosed. We now live in an age, and I lay special stress on this today, for reasons which will become apparent in the next few days. We live in an age when mankind is more than ever before exposed to the danger of losing connection with the spiritual world. Penmanmar is perhaps the very place, being still so near to the sanctuaries of the old European druidic memories, in which to point out certain symptoms, not evil in themselves, but which, as such, indicate what is not only going on physically in our earth life in humanity, but is also, in a sense, going on spiritually behind the scenes. Just think of a man of what we today call the Dark Middle Ages, and compare him with the man of today. I shall only indicate two of the symptoms today which should draw our attention to the way the world should be observed from the spiritual point of view. When one takes up a book of the Middle Ages, one observes how each single letter is, as it were, painted in. One sees how long the eye must have dwelt on these letters. The whole attitude of the soul of men who thus dwelt on the written letters was then better fitted to harmonize with the revelations of the spiritual world that might come to them. Then consider the handwriting of today. It is no longer legible. There are no longer any letters in which we can feel anything like artistic pleasure. They are simply thrown on the paper by a mechanical movement of the hand. What we constantly see on writing paper almost looks like nothing. The result is that we are beginning to write not for the purpose of communing personally with our fellow men, but using typewriting machines through which we enter into no sort of personal living relation with our correspondent. The motor cars are symptoms of much the same kind of thing. By means of all this, we can see what is going on behind the scenes of existence, and how man is being driven further and further away from the spiritual world. You must not think I am standing before you as a reactionary, wishing to banish motor cars and typewriters or even the dreadful handwriting. Anyone who can fathom the way of the world knows that all these things had to come and are quite legitimate. What I now say must not be taken as meaning that they should be abolished. I refer to the attention and care that is given to them. They had to come. We must accept them, even as we must accept day and night. But the enthusiasm for these things may lead to a one-sided attitude in persons who have a strong leaning to the material world. All that is entering the world in this way, making such dreadful headway in the illegible handwritings, and such a dreadful hubbub in the typewriting machines, and which rushes so terribly through the world in the motor cars, must be counterbalanced by a strong penetration into spiritual knowledge, spiritual feeling, and spiritual willing, if man is to develop in a healthy way. There should be no question of fighting the material, but rather learning to know it in its true reality, of understanding it, but also of seeing how necessary it is that what will otherwise crush humanity out of physical existence should be counterbalanced by strong spirituality. Then, through the swing of the pendulum between typewriters and motor cars on the one hand, and on the other the imaginations, the insight into the spiritual world created as a result of the world of spiritual science, the healthy development of humanity may be promoted instead of being damaged. This is what I had especially to say in Penmanmar, that this is a place where on the one hand such legacies still remain from the times of the old Druids, as the imaginations, which, as I described, remain stationary, while on the other one experiences how enormously these stationary imaginations are disturbed by the atmosphere of the rushing motor cars. The end of Lecture 9. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity, given in 1923. This is Lecture 10. If we wish to bring before our souls the nature of the experience between death and rebirth, we must above all be clear as to the enormous difference between our experience here in earth life and what we go through between death and a new birth. Here in earth life, we perform our actions in such a way that having accomplished something, it detaches itself from us and ceases to belong to us, so to speak. We manufacture many things which then detach themselves from us. Indeed, most people detach these things from themselves in external social life by selling them. All that is accomplished by man in his earth life, as the result of his will, so passes over into earth existence that man feels himself comparatively but little connected with it. I expressly say comparatively little, and the thoughts through which man created that existence, or which he creates in that existence, withdraw into his inner being. They either remain as merely passive thoughts, or become memories, habits, modes of life, and so on. All this is different in the life between death and a new birth. There, whatever a man accomplishes returns to him again, in a certain sense. Now we must remember that here on earth we exercise our impulses of will on the things belonging to the kingdoms of nature, on the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms. We form them, we set them in movement, and we also set our fellow men in movement, insofar as their human side is concerned. In the spiritual world, between death and a new birth, we are among purely spiritual beings, in part among beings whose whole existence is spent in the spiritual world, whom we may call divine spiritual beings, and who never embody themselves in earthly substances. To these belong the higher beings of the hierarchies, the angeloi beings, the exousiai beings, the seraphim and cherubim beings. Other names might also be chosen for them, for we cannot be hindered by terminology. But these are ancient and honored names, and we may well apply them to the beings we now discover anew in the spiritual regions. Between death and rebirth, man lives partly among such beings, and partly among disembodied human souls now endowed with spiritual bodies. Those among whom he lived while on earth, or those awaiting their earth life, who are shortly to descend again to earth. Certainly our life with them is to some extent dependent on whether we are karmically connected with these particular human souls, or whether we formed links with them here in earth life. Those with whom we were less in connection while on earth have less to do with us in the spiritual world, and so on. More will be said about this later. Man also comes into touch with beings who are never actually embodied as man himself in his earth life, for they are of a lower grade than he and never attain human form. These are the beings belonging to the different kingdoms of nature, elemental beings living in the plant kingdom, in the stone or mineral kingdom, and also in the animal kingdom. Thus man, between death and a new birth, becomes united with all the inhabitants of the spiritual world. I must also state that these beings manifest themselves to the initiated, intuitive, and actively imaginative consciousness. It is by means of this consciousness that we can look into the world in which man lives between death and a new birth. When a man lives this different kind of life, his whole human disposition and his whole human attitude become different too. For instance, to return once more to this important theme, when we on earth make a machine, everything we do with our hands, in the process of putting together the various parts, flows from our will and our thoughts. But in the spiritual world, between death and a new birth, where we continually behave as souls and are active as such, whenever we do anything, there radiates from all that we do something which we recognize as thoughts, which live in the light, in the radiance. Whereas, here on earth, our thoughts stay with us. In that world they do not remain with man, but shine forth from all that he does. They radiate as a luminous essence from his every action. In the spiritual world, we can never do the simplest thing without a thought springing forth from it. That thought is not like an earthly human thought, which, though it may really be an unwholesome one, can yet be concealed in the inner being of a man, for it is individual to man, perhaps indeed a quite personal human thought. The thought that springs up in life between death and rebirth is a cosmic thought. It expresses what the cosmos, and thus essentially what the beings of the whole spiritual and cosmic world, have to say concerning what we do. I want you to picture the following very distinctly. Man is active in his life between death and a new birth. By reason of his activity, everything affecting the soul, every action of the soul, every turn of the soul, I might say, immediately becomes cosmic thought. Thus, when we do anything, we imprint it into the spiritual world. And from every direction comes the reply of the cosmos. What the cosmos says shines forth from all we do. The cosmos pronounces final judgment upon it. That, however, is not all. For in the radiance of the cosmic world of thought, something else glimmers. Other thoughts glimmer therein, and we cannot say that these have their origin in the cosmos. Thus we find the thoughts which shine as clear flames in the cosmos, though not in earthly life, permeated by all sorts of dark thoughts, which glimmer in everything. Now, whereas these clear, radiant thoughts originating in the cosmos fill us, in the life between death and rebirth, with a deep feeling of well-being, these glimmering thoughts are frequently, not always, but very frequently, extremely disturbing, for they are the after-effects of our own earth life. Thus, if in our earth life we have formed good thoughts about a thing, these good thoughts glimmer out of the shining cosmic images after death. If we formed evil thoughts, these glimmer out of the radiant thoughts comprising the cosmic judgment, and come to meet us, so to speak. Thus, when we see what the cosmos says to us, we see at the same time what we ourselves have put there. Now that world is not one which detaches itself from man. It remains inwardly connected with him. After death, man carries his cosmic existence within him. He also bears within him a memory of his earth life, the life just completed. His first task is to efface that, to get accustomed to do without it, so that he may really become a cosmic being. As long as we are in that region of spiritual life, designated in my book Theosophy as the soul life, we are principally engaged with these glimmering thoughts, caused by our earth thoughts, earth habits, and the cleverness belonging to earth. Through the influence of these, what might otherwise, as we realize, be beautiful cosmic images, become mere caricatures. So during our passage through the soul life, we wander uncomfortably through the cosmos under the guidance of these caricatures of cosmic images, until we become free from all that still binds us to earth and can find the bridge leading to what in the book Theosophy I have called the spirit land. We then leave behind us the disposition of soul we acquired on earth, and are able to act purely according to the instructions of the spiritual beings into whose realm we enter, and to behave in the only way possible there. You see, man does not take with him into the world in which he dwells after death what lives in his physical and etheric bodies. That is thrown away and dissolves into the cosmos. He only takes with him what he, as ego and astral body, experienced in those bodies. From this, however, something exceptionally significant and important can be learned. While a man goes about on earth, he calls his physical body and his etheric body, of which he does not know much, excepting that inasmuch as he lives in the forces of growth and so on, he does at any rate feel it. These bodies he calls his own. Now man has no right to call these his body, for the only part that is his is that which is present in the ego and astral body. That which lives in the physical and etheric body is, even while man lives on earth, the property of divine spiritual beings. While he lives on earth, the divine spiritual beings live and weave within it. They continue to work within it, even during man's sleep, when he himself is not present. Man would indeed be in a very evil case if he had to care for his physical and etheric bodies himself, in a permanently waking state between birth and death. He is obliged continually to give them into the charge of the gods. This is more particularly the case in childhood, where the sleep of childhood is by far the most important. Later in life, sleep still works correctively, but the really fructifying sleep belongs to the first years of childhood. In olden times of man's evolution, this fact was recognized, for the human body was then called a temple of the gods. Men then felt the wonderful structure of the human body to be the temple of gods, and in all their architectural works they imitated the laws of the physical and etheric bodies. This can best be observed in the architecture of the East, but we can also find it in that of the Egyptian and Greek. In the way in which the cherubim are placed in the temples of the East, in the position of the sphinxes and columns, we have a lifelike presentment of what was felt to be the working of the gods in the human physical and etheric bodies. But in the course of man's further development, he lost consciousness of this. Without having any inkling of it, he quite incorrectly calls his physical body his own body, whereas in all its earthly activities, it is really the property of the gods. So that when man today speaks of my body, when he designates that which in a normal state goes on in his body as his own property, it shows the extraordinary arrogance of man of the present civilization, an arrogance of which, of course, he is not the least aware. It is subconscious, but very great. This arrogance is also a sign of how, in ordinary life, that which would otherwise be considered simply in a naturalistic sense is now in our modern age intermixed with moral ingredients. Human language now contains the means of expressing that a man's body is his own property, for men say my body, thus arrogating to themselves the property of the gods, having embodied arrogance even into their language. Spiritual science must draw attention to these things. It must point out that the moral element is even encroaching on the ordinary naturalistic life, and indeed, as we have seen in this particular case, not a good but an evil moral element. These things show that even our whole life of feeling can be so far altered by a right spiritual knowledge, that even our modes of expression will, when we really understand spiritual science, be different from what they are today under the influence of a purely materialistic, naturalistic mode of thought. In order to understand the further experience between death and rebirth, we must call to mind what was said in yesterday's lecture, that when man expands in the spiritual world, the physical aspect of the stars disappears, and he lives in the spiritual counterpart of that which shines down to us and is physically apparent in the radiance of the stars. Just as the earth is the dwelling place of man, who, as a spiritual being, with his ego and astral body, is an inhabitant of earth, so each star is the dwelling place of certain spiritual beings. Man, during his physical life, is connected with the elemental beings of the mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, and also through his external bodily nature with other human souls. In the life between death and a new birth, he comes into connection with the inhabitants of other stars. Life between death and a new birth is actually spent in passing through the stellar world, in companionship with the other divine spiritual beings of the stellar world. As we have seen, the life we lead in the soul world follows immediately on the conclusion of our earth life. It consists essentially of a transposed, retrospective living of all that man experienced unconsciously, pictorially, during the nights of his earth life. A third part of his past earth life he now spends in disaccustoming himself from bringing what I have called these glimmering thoughts into the cosmic thoughts. Thus, a man who dies at about the age of 60 lives 20 years in the soul world. He spends that time in eradicating everything which connects him with physical earth life. When, after his death, he comes into relation with the world of the stars, he has an inner experience. This is of such a nature that he inwardly feels, during the time he spends in the soul world, which is 1/3 of his earth life, that in this earth life he was very specially connected with the moon existence. Thus, when, as I told you yesterday, man in a sense describes a circle, 1/2 of which extends from birth to death, then returns more quickly, for he does it in 1/3 of the time, he has a feeling that the circle goes round the moon existence, that it follows the spirits of moon existence. I mentioned yesterday that man is not conscious that he returns to his birth. This is not really a circle, but a spiral. Man goes further forward in each evolution, and I really ought to draw the diagram as a spiral. The Mercury beings bring it about that we do not simply travel round the moon in a cycle, but advance further and draw near another existence directly after death. The force of progression of these Mercury beings is partly responsible for this. These beings are rather stronger than the Venus beings, and life is carried forward by them, and banked up and driven back on itself, and in a sense rendered fuller by the Venus beings. Thus man's journey through the soul world runs a course in which he feels himself absorbed into the activity of Moon, Mercury, and Venus. We must now form a clear picture of this existence. Here on earth we say, I, as human being, have a head that is principally set in motion by what one might call the brain center, the pineal gland and the like. This is the principal organ in the center of the head. I, as man, have in the middle of my body the heart. I, as man, have in the mobile organism of the metabolic system that which belongs to the whole of the kidney system. Now, in the soul world, after death, one cannot say, I, as man, consist of head, chest with heart, and limbs with metabolic system. There would be no sense in that. After death, we say, I, as man, consist of what comes from the spirits of the moon. This saying corresponds to what we say on earth, I have a head. But after death, in the soul world, we must say, I have that which comes to me from the spirits of the moon. Here on earth we say, I have a heart within my breast, which is the expression of all my respiratory and circulatory system. Again, this kind of speech only has a meaning on earth, for of course the heart is abandoned. After death we must say, I bear within me the forces of Venus. That after death is the correspondence. And whereas here on earth we say, I have a limb and metabolic system, with all the organs pertaining thereto, particularly the kidneys, after death we must correspondingly say, in me live the forces coming from the Mercury beings. Here on earth we say, I, as man, consist of head, breast, abdomen, and limbs. After death we say, I, as man, am Moon, Venus, and Mercury. This represents absolutely the real inner existence of life. For here on earth our existence as physical human beings depends upon the cooperative working of our head, heart, and digestive system. Everything depends on this. In the slightest movement of our hands, there is activity proceeding from head, heart, and digestive system, which are continually transmuting the substances brought into play when we move our hands. Our whole earth existence runs its course in our head, heart, and limbs, speaking, of course, in a very limited sense. So also does our whole existence run its course in the soul world, in the Moon, Mercury, and Venus forces, which are then within us. Just as we are head, heart, and limbs on earth, so are we Moon, Mercury, and Venus in the soul world. And we are thereby, in a certain sense, actually transported into an age in which man, in his natural existence, lived in very much more ancient epochs than our own. I have several times referred to those more ancient epochs of man's evolution in the course of these lectures. Man had then a sort of instinctive vision, and I have referred to the types of men still remaining as a survival of these. At times, even while still on Earth, man had an inkling of his extra-earthly connection with Moon, Mercury, and Venus. As far as Earth life is now concerned, this consciousness is lost to the man of the present day. What is the reason that it has been lost? When we speak of these things, which in all their deep significance really lie concealed behind the veil of the physical world, and which can only be spoken of as coming from the region beyond the threshold, strong opposition is of course aroused. Or perhaps it may be more polite to say the criticism of the day is aroused. Indeed, it is particularly difficult today to speak of that which is initiation truth. We must either speak in so abstract a manner that the man of today does not notice what is meant. We must either clothe our meaning in abstract ideas, or express it in words really characteristic of the things in question. Many people become simply furious when they hear this. This is easy to understand, because they are told of a world they really fear and hate, and of which they wish to get rid. This must not, however, deter us from again beginning to speak of these things in the civilized world in a true and loyal way. Therefore, if one were attentively to consider, though it would not help matters much, those who hate the science of initiation, we should have to put the case as follows. Man, when he makes his way into the soul world, enters a state which somewhat resembles a former condition of the earth, when he still possessed an instinctive spiritual truth. And in this original instinctive spiritual truth lived the moon forces. Putting the matter thus, we might perhaps meet the materialistic ideas of the present day halfway, but that would be putting it in far too abstract a form. If we do not shrink from the unavoidable criticism of the materialistic thinkers, we must speak in a different way. We must say, in a now far distant epoch, this will be gone into more closely in the lectures yet to be given, a very ancient prehistoric epoch, when man pursued his evolution on the earth, he was in the company of spiritual beings, who were not themselves directly connected with the earth, but who in their earth life were also connected with the cosmos. We may say that these were divine teachers. The mysteries were then presided over by super-earthly teachers, who instructed the earth men. In the most remote ages, these teachers did not put on a solid, dense, physical body of flesh, but worked upon human beings in etheric bodies. Thus these who were the very earliest teachers of mankind in the mysteries, the chief teachers, of whom the physically incarnated human beings were only the servants, were etheric divine teachers. These beings, at a very ancient epoch of man's evolution, were co-citizens of the earth with man. We can therefore say in a very real and true sense that there was once an ancient epoch in the earthly development of the world, when men inhabited the world together with divine spiritual beings, who were certainly not to be seen walking about, but who manifested themselves to those who were led to them in the right way by those who served in the temples. They only showed themselves in the mysteries, but they could be seen there. And in the mysteries they became inhabitants of the earth, together with human beings. Since that time these beings have withdrawn from the earth to the moon, and now live imperceptible to earth life in a cosmic citadel, as it were, in the inner part of the moon existence. Thus, when we contemplate the inner part of the moon existence, we have to visualize it as the assembly of those beings who, in their etheric bodies, were once upon a time the great teachers of mankind on earth. In reality, we ought never to look up at the moon without reminding ourselves that assembled there are those who once were our teachers here on earth. For what comes down to man on earth from the moon is not what dwells there, but what it radiates from the rest of the cosmos. Just as it reflects the light, so too does it reflect all the cosmic workings. What comes to earth from the moon today is simply what is reflected from the cosmos. When we look up to the moon, we see most clearly the moonlight, But that, of course, is not all, and indeed but the smallest part of what is there. We see a reflection of the cosmic activities, but we do not see that which lives in the inner part of the moon and which once lived on earth. Only in his life in the soul world, immediately after death, does man come again under the influence of those beings who once dwelt on earth. These are they who, with the judgment of the past, work correctively. These are they who, with the judgment of the past, work correctively after a man's death on what he has done on earth. So that in our present epoch, man after death really is once more in connection with those who, as divine spiritual beings, once instructed or trained all humanity. The moon must be considered spiritually as a cosmic citadel, into which have withdrawn those beings who were once among men, and with whom we again enter into relation directly we begin our journey through the soul world after death. Now, when a man has concluded what, in a sense, belongs to the region of the moon existence, the task is assigned to him in the cosmos of passing over to the sun existence. Thus, whereas the first cycle, or rather the first spiral, is more or less in the center of the moon existence, the circular or spiral movement of man develops further, expands further, and passes on from the region of the moon to that of the sun. Drawing representing space can only be of an illusionary nature, for all the events take place in one dimension, in the supersensible. Yet, as we are obliged to use earthly language, we may say, man, in his life between death and rebirth, after completing the first cycle in the region of the moon, now enters into a similar relation with the spiritual sun as he formerly had with the moon. He must now become a being in whom the life he hitherto led in moon, Venus, Mercury, must be metamorphosed on his entrance into the region of the spiritual sun, which in my book Theosophy I have called the spirit land. He must indeed become an entirely different being. In his earth life he says, I am a head being, a heart or chest being, I am a metabolic or limb being. Directly after death he says, I am moon, Mercury, or Venus. Now he can no longer say this, for his existence would be arrested in the spiritual world, between the soul world and the actual spirit life. To prepare for his spirit soul life, man must now undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. He must become what I will characterize in the following way. The sun must become his skin. The sun must encompass him. Just as we on earth, with respect to our physical body, are clothed in a skin, so must we enter our spirit existence clothed in a skin which is in all parts composed of the spiritual sun forces. It is not very easy to picture this. There the sun is the center, and it shines into the environment. When we enter the region of the spiritual sun, it is no longer in one place. It is everywhere, within the whole periphery. It is, in actual fact, the spiritual skin of the human being that we have now become. No longer outside the sun, but in the inner part of the spiritual sun region, we now have that which in our earthly life we describe as head, heart, and limbs, and which directly after death we call moon, Mercury, and Venus, which are then within us. We now are sun, and have these organs within us. They are the inner organs, just as here we have heart, pineal gland, and kidneys. But all these are changed into the spiritual. They have to be gradually formed. When we come to the spirit land from the soul world, they are not at first fully developed. This has to be done by degrees. For this reason, we do not describe a single circle in the sun existence as we did in the moon. We describe 3 circles. The sun existence is fulfilled in 3 cycles. In the first cycle, which is really the Mars cycle, the spiritual Mars organ is formed. In the second cycle, which is really the Jupiter cycle, the Jupiter organ is formed. And in the last cycle, the Saturn organ is formed. 3 cycles, which, as I shall explain more minutely in tomorrow's lecture, take considerably longer to pass through in relation to earthly time than does that of the moon. The moon cycle is traveled through in comparatively quick time. These sun cycles are traversed, as I will explain more fully tomorrow, about 12 times slower. Thus we travel through a Mars cycle, a Jupiter cycle, and a Saturn cycle. Through the whole time of man's passage, through the region in which he dwells in the world of the spheres, and participates in the spiritual forces of that world, he is continually active. Just as we here are active through the nature forces, so are we active there through the forces of the so-called higher hierarchies, which only present their most outward physical reflection, their physical manifestation in the stellar heavens, as the sun and moon appear in their physical aspect. Now, if man is to find the transition from the region of the moon to that of the sun, he must have guidance. I have already indicated what this guidance must be. We have learned that in the very earliest epochs of humanity, beings lived on earth who have now withdrawn and entrenched themselves, as it were, in the cosmic citadel of the moon. These are they with whom man once more enters into relation after death. There are, moreover, descendants of these beings, who during the earlier post-Atlantean epoch of humanity, from time to time, appeared on earth. In the East, these beings are called bodhisattvas. Although they appeared incarnate in human life, they really were the descendants of those beings ensconced in the moon. The life of the bodhisattvas really flowed in union with the beings of the cosmic moon's citadel. Therein lay the sources of their power. There lay the sources of their thoughts. And they, then, became the leaders of men, enabling the latter, through what they had taught them on earth, to make the transition, giving men the strength, after having reached the end of the moon region, to pass over to the region of the sun. In the following lecture, we shall see how, in the course of man's evolution on earth, this has now become impossible, and how one of the sun beings, the Christ himself, had to descend and go through the mystery of Golgotha, that through his Christ teaching, through the teaching given on earth concerning the mystery of Golgotha, man might gain the full force necessary to enable him to accomplish the transition from the soul world to the spirit land, from the moon region to that of the sun. In older times of the earth's evolution, that which came from the moon region was inwardly connected with the earth, and it actually fostered and cared for the spiritual life on the earth. Now, instead of a direct or indirect influence from the moon, such as worked in the beings of the bodhisattvas, there descended to earth and intervened in its evolution, when the times were finished, after the completion of the first third of the fourth post-Atlantean epochs, the influence of the mystery of Golgotha, the influence of the Christ surrounded by the 12 different bodhisattvas, as indicated. And this was also an actual fact, in the Christ surrounded by the 12 apostles. Thus the Christ, who incarnated in the body of Jesus, is now the force coming from the sun existence, which has united itself with the earth. Just as we must now look up at the moon, not simply staring at it with a materialistic mind, but trying to understand it, regarding it as an assembly of spiritual beings, representing for the earth the past of cosmic evolution, so too must we look up at the sun as the assembly of those beings who represent the future of earthly evolution, of whom now at the present time Christ is the great ambassador, who has gone through the mystery of Golgotha. Thereby, through what men on earth absorb through their relation to that mystery, their entrance into the spirit land, which means into the land of the spiritual sun, has become possible. And they are now able in the Mars region to absorb the Mars organization, in the region of Jupiter to acquire the Jupiter organs, and in the Saturn region the Saturn organs. And this in 3 different cycles, which take much longer to travel round than did the cycle of the moon. But this too is dependent on the evolution of the cosmos, and the complete fulfillment of what I have now described will only be possible to man in the future. In our present epoch, it is only possible through the working of the cosmic forces for man to circle fully through the Mars region, so that after death he can only complete the Mars circuit, but cannot yet enter completely into the Jupiter region. He can only contact it. Only in the course of future Earth lives will he be able, between death and a new birth, fully to enter the region of Jupiter, and he can only enter that of Saturn at a still later epoch. Now, although man cannot yet enter the Jupiter region, he can even now, between his death and rebirth, receive somewhat of those forces of Jupiter and Saturn. For that purpose there are, scattered between Mars and Jupiter, the multitudinous planetoids, the outer existence of which are constantly being discovered by astronomers, but which are really the spiritual region through which man has to pass after death, because he cannot yet attain to Jupiter. The peculiar feature of these planetoids is that their spiritual beings are, so to speak, colonies from Jupiter and Saturn. Beings from Jupiter and from Saturn have gone back to the planetoids. Before man is ripe for Earth existence, he encounters in the regions of the planetoids, strewn over our universe, that which is for the present a sort of substitute, until such times as he can really enter the region of Jupiter and Saturn. Thus at the present time, a man, after having passed through death and rebirth, is born into an age when he has acquired the Mars organs, and of the Jupiter and Saturn forces he has absorbed those colonized in the region of the planetoids. With the after effects of Mars, of which we have more to hear, he enters the new Earth life. Tomorrow's lecture will further describe life between death and rebirth in relation to the world of the stars. The end of Lecture 10. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity from 1923. This is Lecture 11. When we turn back to what was described yesterday, we must realize that man, as he lives through the different times that succeed one another after physical death, the word in quotes time is used here in accordance with physical customs, first enters the region of the moon beings, and passes from thence into that of the sun beings. The moon beings still belong in a certain respect to earth existence, and the experiences through which man passes in the soul world under the influence of these moon beings are at the same time cosmic recollections of earth life. He passes retrospectively through the earth life in real experiences, but with the addition of that which I yesterday called the intervention of the cosmic judgments. These cosmic judgments are brought to man after death by these moon beings. He comes under their influence. When man enters the spiritual cosmic existence after death, he acquires first the cosmic perceptions, which still proceed from beings once connected with the earth. We learned also that these beings, who afterward took up their residence in a cosmic citadel in the moon, themselves were once teachers of humanity in the oldest mysteries of the earth, and later withdrew to this moon dwelling, if I may so express it. Thus man, in his passage through the soul world, experiences the influence of these beings, with whom he actually lived on earth in remotest ages, these beings now exalted, if I may put it so, to form the population of the moon. We may very well make use of this expression if we bear in mind what I mentioned in the last lecture, that these moon inhabitants, under the leadership of the beings who were once the leaders of man, possess an entirely different judgment from that common to the inhabitants of earth. These latter are only now undergoing in their earthly existence between birth and death what the moon inhabitants went through in long past ages. Reckoning according to earthly time, these moon inhabitants experienced during their earthly existence more than 15,000 years ago what humanity still has to undergo. More than 15,000 years ago they acquired a power of judgment in which the naturalistic and moral aspects flowed harmoniously together. We, on earth today, keep in watertight compartments the natural scientific opinions we form about stones and animals. In judging of them, we withhold all moral judgments. We say nature alone obeys a moral necessity. The whole world, however, is not guided by moral necessity. Although the separate animals, plants, and especially minerals, considered in their several existences, should not be judged by applying a moral judgment to them, yet their creation, and the fact that they are in the world, is absolutely the result of cosmic moral judgments. The moon population possesses this moral judgment. When we have passed through the gates of death, we, together with these beings, must listen to what the cosmos says concerning that which we on earth have thought, desired, felt, willed, and done. The whole of our earthly life is, as it were, viewed in the light of cosmic judgment. We then learn how much value to the whole universe is that which we have accomplished on earth. As a result of these experiences, we develop the impulse to complete, correct, or put right in some way what we have done, either to promote or hinder the world's development. While we are under the influence of the moon inhabitants, we receive the impulses for our destiny in the earth lives to follow, for what Eastern wisdom has always called karma. The impulses of karma are received at the time when men stand under the influence of the moon inhabitants, who inform him of the value of his earth actions and earth thoughts for the whole cosmos. The spiritual beings of the higher world, who live in the environment of men while they are under the influence of the moon inhabitants, are those I have summarized in my esoteric science as the beings of the first hierarchy, angeloi, archangeloi, and archkai. They are the first order of beings into whose domain man enters, who have not, as a phase of their lives, to pass through an earthly incarnation. First hierarchy, angels, archangels, archai. These beings, on their part, stand in inner relation with the beings of the higher hierarchies. But while man, during his moon existence after death, is essentially in relation with the beings of this hierarchy, he hardly notices anything as yet of the hierarchies. The judgment of the angels, as regards the value of the actions of individuals, are of special importance. After his death, man learns from the angels the value of his own personal actions to the whole cosmos. From the archangels, he learns rather the value of his actions by reason of his speaking certain languages and belonging to a particular nation. These things are also involved in the impulses for his further destiny, his further karma. And from the archai, man learns what the value of the deeds he accomplishes at a particular epoch will be to the epoch into which he will have to descend again into earthly existence from spiritual heights. By means of all that a man can rightly acquire in the way of preparation for his extra-earthly existence, I hope you will take this remark quite seriously, through what he can absorb of the impulses thus given, and especially, as we shall see later, through his attitude to the great spiritual teachers of humanity, he can find the bridge leading from the sphere of the moon inhabitants to that of the sun inhabitants. Thus, in speaking of the worlds man enters between death and a new birth, we must refer to a moon population and a sun population. The former consists, as we have seen, of those beings who at one time had their dwelling place on the earth and were connected with the earth. The sun inhabitants were, however, also connected with the earth and took part in its affairs, but at a very much earlier epoch. When a man enters the region of the moon inhabitants, it is perfectly clear to him that he is there among beings with whom he once lived on the earth. When he enters the region of the sun inhabitants, he is overcome by a mighty cosmic recollection of an ancient primeval age. I have described this in title Esoteric Science from a different aspect. He is aware of something like a memory of a primeval time, when the sun was still one with the earth, and the sun inhabitants were still bound up with the earth. After death, when we grow into the spiritual cosmos, we grow into two spiritual cosmic countries, with the inhabitants of which we were once in relation on earth, when we ourselves were as yet quite different beings. When we pass through the experiences that fall to our lot between death and a new birth, we look back in great cosmic memories from the present epoch of humanity to the evolution of the earth in the universe. During man's life here on earth, he only goes through one part of his evolution, but between death and a new birth, he travels through the entire collective cosmic evolution of the world. Thus the sun inhabitants are essentially those who not only rose beyond the experiences possible to earth beings at a very much more remote period, but also ascended beyond the experiences possible to inhabitants of the moon. When a man enters the region of the sun dwellers, he enters a sphere of the highest wisdom, a sphere in which it is only possible for him to live if he has prepared himself for this in an adequate way while on earth. Now, as I told you yesterday, when man passes from the soul world into the spirit land, and, as we must now say, from the sphere of the moon dwellers into that of the sun dwellers, he slows down considerably the tempo of his traveling through the cosmos. Thus, whereas he travels through the cycle of the moon in about a third of the time of his earthly life, he travels through the following ones, through Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, at a much slower rate, though, as I mentioned yesterday, he does not travel completely through these. His journey through these planetary cycles is accomplished at a 12 times slower rate than the cycle of the moon. If we reckon up what this amounts to, we come to the following result. We must begin with what was originally destined for man by the decision of the cosmos, that his moon time should last as long as 1/3 of his earth time. If we add the longer sleeping time of early childhood to the later periods of a man's sleep during his earth life, we find they amount to a total of about 30 years, which is approximately the time he requires to complete his first cycle, the moon cycle. Each of the following cycles will take 12 times longer, so that we get 360 years for each cycle. Then if we follow man further and further in his cosmic traveling, we find he accomplishes 3 cycles. He does not get as far as Saturn, but it was originally intended that he should complete these 3. We may therefore say, man travels through cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3, and must then pass back again through the 3 cycles. He accomplishes 3 cycles in his outward journey and 3 on the return route into his next earth life. That makes 6 cycles. Thus we can sum up the time that the Cosmic Council originally intended man to take over his journeying as 2,160 years. I still have to explain that he does not always do this, for things have changed a great deal from modern man, but that was more or less the allotted time. 2,160 years. What does this signify? You need only remember that every year the vernal point of the sun occupies a different place in the zodiac. It progresses. It has so progressed during the last centuries that while it was originally in Aries, it progressed a little further and still a little further in Aries, and then passed into Pisces. And in about 25,900 years, almost 26,000 years, the sun will have completed the whole cycle of the zodiac. Now, 2,160 years is 1/12 of this period. In 2,160 years, the sun has progressed from one zodiacal sign into the next. Thus it was originally intended that a man should return to the earth when the sun has progressed from one sign of the zodiac to the next. So you see, if we arrive at the number 2,160, reckoning by inner reasoning, and compare it with what I have stated in esoteric science from a quite different point of view, those who have read the book will recollect that I gave the time of the progression of the sun from one side of the zodiac to the next as the time originally intended for man to spend between death and rebirth. Comparing these 2 aspects, the one calculating the number as coming from without, and the other, which I have given today, as reckoned from the inner life of man, one arrives at exactly the same total. These are the things that man should begin to observe, that when one begins to form right judgments in spiritual science from one aspect, and then to form right judgments from an entirely different aspect, they will inwardly coincide. It is very easy for anyone judging spiritual science, according to the opinion of today, to say, quote, on what is your spiritual science founded? Our modern science is based on observation, on experiments. It starts from that, and there we have solid ground, close quote. A person talking like that about the things brought forward today might just as well say, quote, or say, when I stand as man on the earth, I stand on solid ground. A block of stone lies outside there, and it lies on solid ground. Everything on earth rests on solid ground. Your astronomers are simply visionaries, for they tell us that the earth floats freely in heavenly space. They ought to tell us that the earth itself rests like a rock on solid ground, if they wish to be logical. That is more or less the opinion of those who say of anthroposophy that it has no solid foundation. Of course, it would be ridiculous to say the earth ought to rest like a rock on solid ground, but they do not realize that it is just as ridiculous not to perceive that anything that has inner support, as the heavenly bodies have, cannot depend upon experiment or explanation. If people would only be logical in their opinions, they would soon see that the spiritual science here intended takes each step forward in the most exact way possible, and in each step takes fully into account the judgment it seeks to establish concerning the cosmos and cosmic beings. Thus, after his death, man enters a world in which he lives at first in the company of those souls who, like himself, have experienced an earth existence, and being disembodied on passing through the gates of death, find themselves translated into the spiritual world just described. Man makes his way into the sphere of the disembodied human beings, and with them continues in the spiritual world the intercourse he had when they all lived on earth. Now, as we have seen, man also enters a company of other spiritual beings, the community of the moon inhabitants, who were also at one time inhabitants of earth with him, and he subsequently ascends to the community of the sun inhabitants, who also once inhabited the earth with him, though in very much more remote ages. There he first finds himself in company with the beings composing the second hierarchy. In esoteric science I have designated these as exousiae, dynamis, and kuriotetes. These are the beings with whom man must work in order to be able, in his next earth life, to represent, to manifest what he prepared in earlier earth lives as his destiny, his karma, which he has, in a manner of speaking, cosmically worked out. Second hierarchy, exousiae, called spirits of form, dynamis, called spirits of motion, kuriotetes, called spirits of wisdom. When we have passed through the region of the moon dwellers, we are aware, not of course in our earthly thoughts, but in our cosmic ones, of what we have done, which, in the cosmic sense, was not right. We then know the value for the whole of cosmic evolution of what we did and thought and felt. But we cannot prepare a new earth existence if we only realize this with cosmic thoughts. In the moon sphere, we can acquire the knowledge of what we must become in our next earth existence, but we cannot there prepare that existence. For that we must ascend to the sun sphere, where dwell the beings who have now nothing more to do with earth existence, but who attend to the affairs of the whole planetary system. Concealed in the cosmos, in the sphere of what man has to experience there, are two spiritual lands with their spiritual population. The cosmos has, concealed within it, the soul world of the moon population, and the more comprehensive population of the spirit land, the land of the sun. While the moon population was, not so very long ago, in a cosmic sense, connected with the earth, and still makes the interests of earth people its own, for the moon is simply a cosmic colony from which it works and directs the concerns of earth. The sun universe, in which dwell the sun population under the leadership of the exousiae, dynamis, and karyotetes, is a universe in the cosmos which has to attend to the affairs of the whole planetary system, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, etc., as well as Earth and Moon. On entering the sun universe, we enter a sphere in which our interests are greatly extended, and in which we are able, in cooperation with exousiae, dynamis, and karyotetes, to prepare for the coming into existence of the spirit germ of a physical body, which can then be brought to birth through the parents. No parents could bring forth a physical body suitable for us unless it had been prepared and worked at for long periods of time, as the work of very high and exalted spiritual beings in the spiritual cosmos. Our own work in that cosmos essentially consists in this, and it is truly greater and more comprehensive to work together with these beings of high degree than to accomplish what we do in our little earth existence. We take part in all the spiritual events which play a part in these beings, just as the phenomena of nature do here, in the spiritual art which plays a part in them, just as the art in nature does in us. We are finally able to link all this together into a mighty cosmic archetype, which is the spiritual germ, and in a sense the advance shadow of what is to be born on earth as our physical body. When man has completed the 3 cycles and begun his return journey, his interest in the affairs of earth comes back to him, and he then looks down many years before he is born upon the generations in course of earthly evolution, and at the end of which stand his father and mother. Even as early as the time of man's great turning point in the cosmos, he begins to direct his attention down to the earth. He then looks down at the remote ancestors, from whom will descend sons and daughters, and from these again sons and daughters, and so on, until centuries later the 2 parents are born to whom he can send down in diminutive size that which as a more mighty and comprehensive spirit germ was formed for the physical body in the physical world, in order that this spirit germ should then unite with the physical germ within the body of the mother. This spirit germ is at first as majestic and as large as the universe itself. When man begins his return journey to the physical world and contemplates the generations from which his parents are to descend, and from the spiritual world busies himself with these, the spirit germ is all this time growing smaller and smaller until it returns to Mars and the actual sun sphere proper, and then passes quickly through the moon sphere to descend again to Earth for the next life. Some little time before man himself descends as soul being, he sends the spirit germ on in advance. He sends on that which he has prepared for his physical body some time before he himself descends into the physical world. He then finds himself in cosmic existence, in which, so to speak, he lays aside his work for the next earth life. By so doing, he is enabled to enter into quite a different relation to the cosmos from that hitherto existing. He is enabled to establish a relation to the entire cosmic ether, and as the final act of his descent from the spiritual worlds, he draws forth from the whole cosmic ether the forces with which he then constructs his etheric body. Thus, when the spirit germ for his physical body is sent down, after many long years during which the stream from the spiritual world has flowed into the parents for the physical body, part of the body, then man himself is still in the spiritual world, drawing the ether around him, so that for a brief while he is a being composed of ego, astral body, and ether, the ether being concentrated and drawn together. Only in the embryonic period, in the 3rd or 4th week after conception, does man unite himself with what was formed during those first weeks from the union of the physical germ and spirit germ which had descended to earth earlier. He unites himself with this and endows it with the etheric body, which he acquired by drawing it from the cosmic ether. Man then becomes a being consisting of that which had been sent down earlier, physical body, and etheric body which he collected, so to speak, at the last moment of his cosmic existence, astral body, and the ego, which had gone through the life between death and a new birth. Thus man descends into a new life in the physical world, after having led a pure spiritual existence. From what has been said, it will be evident that man's experiences in passing through the world between death and a new birth consist in recollections of the earliest times of the Earth's evolution, indeed the earliest times of what we may call the evolution of the world itself. Of course, these cosmic recollections of his, which indeed become his deeds, for he performs what he has to accomplish in cooperation with those higher beings of whom I have already spoken, and of whom I must speak further, these recollections become real and active, and what he then carries out forms an important perspective in the past of the earth and the cosmos. What man experiences while he stands in this relationship to the moon inhabitants brings back to his soul a time in his former earth life when he occupied the same position with respect to them. He looks back over a series of earth lives similar to the present time, and he then looks back yet further to an earth period in which he stood in closer relationship to the present moon inhabitants on the earth itself. He looks back to an age separated from him in his extra-physical existence by what the geologists call the glacial epoch. He looks back to a form of the Earth's evolution which you will find described in my literature as the Atlantean epoch. He looks back further still to what you will find described as the Lemurian epoch. The Earth was then under completely different conditions. Man was not then so earth-bound as to walk the earth with his feet. At that time he lived more in the periphery of the earth, in the atmosphere of the earth itself, as an etheric being. This he could do because the atmosphere still contained all the water now distributed over the continents, and above all the other substances which have now become the solid earth of today were still part of the atmosphere. Man lived principally in the periphery, in the period which is called the Lemurian epoch. Here again the terminology used is not of much importance, but as the natural investigators call the oldest earth epoch by that name, we also may use it. Beyond this, again, man looks back to an epoch when he was still united with the sun beings themselves, before that time in cosmic evolution when the sun separated from the earth. He looks back to that time which in my book, Esoteric Science, I have described as the sun period of the earth, the second of the earth's stages of development. He only looks back at the recapitulation in the earth existence of that cosmic evolution, but to that he can look back. When man's knowledge is perfected by what he can experience between death and his next birth, his human knowledge becomes to some degree cosmic knowledge. What formerly was the evolution of the earth arises in connection with the results of the repeated stages of earth life, in the human deeds which he accomplishes in cooperation with higher beings. The earth's past, in its connection with the whole planetary system, sun, moon, and the planets pertaining to them, reappears in the deeds of man. And from what thus appears, man forms that part of his future which it is his business to form, his next earth life. At the same time, he is also interwoven with the whole future which is being prepared for the world, the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan existences into which the earth will pass. When we contemplate these things, we can understand how it is that a part of the cosmic evolution of the earth was in a sense accomplished in those old cosmic epochs. We look back to a time when the present moon population gave earth men their teachers, and then withdrew into the moon citadel of the cosmos with the first great teachers of mankind, with the last of those great teachers. Over and over again, however, human beings were born on Earth whose whole karmic life made it possible for them to remain in inner connection with the experiences of the moon inhabitants. These beings, who in the course of the Earth evolution were born over and over again, appeared as ambassadors of the great assembly within the moon population to those who peopled the Earth in the first, second, and third post-Atlantean epochs of civilization, and evolved a higher civilization in the East. These ambassadors from the moon were called bodhisattvas. They were human beings on Earth, but in them lived what was still directly spiritual, and which owed its presence on the Earth to these great moon teachers. Times repeatedly occur in the universe when the moon inhabitants, being nearer to the sun inhabitants than are the people of Earth, establish a very special inner relation to the former. Thus, indirectly, through the moon ambassadors, known in the East as the bodhisattvas, the sun wisdom could also be brought to the humanity on Earth during the older Oriental civilizations. Then, however, because of the progress made in the evolution of Earth, it became necessary that man should no more be nourished only by the beings of the moon. If it were always to happen that these moon messengers were to appear on Earth, then its whole evolution would have had to follow a different course, one not predestined for it by cosmic wisdom. Hence the great and significant event which we designate as the mystery of Golgotha. While the moon ambassadors, in a sense, brought the sun wisdom to Earth, it was the ruling sun being himself, he who is the leader of all the sun spirits, who descended to Earth and went through the mystery of Golgotha and incarnated in the man Jesus. By reason of this, quite different conditions arose in Earth evolution. That which the wisdom of the sun inhabitants has now become has been brought by Christ Jesus as an impulse into the Earth evolution itself. And the rest of Earth's evolution must run its course under the impulse of Christ Jesus. At the time the mystery of Golgotha was fulfilled, there was still so much moon wisdom spread abroad on Earth that the old moon wisdom, as Gnosis, as Pistis Sophia, which is the old moon wisdom, could understand what Christ signified. That old moon wisdom was still there and appeared as the Gnosis. The Gnosis was chiefly an endeavor to understand Christ in his full spirituality, but it was rooted out. The first act of that evolution, which was based on a lack of understanding of the mystery of Golgotha, was to eradicate the Gnosis, and this was almost entirely destroyed, except for the writings of its antagonists. If nothing were to remain of the present anthroposophy, but what its opponents wrote about it, that would give us some idea of how much men really knew of the Gnosis from external knowledge. They knew nothing but what was said of it by its enemies, and the little contained in the Pistis Sophia, which they did not understand. That is all men knew of the Gnosis. The Gnosis was a moon gift from olden times to the early centuries of the Christian development, principally to the first 4 centuries. For after the 4th century, the Gnosis was no longer understood. It contained that which could, so to say, be spoken by the old moon wisdom, by the moon Logos, to the sun Logos, who had descended to Earth, to the Christ. One who knows of this connection is really able to understand the Gnosis, which is so greatly misjudged, and of which such curious things are said at the present time. This state of things must not continue, for the Earth's evolution must go on. We must really progress from the old moon wisdom to a new sun wisdom. We must acquire a direct understanding of the sun wisdom. In the next lecture, I shall explain in what fashion the old moon wisdom spoke to man after he had reached a certain conclusion, by means of a sort of yoga breathing, through a transmutation of the breathing process. By means of this, man worked his way through to the old moon wisdom. These yoga methods are not adapted to Western peoples, who must develop imagination in a direct manner. That is indeed the first stage which civilization in general must acquire, the attainment of imagination. There are, however, many difficulties in the way, and evolution can only continue in an upward direction for the civilization of mankind if mankind will again accept a spiritual impulse. Its most intimate destinies are bound up with this. In all the ages in which the bodhisattvas appeared, they never encountered an unwilling humanity. Although men of old often seem to have been cruel and terrible, yet they were always able to meet with goodwill the impulses coming from the spiritual world. The bodhisattvas always encountered a humanity ready to accept that which was the logos of the moon, the reflection of the sun logos. Mankind is now changed, yet that which once existed lives on. So the old moon wisdom, the old moon logos, must not cease. It must continue, but must be grasped through the sun word, which, now that its last heritage has been lost in the gnosis, must be discovered anew. Not till then can mankind be addressed in the true sun language, not till it brings goodwill to the sun word. Humanity may wait in vain for a successor of the old bodhisattvas, for the question as to whether one will appear or not depends upon whether or not men would encounter him with understanding. At the present time, mankind is sharply divided into an Eastern and a Western humanity. Anyone who does not look deeply enough into these circumstances often fails to form a right opinion as to this division, not realizing how the East awaits something from a new bodhisattva in a way which the West can but dimly surmise. The present nationalistic struggling has not yet been sufficiently overshadowed by that common consciousness of humanity which must spread over the whole earth as a result of the Christ impulse. Mankind will not be able to find the ascent to this universal humanity, to this true Christian impulse, and will therefore not be able to understand what a possible bodhisattva has to say, until it once again develops within itself a sufficient degree of spiritual longing to enable it to form a bridge across the whole earth for an understanding between the East and the West. I have thus touched upon a subject which shall be continued tomorrow, and which must make essentially clear the fact that men are not compelled to wait for the bodhisattva. Rather must the bodhisattva wait for the necessary understanding on the part of mankind before he can speak to them in his own language, for man has entered the epoch of free will. More will be said on this very point of man having entered an epoch of free will, in connection with the subject just touched upon, which will be continued tomorrow. All that man will have to go through in order really to find the way to the innermost impulse coming from the spiritual world is bound up with various systems of civilizations and symptoms of apparent insignificance. Forgive me for connecting the great things of which we have just been speaking with small things, but small things can be symptoms of great ones. Some days ago I said here that in this particular region, where the imaginations stand so firmly in the spirit, we have the disturbing influence of the motor car. I have nothing to say against motor cars, for as I have already mentioned, anthroposophy cannot speak in a reactionary sense. I myself am passionately fond of driving in a car when necessary. One must not wish to arrest the world's development, but must balance what comes from the one side by something else from the other. And it is therefore quite right to drive in motor cars. But to balance the motor traveling and everything connected with it, we must possess heart's yearning for the spiritual world. If that be so, no matter what other things of like kind may come along, man will be able to progress further of his own power and with the free will which must come, and which will then lead us again to the bodhisattva. Mankind will defend itself against those things of a mechanical nature which are placed in the world at its service. We may say that man will know how to defend himself against everything of a mechanical nature, such as cars and typewriters, etc. With the gramophone, it is a different thing. Forgive my concluding this lecture with what may seem to be so trivial a subject, but with the gramophone, man is trying to bring the mechanical into the realm of art. If mankind develops a passionate preference for such things, so that what descends into the world as the reflection of the spiritual is made mechanical, if mankind develops enthusiasm for such things as that, it will then be able to defend itself no longer. There will be no help to be found. Help can then only come from the gods. The gods are merciful, and we today may hope that as regards the progress of the civilization of humanity, the merciful gods will themselves help it to overcome such aberrations as are expressed in the gramophone. The end of Lecture 11. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is Lecture 12. Let us begin today by calling to mind the various considerations that have been here set forth concerning the world of man, remembering that man bears the world's past history within him, if only in the form of pictures, and that he can arouse within him in consecutive series, as it were, these pictures of the past ages of the world. Nothing of all this enters man's ordinary day consciousness except memory, which reminds him of the experiences he has had in his earth life. But when he directs this ordinary consciousness along the paths I have described, by the agency of the spiritual consciousness, which becomes clearer and clearer, the past ages of the evolution of the world rise one by one within him. And as we have seen, he must again experience this cosmic past between death and a new birth. We may say that when that which is imperceptible to the senses becomes gradually visible in imagination, even in earth existence, man looks back not only at the pictures of his present earth life, preserved in his memory, but at that which gave him form, and which, as the forces of growth and of nourishment, which indeed proceed from the spirit, fashioned him from within. At a further stage, by means of inspiration, man looks into pre-earthly existence, though not into that of his own being. We have seen how he sets sail, as it were, from the cosmic earth island into the free cosmic world ocean, in which are embedded the stars, though he now perceives these as the dwelling places of spiritual beings. Then, when intuition appears, man looks back into his own past earth lives, and at the same time beholds the whole collective life of the world in ages past. Man is indeed born from the whole universe, and it lives in his physical, etheric, and astral body, and at any rate, during his earth existence, in his ego. All this is in man. It works and lives in his inner being. Thus we, as human beings, bear within us the whole past evolution of the world, at which countless generations of divine spiritual beings have worked. In the structure of our organs, in the forces which permeate and pulsate within them, lies the whole work of generations of divine spirits. We bear these within us when the forces of our organs blossom forth into our thoughts and feelings. We carry within us the result of the whole evolution of the world, insofar as it belongs to the past. Now, after we have sharpened our vision for the past, at any rate as far as our thoughts are concerned, and look with our ordinary consciousness at the world that forms our environment here on earth, we see nothing of that world but what our senses record and our reason, based upon the observations of senses, can digest, which, however, is but the smallest part. Behind sense existence is the wide expanse of spiritual existence, that existence which is active in all the colors to be seen and in all the sounds to be heard in nature, in all that we know as cold and warmth, in everything which impresses man in the phenomena of nature. Behind the manifested physical natural existence, there is a concealed spiritual natural existence, a concealed spiritual world around us. This spiritual environment, of which we, with our sense perception, see merely the surface, is even now in the womb of man's future evolution. Just as we now carry in mighty pictures the whole past in our inner being, and indeed are ourselves the result of those pictures, So in this concealed nature is working and weaving that which, when it develops further as world evolution, will bring us our future. We may therefore inscribe in our minds the following momentous saying, quote, "Man in his inner being carries the past ages of the world. The world in its outer being carries the future of man." Close quote. These two sentences express the evolution of the world and of man. They are expressed even in the individual life of man. There is a mighty difference between all that belongs to the organization of man's head and the rest of his physical body. The forces at work there are, of course, roughly speaking, of a finer quality. We may say that the forces working from the heart toward the head give the latter its peculiar configuration, causing it to be surrounded by the hard skull covering and to be filled with that which represents the most wonderful structure in the whole world, namely the convolutions and interlacings of the human brain and the location therein of the human senses. Everything that lives in these forces and radiates from chest and heart toward the head of man is the result of the past. It could only become what it now is in man because, as I have said, countless generations of spiritual beings worked as they did through all the metamorphoses of the cosmic bodies throughout the planetary transformations. In esoteric science, I drew attention to the fact that this Earth evolution was preceded by a Saturn evolution, a Sun evolution, and a Moon evolution, after which followed the evolution in which we are now living, that of the Earth, which began with the recapitulation of the three former evolutions. In the development of mankind on Earth, we are now a little beyond the middle of the Earth evolution proper. All the forces which have gradually developed in the course of long periods of time under the influence of divine generations live in the physical body of man himself. They radiate upward from the heart toward the head. In all that we continually bear within us in our physical, etheric, astral, and ego being, radiating from the middle man to the head man, generations of divine beings have for countless ages worked, preparing, and making ready. The last of that which lives in these radiating forces, and of which the man of today is still unconscious, expresses itself as his karma, the past of his own ego during his earth life. One may therefore say that when we penetrate to these cosmic memory forces, we first of all perceive our karma, then the different stages of the Earth's evolution, and then finally we see the metamorphoses, the planetary transformations of the Earth before it became Earth proper. For before the Earth could come into being, a cosmic body had to arise, consisting of nothing but fine heat, Saturn. That had to die and arise again to a new existence as Sun, of which we see the last remnants outside in cosmic space as our present Sun. The old Sun was a cosmic body consisting solely of air, and that too had to die in order that a cosmic body consisting of a more watery substance, the Moon, might arise. That also had to die, that the more solid Earth might appear, consisting of a mineral substance on which man could then develop and become the Earth man he now is. But just as we possess the upward striving forces, so too do we bear within us the forces that strive downward and have a sort of center in the heart. And the effect of these two opposing forces is that the blood is caused to circulate and to flow into the movements of our limbs. What is contained in these forces lives in every movement of our hands when we lay hold of anything or carry out any external earth activity. It lives in every step we take to accomplish our earth deeds. These forces belong to the concealed environment. They do not belong to the past, but to the concealed world that surrounds us. They will only be taken into the bosom of the past, a past belonging to the future, when man goes to the gates of death and exchanges his earth existence for that of the stars. In these forces, the future of man is being prepared. This future will come about through the reciprocal action of these forces and those concealed in nature. Thus the world carries within it the future of man, in its own evolution. Now, these upper and lower forces are very dissimilar in man. The knowledge that can be attained on passing the guardian of the threshold shows how great the difference is between these two forces going in different directions. As far as man's ordinary consciousness is concerned, he is conscious of nothing below his heart. But although he has no consciousness of the fact, this lower part is, nonetheless, filled with a consciousness, only man cannot as yet penetrate it. Man, as regards his experience, is differently constituted inwardly from what he is as regards his consciousness. In his normal consciousness, he is only aware of that part of his experience which rises like an island to the surface. But this is no longer the case when one can see man as he is, realizing that he is even now equipped with these subhuman forces, as we might call them. One can then see how a man may accomplish a particular deed, which at that particular moment of his life on earth gives him pleasure and satisfaction. His head is satisfied. Perhaps for some reason or other he may commit a very wicked act. His head may be satisfied, for the circumstances connected with this action are concealed from his ordinary consciousness. But a man's head may be filled with great satisfaction, while the hand that commits the act trembles in his subconsciousness, which becomes conscious in the cosmos. Although the trembling may not be outwardly perceptible, yet in his etheric and astral bodies there is, as it were, a sort of earthquake. A man may feel in his head a complete satisfaction at the accomplishment of a certain action, while in his subconsciousness this satisfaction becomes a trembling in the astral etheric organs connected with the arms or those connected with the legs. The consciousness expires, as we might say, in that which produces satisfaction in the head as the accomplishment of an evil deed, and another consciousness awakens in that which in the lower man trembles at the act. In this trembling, his coming karma is prepared, for it is the trembling of the forces of the concealed nature of the hidden world. In this trembling, man feels in advance what he will experience as the judgment of the stars when he leaves the earth island for the wide ocean of stellar existence. Thus we may say, within man, even in the outer form of his physical body, live in different ways both the past and the future of the world. That which man bears within him as the organization of his head, and which is the most marvelous and perfect production of the world development, falls to pieces for the most part, even as regards its inner spiritual content, when man passes through the gates of death. On the other hand, that which man has in the lower part of his organization, even if merely observed physically, presents an image in the physical of what lives as spiritual soul nature in his arms, hands, and the whole organization of his limbs and metabolic system. For in these there live not only what can be seen as flesh and blood, but forces also. Behind much of what you see as the flesh and blood forming the physical nature of arms and hands live the spiritual forces. These forces at the present time flow through our arms and legs. In a future earth life, they will flow through that which gives the jaws an upward and downward movement in the extension of the upper and lower jaws toward the back. The bones of the head will, in the next earth life, in their plastic formation, be the transformed bones of the arms and legs. Of course, I mean the spiritual part of these, for the physical falls away. What are now attached to us as our arms and legs will, in our next earthly incarnation, be attached to us as the configuration of our head, as far as its forces and dynamics are concerned. Thus, even man's physical organism presents an image which shows how he has gone through his earth life, the forms he created through what he accomplished in ordinary life by his actions and behavior to man and to the earth world by means of his arms and hands in the preceding earth life. The actions of his hands and arms in the one earth incarnation live on in the formation of the head in the succeeding one. Ordinary phrenology is but dilettante in this respect, or it gives all sorts of intellectual interpretations about the formation of the head. Behind this, however, there is a profound occult phrenology, which is individual in each man and cannot therefore be learned by universal rules, but can, by means of intuition, unravel from the shape of a man's head what he prepared for himself by the movements in walking, by the action of his hands, and the deeds of his preceding earth life. Thus past and future hang together in the evolution of world and man. In the present earth existence, man stands before us and himself as a manifestation of the work of generations of divine beings who have worked for countless ages to make him what he has now become. Of course, it is only possible to outline in a sketchy fashion how the pictures presented by modern humanity indicate what these generations of spirits, through all the metamorphoses of the earth evolution and that of Saturn, Sun, and Moon, have accomplished for the whole life of man. Let us just consider three significant impulses in the earth life of man, which we must regard as being specially distinctive to mankind. If we contemplate, even with ordinary consciousness, the marvel that reveals itself in the gradual development of a human being from the first days of his life, we can, if we have the vision for this, get at any rate some idea of the profound depths from which the soul and spirit nature works its way up in order to mold the somewhat undefined form of a child in the first days and weeks of its life into a more definite form, and later to transform the chaotic movements of the arms and legs into regular movements. We can then dimly surmise that something is thereby revealed. We can then dimly surmise that something is thereby revealed, which lives as a spiritual element in the depths of the concealed life of nature and finds expression in the body. It may be said that nothing more marvelous can be seen on the earth than this wondrous unfolding of the inner into the outer man in the young child during the very first years of its development. We may say that if we are able to permeate this perception with a truly artistic religious feeling, it transcends all that can merely be observed. It transcends even the humility which may take hold of us before the spiritual element thus revealed. It transcends all the artistic, scientific, or religious impressions we can obtain from the external world. There are three things that specially strike us in this development and unfoldment of the young child. In ordinary life, we say, a child learns to walk. That indeed is a wonderful thing. These words convey a great sense of movement. The child uses all its limbs to raise itself from a position in which the spine is parallel with the earth's surface to an upright position. The simple words, the child learns to walk, in which we express this most obvious and self-evident occurrence, also imply that, when this takes place, the child learns to direct all its forces in a different direction on earth. It learns to take its place in the cosmos through its own inner balance and the symmetry of its forces. Now we can also see in this an image showing how man has outgrown the animal world. But the animal cannot do this. It does not experience this moment in its life. The animal remains essentially with its spine parallel with the earth. For even when, as in the case of the ape, it stands upright, this upward direction is in contradiction to its organization. If a man wants to judge, he must be able to look in the right light at the circumstances of the child learning to walk. The natural scientists have compared the human bones with those of animals, and have found that the former are transformed animal bones, and that human muscles are a conversion of animal muscles, and so on with all the organs. Not in this way, however, can the difference between man and the animals be ascertained. This can only be discovered by studying the moment when the child, early in its life, raises itself from what makes it like the animal and balances itself in harmony with the equilibrium of the whole world. The human being could never have acquired this art in life had it not been prepared in far distant ages. This art already reposed germinally in man during the Saturn existence. During that epoch, divine spirits laid the germ of what the child manifests when, as we say, it learns to walk. There were no animals present then. They only came later, during the sun existence, so that as regards his foundations, man is older than the animal. All that lies in that invisible force nature which enables man to walk is in its origin to be traced back to the Saturn existence. The second thing that appears in the child is that, as a result of its orientation in space, the forces press inward and reappear in a different fashion. I grasp the child. In so doing, a force works in an outward direction. At the same time, a counteracting force works inward and discharges itself in the inner organs. This sense of direction in movement, this force directed inward, enters the limbs and shows itself in the development of the child when it learns to speak. The second quality acquired by the child is learning to speak. The forces first press outward and the child learns to direct itself in space. The same forces then turn inward and the child learns to speak. Natural science only indicates a small part of this. It only points out that persons who are right-handed have the seat of speech in the left half of the brain, while in left-handed persons the seat of speech is in the right half of the brain. But everything in the brain which is connected with the development of speech is first worked into the brain by the limbs when the child learns to walk, to grasp, to move about, to take hold of things. These are the inward-going forces, which then pass from the brain into the organs of speech. Again, for countless ages, the divine spiritual beings have worked at the human organism to make the child ready for speech. The reason that the human being is able to learn to speak comes from the fact that the divine spiritual beings who prepared his power of walking in the Saturn epoch worked on further in the Sun epoch to enable him to produce speech. The third thing the child develops out of speech, and which humanity itself has also developed from speech, for only in the Earth evolution did men learn to speak and to think, is the power of thinking. Thought has been prepared in advance by the divine spiritual beings ever since the Moon Age. Such is the evolution of man in the past ages of the world, during which divine spiritual generations have worked in him, walking, speaking, and thinking in the Saturn, Sun, and Moon evolutions. During the Sun evolution, the animal world was added to the world evolution, though of course in a different form from today. Today the animals must eat plants. They had no need for that then. They were beings living only in the air and consisting of air substance. During the Moon existence, the plants were added. Evolution then passed over to the Earth existence. Only then did man develop that wherein the forces of walking, speaking, and thinking could live in visible form, the human form and figure. The mineral kingdom was then added to man. Such are the characteristics of the past development of mankind. If we wish to look at the future development of man, we must consider old age. If we must have something belonging to the present time by which to characterize it, we must take that which in present humanity is considered extremely unimportant, the fact of growing old. While that which is revealed in the development of the child, in its walking, speaking, and thinking, is open to observation and manifests outwardly, that which becomes more and more spiritual as man grows older is but little noticed today, unless one observes with spiritual vision. It is wonderful to see how the soul and spirit nature is more and more revealed in the body in old age. And if this is rightly perceived, it gives one a deep religious feeling. We are overcome by its wondrous art. On the other hand, it is just as worthy of admiration to see how what man experiences in his whole being by walking, speaking, and thinking all through his earth life gradually disappears again into the spiritual in preparation for the passage through the gates of death. How the thoughts, words, and all that man has achieved and worked at with his hands vanishes into the spiritual. But this spiritual part which he acquires through his thinking, speaking, and walking, he carries back with him through the gates of death into the spiritual life. Just as What appears in the child as walking, speaking, and thinking points us to the foregoing stages of the earth's evolution. So does what man experiences in his thoughts point him to his next earth life, and thence into the great epoch of the earth's evolution. Thus evolution and the development of the world and of man point to that condition which can only be experienced when the earth has once more died and re-arisen in a new planetary existence, the Jupiter existence. And to that the thoughts of men direct us. These human thoughts themselves will not then live as fluctuating thoughts in man, but will have form. The formed thoughts will then appear in the form of man. At the present time, we are able to conceal our thoughts within us, and our countenance may in certain circumstances have a very innocent appearance, whereas we may be inwardly guilty. In the next metamorphosis of the earth, the Jupiter existence, that will no longer be possible. Our countenance will bear the outward expression created by our thought. For our human form will not be so solid or so mineral. It will itself be inwardly mobile and consist of very soft and pliable substance. Whenever a wrong thought arises in a man, it will be seen by his fellow beings in the instantaneous form of his face. Every thought will instantly take form, and all permanent thoughts, everything of the nature of temperament, will walk about as men. In the Jupiter existence, if a man is a scoundrel or has animal desires, it will be immediately apparent. That is the first stage of the future of humanity. The second stage is that in which man will develop something out of his speech. Speech today can only penetrate outwardly from within through the medium of air. In the future, speech will become creative. The spoken word will not only sound in the air, but will be permanent. Man will create form through the word. Thus, even in the Jupiter age, man will, by his thoughts, create forms of himself, and in the Venus existence, he will create his own surroundings by the word. The situation will then be as follows. If a man utters a bad word during this Venus existence, which consists essentially of substance as fine as air, something like a hideous plant form will immediately come into existence. A man will thus have his own words around him. What lives in the action of walking, in the movement of the arms, will develop in the final metamorphosis of the earth, in the Vulcan existence. Creative speech and the feelings which are of a speech-creative nature will appear during the Venus existence. Today we accomplish our deeds and carry out our actions with our arms, but these are not permanent. We go forth to accomplish something, some very complicated business perhaps, or war may even be carried on. But we go on our way. Nothing of all this remains in the external world. During the Vulcan existence, everything will be permanent. Man will then not only walk about and touch things, but the fact of his walking and touching is inscribed into the Vulcan existence. His actions materialize. In the Vulcan existence, therefore, we have the materialized actions of man. You see what a mighty incision is made by the earth existence between the past and the future of the evolution of the world and of man. Everything that was brought about on earth till then was accomplished by generations of divine spiritual beings. What is to come will be accomplished by man himself. That is what the entrance of free will into the human being signifies in the cosmos. Man is placed in this world by gods. By them he is given his free existence, his walking, speaking, and thinking, and indeed even his form. By means of his walking, speaking, and thinking, he will in the future insert into the evolution of the world that which he himself is. Man is now engaged in making his way from the past into the future. He has part of the past in what lies in his own karma, and part of the future in the karma he makes for his own future. Man is now in a sense going through his school time between the past and the future. This, however, prevents things from being precisely fulfilled in accordance with the scheme I described yesterday. I said that 2,160 years ought really to pass between every two incarnations. but man is far from absorbing all he should from earth life during his earth existence. Hence, in reality, even at the present time, the intervals between death and a new birth are of quite a different length, and indeed do not last 2,160 years for anyone, but are substantially shorter. Persons wholly given up to earth life, who have something criminal in their nature, have amassed but few possibilities of setting sail for the ocean of stellar life. They return very soon to earth life, having spent but a short time between death and their new birth. Others again must bring to greater perfection the spirit and soul nature they developed in earth life, and require longer time to refine it. We may therefore say that in particular men of animal tendencies, who are easy prey to their desires and passions, soon come back, while those who undergo a normal spiritual development return later. Others there may be who, having a deeper insight into the needs of the present age, and looking with deep and spiritual vision into the cosmos, create in themselves the impulse, even while in earth life, being ready to make the sacrifice, to return as soon as they are able to work again at the evolution of the earth. It is possible, by developing love for the spirit while still in earth life, to pass much more rapidly through the 3 to 6 transitions I described yesterday, through the Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn beings. A man who passes through the gates of death, equipped with lower impulses, shrinks back in fear from completing the cycles, and is in particular hurled back from the region of the planetoids. I shall speak tomorrow of how men are driven into various circles through having given way to certain influences in the world, either in their personal or national life, and so on. The man who ascends in the right way to the region of the planetoids spends from 700 to 800 years between one earth life and the next. That is the normal time for those persons who have not really low natures. Through a deeper insight and love for the spiritual world, the life between death and rebirth can, however, be consciously shortened. Those whose nature leads them to gain a great deal from this earth life may come back comparatively soon, that they may help as soon as possible by working to transform the civilization of the earth. I was obliged to carry you in thought out of the earthly world into the world of the stars, into the world of the inhabitants of the stars, so as to direct you in the way that is right for the present day, from that world in which man is now involved to that which he must enter through knowledge, if he is to experience his future existence aright. On the whole, man is today far from wrenching himself free from the material world and from seeking for the spiritual in a physical world immediately surrounding us. It is rather late now to point out the hindrances confronting the present-day man when he tries to penetrate, at any rate, the world of the human mind, as is done in psychoanalysis, of which I will speak further tomorrow. The right way can be found precisely from direct observation of the physical. The spiritual can be found through investigation of natural physical functions from the standpoint of modern science. A proof of this is given in the pamphlet just published by our Physiological Biological Institute in Stuttgart. Frau Dr. Kalisko publishes the results of her splendid researches under the title Physiological and Physical Proof of the Efficacy of the Smallest Entities. That was the title. Homeopathy, as you know, tries to work by strongly refining physical matter. By so doing, by reducing physical matter into strong solution, by transcending the working power of matter, one comes to the spiritual. We have now succeeded in actually proving that it is possible to discover, by the most exact methods, the working of the tiniest entities, the greatest rarefactions. Dr. Kalisko has followed out for a long time, very conscientiously, the hints I have given her in this direction, and has succeeded in producing rarefactions of 1 to 1 trillion. Just think, if we completely dissolve a substance in a glass of water and pour half of it away, pouring the remainder into a glass and filling that up with water, we obtain a dilution of 1 to 2. If we half that again and fill up the glass with fresh water, we obtain 1 to 4, and so on. Well, in our Biological Institute in Stuttgart, by means of conscientious and exact methods, it has been possible to make dilutions of 1 to 1 trillion. In this way, the so-called higher potencies are reached. In this work you find, through the experiments made with antimony, for instance, concerning which I have spoken here in my medical lectures, that when we produce the 21st potency or thereabouts, the growth of a plant, of a grain of wheat, for instance, is slowest, whereas with a potency of about 29, 30, it is quickest. So that when the fluidity of a substance is reduced to a high potency, and as I said, it is possible to produce a potency of 1 to 1 trillion, we see that the lower potencies and greatest rarefactions, let me read that again. It is possible to produce a potency of 1 to 1 trillion. We see that the lower potencies and greatest rarefications make the plant germ grow fastest, which means that they stimulate the life force most. Along these lines, we have succeeded in dividing what is merely material, so that what is really the spiritual part becomes apparent. For if you do not simply split matter into atoms, as the atomists do, but reduce it to its functions and forces, you prove your goodwill, as I might say, to pass through the material itself into the spiritual. You can imagine what this means for the exact intuitive perception of remedies in their action on the human organism. For here the working can be seen. The dilution is produced. We have it in glass receptacles in the laboratory. We cause one grain of wheat to germinate in one potency, another in another, and so on. While this exact investigation was going on, whole rooms were filled with germs of wheat grains, in which could be seen how the different dilutions affect the earth in which the wheat germinates. This is what present-day science must become, so that this material knowledge may be driven to the spiritual. As you know, there has always been a conflict between homeopathy and allopathy as to the effect of small entities and minute dilutions. Till now, the whole thing was more or less a question of faith. One person believed in the one, another person in the other. Now there is no question here of siding with homeopathy, but of establishing exact scientific facts. Of course, in time to come, it will be known where substances must be used allopathically, so that they may work in the right way on the patient, and especially exercise an influence on the human etheric body, which represents the life forces. And it will also be known when they must be diluted. In the future, a line will be drawn. Here you use allopathy, here homeopathy. For just as other scientific experiments are made with the greatest care and exactitude, so in this pamphlet by Frau Dr. Kalisko, titled Physiological and Physical Proof of the Efficacy of the Smallest Entities, proof is offered by our biological laboratories in Stuttgart that the very smallest entities are really efficacious. What has hitherto been a subject of faith is now raised to a real domain of science. This is not all. There is another point. In this pamphlet, you can see the exact curves worked out, showing how the forces of growth rise and fall. You can see how the curve must be drawn for smaller dilutions and how for greater ones. You can see how certain dilutions produce the minimum, while greater dilutions produce the maximum of growth. The curve then drops back to the minimum to rise again to the maximum. Thus, in the extremely conscientious drawing of these curves, we obtain a direct insight into a rhythm working in all matter, a rhythm which expresses the spiritual in all matter. In man, we pass from the metabolic system to the rhythmic system, and we can also discover the rhythmic system in nature in a quite exact scientific way. This you can see in this book, which I think may really be a milestone in the medical question as to the comparative merits of homeopathy and allopathy, as well as in the insight into nature. In future, if this result of research is valued aright, investigations will not merely be made along the lines of scale and measure. The laws of nature will not merely be investigated atomically, but it will be recognized that in all matter a rhythm can be discovered, and that the rhythm in the occurrences of nature reproduce the rhythm of the cosmos. In this I only wanted to point out one way which must be followed based on exact science. Tomorrow I shall proceed to show how, for instance, in psychoanalysis and such methods, there is something like a theoretical dislike to follow the methods leading from the natural physical to the spiritual. If mankind wishes civilization to progress instead of to decline, the spiritual paths must be followed. The end of Lecture 12. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Evolution of the World and of Humanity, given in 1923. This is the last lecture, Lecture 13, and then there's also going to be a small extract from a concluding address that will be part 14 of this, but this is technically the last lecture. It will be seen from what was said in the last lecture concerning the connection between the evolution of the world and that of man, that the task of the whole evolution of both for the present period is man's gradual attainment of freedom. When we glance back at the past evolution of the world, we find that man, as regards his most important activities, standing upright, speaking, and thinking, has been prepared by divine spiritual beings higher than himself, and that between death and rebirth, he is always led again into the company of these beings, in order that what has been brought about in him during his earth existence, although he is then unconscious of it, may work further. I described how man, by the forces of sun and moon, and then in the sun region by those of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, is led into the world of the stars, which means, of course, what corresponds spiritually to the world of the stars. I should just like to say, in addition, that when in man's life, between death and rebirth, after having gone so far in the region of the planetoids as to receive the Saturn impulse, he turns back again. He encounters on his return journey the highest divine spiritual beings of the first hierarchy, the thrones, cherubim, and seraphim. These are they who include in their impulses both spiritual and natural existence, for not only do they permeate, animate, and spiritualize the laws of nature, but they also bring the moral life of the whole cosmos into continuous harmony with the laws of nature. They are beings who, although they never appear in any form of physical manifestation, yet in the spiritual world exercise an inconceivable and tremendous power over the earth, by means of which they can unceasingly bring the moral laws into harmonious accord with the laws of nature. Thus man, through having been able constantly to vivify the impulse of the past during his extra-earthly existence, is also enabled to use his evolution to work in the sense of this impulse. In the present epoch of the evolution of the world and humanity, the task of man is to undertake of his own free will what in the past was brought about in him in a state of unfreedom by a higher ordinance. Now, when we survey the evolution of the world of humanity, we find that the crisis through which man had to pass, leading from the former determination of his being, from the former absolute guidance by divine spiritual beings, to the conscious working of his way up to the knowledge of these spiritual beings, whereby he will attain his freedom, that this crisis occurred at a quite clearly defined time. These things are always approximate, for the reckoning of time was not quite the same then as now. But taking our present method of reckoning, we find the crisis occurring some 333 years after the mystery of Golgotha. That was the great critical moment. Looking back at that critical period of the evolution of the world and humanity, beyond which we now stand, we can describe it in somewhat the following way. If the evolution of man and of the earth itself had continued as it was, if man had remained solely under the influence of those divine spiritual powers which had guided humanity till that time, he would still have progressed to freedom, such being the intention of the divine spiritual beings. But what would that have signified? It would have meant that the balance between the two parts of man's astral body would have been disturbed at that time. I shall now describe the astral body in this connection, leaving out for the time being the connection of the physical human body and the etheric human body. This astral body, before the year 333, was such that the greater part, the more active part of it, was in the upper man, and the less active part in the lower man, the middle man lying between the two. By reason of the upper part of the astral body being more powerful in those olden times, the higher divine spiritual beings were able to exercise through it their great influence on human beings. It was part of the plan for the whole evolution of humanity that it should progress in a certain way. While that was the condition of man's astral body, about 3000 BC, at about 1000 BC, the lower part of the astral body had considerably increased in size, while the upper part had proportionately decreased. In the year 333 AD, however, the upper part of the astral body was about equal in size to the lower. This was the crisis that occurred in the year 333 AD. Since that time, the upper part of the astral body has constantly decreased in size, and man's development is furthered by this. We cannot, therefore, follow the evolution of humanity in its actuality unless we consider the change in the astral body of man in the course of the Earth's evolution. If man had not experienced this diminution of the upper part of his astral body, the ego would not have gained sufficient influence. He would never have become free. This decreasing of the astral has therefore served to promote his free spiritual activity. On the other hand, as I have already said, things do not run such a course that a man could ask, why did not the gods organize everything in a way pleasing to man? The gods ought to have so organized the universe as to make that possible. Much of what is most pleasing to man rests upon something different, which, were he to understand it, would not please him at all. This decreasing of the astral body is connected with something besides its size in the upper man. The strength through which man can be master of his physical and etheric bodies does not depend on the whole astral body, but on the size of the upper half. Thus humanity was really confronted with the fact that through the diminutions of the astral body, the health of all humanity must gradually become weaker. We only form a true picture of the evolution of man when we know his freedom had to be purchased at the price of illness everywhere, not of course appearing in the form of cholera or typhus, but as a gradual sickening of humanity the whole earth over. Freedom could be bought in no other way than by the illness, so to speak, of all humanity. Thus it was, in a sense, preordained that actually after the year 333, if all the forces had continued as they were, men on earth would have become weaker and weaker, more and more feeble. The end of the earth would have come about through the complete dying out of humanity. However, there came about what I can describe in the following way. That assembly of divine spiritual beings, whom I described as having their dwelling place on the sun, decided to send down to earth their ambassador, the Christ, that he might go through that experience which was the very first of the kind undergone by those divine spiritual beings connected with humanity. For man goes through birth and death. These experiences enter into the earth life of man, and are not to be thought of as the materialist imagines them. None of the divine spiritual beings above man, from the angels, archangels, up to the highest, know death, though they undergo metamorphosis. They are not born, nor do they die, but change from one form to another. Man too changes his form, but in so doing he puts off his physical and etheric body, and therefore the fact of birth and death is to him a radically different experience from what it could be to any of the higher hierarchies. The leaders of the solar harmonies and of the sun impulses then decided to send Christ down to the earth, so that one of those beings who have no experience of birth and death should undergo that purely human destiny. Therefore, the mystery of Golgotha not only concerns humanity, but also concerns the gods. It is an event which concerns them, and may be put somewhat as follows. The gods of the sun came together and consulted as to what they should do to rescue humanity from the danger threatening it, that of becoming weaker and weaker by reason of the shrinking of the astral body. Christ was, therefore, sent to the earth and went through birth and death, not of course as a human being, but as a divine being. The consequence was that through the event of Golgotha, through the fact of the death of Christ, the healing forces entered the earth evolution and were able to overcome the above-mentioned forces, which produced sickness in humanity. Thus, in a true cosmic telluric sense of the words, Christ became the great healer of humanity, the Savior. His forces entered all that had to be healed in man, who thereby can go on his way in freedom, together with that which, while on the one hand it has the tendency to die out, on the other hand it will be healed by Christ. Thus, in the evolution of the world, care was taken that the mystery of Golgotha should come about before the year 333. The earth evolution of humanity pursued such a course, and unavoidably so, that in the year 333 mankind had reached the beginning of dissolution, the beginning of a general sickening all the earth over. Through the mystery of Golgotha came the great salvation. Whatever man does, which though it may not be of his own self-consciousness, yet it tends in the deeper forces of humanity to destruction, can be healed in the future by Christ, by the union with Christ. That is the position occupied by the mystery of Golgotha in the evolution of the earth and of humanity. During the first 3 centuries after Christ, and in the beginning of the 4th century, there were a few persons who had taken into themselves the spiritual life of that time, and they still knew something of the facts just mentioned. In all the ages before the mystery of Golgotha, there were the ancient mysteries within which the pupils were taught something of human evolution on earth in the past, and also of the coming Christ, of that which was to be accomplished in the future ages of human evolution. In great and mighty pictures there was revealed to the pupils of the mysteries the connection of man on earth with the spiritual beings of the higher worlds. At the time of the mystery of Golgotha, there were still individuals scattered over the regions of Asia Minor, Africa, and the south of Europe, who were more advanced than the rest, and who preserved, in what came later to be known as the Gnosis, something of the knowledge and wisdom present in the evolution of the earth and of humanity, and which, in the mystery of Golgotha, played so powerful a part for humanity. These men, who still knew the secrets of the old mysteries, were, however, filled with deep sorrow. They knew that a crisis must come for humanity. They knew that man's understanding would not, in the time approaching, extend to that which could help him to comprehend the really deeper foundations of evolution on earth and in humanity. Thus a kind of anxiety, not connected with their own earthly affairs, can be perceived in certain personalities of the first 4 centuries of Christianity. They were filled with an anxiety extending to the affairs of the whole world evolution, which can be summarized in this question: will humanity mature itself sufficiently? Will it be ripe enough to take into itself what has come about through the mystery of Golgotha? That was the great question of those who may be called the successors of the old initiates, during the first 4 centuries after the mystery of Golgotha. From the circle of those who might still be designated the initiates of Christianity in the early centuries after Christ, there went forth a wonderful poem. It first related the appearance of Christ on earth, and then went on to depict in impressive form, in a quite dramatic way, though the poem was really an epic, and in mighty pictures, the humanity of the near future, which would not be able to reach up to what it was necessary they should be able to understand for the salvation of the evolution of mankind. After mighty pictures representing something of what I have described as the decision of the council of the sun gods, the poem goes on to depict in a very impressive way the descent of the Christ into the man, Jesus of Nazareth. And in the third part, it depicts how, in a new metamorphosis, the old Demeter and the Isis being were to come to life again and take part in human evolution. It describes how Demeter and the Isis being were to be saved, and this is represented in a very powerful and very human form. It is represented as something which is promised to man and which will play a part in the future. These poet-priests of the first 4 Christian centuries represented, or at least the most prominent of them did, how in the further evolution of the earth a certain cult was to be established, which would be practiced by all those who wished to acquire scholarship and enter the intellectual life. In this epic, there then follows a description of a young man whom we find completely involved in this evolution, spending his early years in the development of a worship of the Virgin Mary, which was to form a bridge between his early life and his later years. This practice was to influence all the learned men, as well as those being trained for scholarship and those seeking wisdom. It was to help humanity to find union with that which came into the world through the mystery of Golgotha. This act of sacrifice was described in living colors, and thus a mighty poem, rich in color, came into being during the first 4 Christian centuries. Among those who lived more or less in the atmosphere of this poem were also the painter-priests, who, in a simple and popular style, presented these scenes in mighty pictures which went straight to the hearts of the people. This poem really existed, but together with all else which actually originated in the Gnosis, it was later destroyed by the Church. If we remember that even in much later times the writings of Scotus Erigena were only saved by what is called a mere chance, we need not consider it absurd that spiritual science should reveal the fact that the greatest poem ever inspired by the New Testament was entirely wiped out of existence, so much so that the after ages retained no trace of it. This poem, which once existed, was utterly destroyed, together with the simple yet stirring pictures attached to it. Therein was esoterically hidden the immeasurable sorrow felt by those successors of the old initiates in the early Christian centuries. An earnest, plaintive note prevailed throughout the whole poem. We may say that up to the 4th century, and even at the beginning of the 5th, it was still possible for certain men who did not follow the Augustinian school, but belonged to an altogether different stream of thought, to understand these things. They still had the necessary kind of understanding, but this could not be maintained in the direct way possible at that time. Life had already become too narrow in its outlook to those living in the southern parts of Europe, and the right understanding could no longer be found. So it came about that the underlying understanding then existing was hardened and crystallized into the dogmas which have persisted, and which have really only been retained because Latin, a dead and dying language, preserved what there was. The propagation of the Latin tongue in the Middle Ages by those who then achieved wisdom was for the purpose of congealing into language what once was a living understanding. All that was formerly known of the Trinity, Christ becoming man, of the descent of the Holy Spirit, and the great process of redemption, of which I have spoken, all this was congealed into dogmas which were propagated in the Latin tongue. The words themselves no longer bore any relation to what was the true content. Thus, gradually, in the erudition of the West, of which the Latin tongue was the medium, what lived as a phosphorescent figure in this now extinct poem was rooted out and done away with. Then came all the youthful races from a more eastern direction and from the north, and they began to take up the Christ impulse in the absolutely Latinized form into which it was already becoming frozen. We must picture the already congealing Christ impulse moving up from the south into the different peoples spreading in the north. They received an already frozen Christianity, while their youthful spiritual forces had not as yet the powers to bring to life out of the hardened dogmas the greatness concealed therein. The after effects of all these things are still present today. We still see in the northern regions forces which have apparently, for all this is only apparent, received too late the Christ impulse, which is hardened beneath the surface into dry dogmas. These peoples are, however, intended to find again, of their own free will, from direct spiritual perception, the whole secret of the fact of Golgotha and of the entrance of Christ into the life of earth. For the very circumstance that after the year 333, the congealed Christianity was drawn from Italy, while youthful peoples arrived, whose descendants are everywhere. For in Russia, Sweden, Norway, Central Europe, England, the people still live under this impulse. All this really came about that men might finally grasp the Christ impulse of their own free will. It is therefore the task, and forms part of the civilization, of those peoples to whom anthroposophy principally addresses itself today, to grasp the whole connection of Christ Jesus, and to learn to understand that without the Christ impulse, humanity would have congealed into a self-destroying process. We are only able to speak in physical words because the Christ impulse has gone right into the physical to bring about the physical healing of humanity. Christ has become the great phosphorus, the spiritual phosphorus, who works against this process of salting in man. Quote, Christus verus phosphorus, close quote, is one of those sayings uttered in the first 3 centuries of Christianity. This great phosphorus passes as the leading motive through the lost poem mentioned above. Thus, we must take our place between the past and the future. Thus must we be able to look back. Of course, I am not forcing upon you what I have just said about an extinct poem and a lost erudition. I am not asking you to accept this as a dogma. Such is far from being my intention. But the methods which lead to the investigation into the true spiritual course of humanity lead to as certain a knowledge of such facts as do those by means of which the facts of natural science are discovered today. Indeed, they are established more surely than the hypothesis of modern natural science. Just as no one is in any sense obliged to examine these things if the materialistic opinions of the present day have prejudiced him against them, so one who knows these things as he knows his own life cannot be restrained from speaking of them to those who from a sound feeling for the whole trend of man's evolution are able to realize the truth of such an impulse in evolution. The poem to which I have referred was no longer extant after the 4th post-Christian century, but all sorts of stories were related of it, not in records but by word of mouth, and repeated in small circles by one man to another. In these limited circles the remembrance of this poem lived on. These circles were prevented by the ruling church circles then rising to power from speaking openly about the poem, which played such a part in the first 3 to 4 centuries. However, among those who still dimly surmised something of what this poem meant, and the soul disposition of mankind from which it proceeded, there was one man who was able to gather up what he learned of it, though in a greatly altered form, no longer possessing the greatness of the early centuries. This man was the teacher of Dante. We may say that in a sense Dante's Commedia was written under a certain inspiration reaching over from the early centuries, although even so it was influenced by the dogmas then prevailing. I am of course well aware that many objections could be raised to such a presentation of history today, and I can make the same objections myself. But although I fully recognize and respect the exactitude with which our history is constructed, that history which mankind studies in the elementary and secondary schools, and which rests both on documents and on conscientious historical criticism, yet what is the good of it? Mankind cannot but admit that this cannot be true history, for the documents concerning it had not been preserved, but destroyed by the agency of man as time went on. No matter how conscientiously and critically the existing documents are investigated, we can only learn true history, as also true knowledge of nature and the heavens, from spiritual investigation. Therefore mankind must have the courage not only to speak of the stellar world, as has been done here in the last few days, but must also acquire the courage to add to the common presentation of history what is lacking therein, because of the fact that certain interested circles wished these other documents completely to disappear. However, among the impulses living in the human soul, these that were thus extinguished in documentary form still live on. These impulses that once upon a time were living impulses in mankind still live on, although not in documentary form. They live on in that which modern man can learn to understand. As mankind passes on in the course of evolution to the future already prepared for it, it will not only have to unlearn many of its concepts and ideas, but will also have to alter its attitude toward the truth. For the main thing is that we must once more find the Christ. He must come again, and his return presupposes the presence of a humanity in this century capable of understanding the way in which he will show himself, and the manner of his appearance. Otherwise the most dreadful and disturbing movements may arise, in which men in their profoundly subconscious selves will guess something of the return of Christ, that is to say, of his Spirit, but will spread the matter abroad in an external, trivial, and most alarming way. Clear understanding can only enter human evolution in preparation for the near future, if the circle of those who accept, in the right frame of mind, the true methods of spiritual research, and of discovering what it is that mankind needs to construct itself aright in the near future, if this circle becomes larger and larger. Otherwise we shall sink more and more deeply into that which can never really draw near to the spiritual, not so much on account of false concepts and ideas, but because of a wrong attitude of mind. Indeed, there is much in the concepts and ideas of the present time which seems to be a strengthening, a tendency toward what must be the real aim of knowledge in the future. Yet it is something which hinders men from looking at the discoveries of natural science in the right light. They are groping in the dark, as it were, with respect to these facts. At the present time, when medical scientific views are being widely published, you know that there are persons who in later life fall into a nervous state, which extends to their physical constitution and leads to real illnesses. Modern medical science finds itself incapable in any way of overcoming these forms of illness. They cannot extend the science of medicine far enough to effect a cure. I myself was a direct contemporary of the celebrated Viennese physician Breuer at the time when he was confronted with a case in which something appeared in a patient which could not physically be accounted for by pathological methods of research. Recourse was taken to hypnosis, which was then coming increasingly into favor. The patient was hypnotized, and by this means it was discovered that in his early life he had been through a shocking and dreadful experience. This had, in a sense, withdrawn into the lower regions of human life, those regions in which the subconscious, the unconscious, are located. That, at any rate, was the explanation given at that time. And there it had formed a concealed province of the soul. Now, although a man may know nothing about all this, it may nevertheless be present in his life and be productive of illness. Thus, there had been something in the patient which was only a psychic experience, but which in its after effects worked on and formed, as it were, an isolated part of his soul life, of which he was not conscious. The conclusion then arrived at was that if the patient could be reminded of this, if it could be brought to his mind so that he grasped it consciously, it might lead to his recovery. Such facts are becoming increasingly common, but if we want to know why mankind should be subject to such conditions, which will become more and more frequent, we must learn from spiritual knowledge what is happening to the decreasing astral body, and how in the increasing lower part of the astral body there is a tendency to collect these isolated soul provinces. If we wish to explain these phenomena, we must rise from the knowledge of the soul nature of man to the historical knowledge of his spirit, to the cosmic knowledge of the spirit. Breuer was of an inferior nature. As I said, I knew him very well. And when he saw that he could get no further along these lines with the knowledge possessed at the present time, he dropped the threads of research, so to speak. These were taken up by others, above all by Freud and his successors. Thus what is now known as psychoanalysis, which is everywhere at work, came into being. It is founded absolutely on truth, for the phenomena certainly are there, and people are forced to search in the psychic for what is expressed in the physical. The idea is correct, but the science is not there which can rule it. This can only be done by spiritual science. Thus, psychoanalysis, which rests upon an entirely historical, natural defect of the upper astral body of man, comes forward with its facts and is handled by persons who in the first place are dilettante in psychological investigation, as also in spiritual research, and who are also dilettante as regards their investigations of the human body, for they do not know how to discover the spirit in the body. Suppose two such persons of similar caliber come together, knowing as little of the real psychic and spiritual life of man as they do of the physical and etheric life. When two equal greatnesses affect each other, they multiply. A times A equals A squared, or D times D equals D squared. Dilettante times dilettante equals dilettante to the square. It is actually the case that something correct in itself, something resting on quite correct foundations, by reason of the incapacity of the present-day research, comes before the world as dilettante. Yet in all this, one can see the endeavor being made to reach the truth. Psychoanalysis must not be represented as belonging to the devil, but rather as something in which our age is trying to do what it cannot succeed in doing. Thus what comes forward as psychoanalysis will only take its place when it rests on spiritual research. Unless that is done, it will remain at the stage reached by the Swiss scientist Jung, who has worked out a very curious system of logic in this connection. In his writings you can find the following sentences. For example, quote, "Man is capable, by reason of these historically concealed soul provinces, of admitting a divine being." The writer, being of course of an atheistic turn of mind, goes on to say, "Only of course there can be no divine being." It is thus that psychoanalysis states that man should admit a divine being. That implies no less, if a man is really conscientious, and I always recognize the conscientiousness and exactitude of such a man as Jung, then saying to ourselves, we must live on falsehood, for we cannot live with the truth. Atheism is untruth. We must live with atheism. These things are not taken seriously enough by the development of the present day. They should be taken in full earnestness. Subconscious longings are becoming apparent in all directions, though men are not aware of them. Some of those here present, who have heard or read other courses of lectures which I have given, will know that speaking from spiritual perception, I have often drawn attention to the fact that it is constantly said, quote, "Light radiates from the sun and goes forth into infinite space, endlessness." Quote, close quote. At the best, the sign of infinity is then added, and it is said, quote, "Light goes forth endlessly into cosmic space, lessens in intensity with the square of distance, the intensity decreasing more and more, and thus it disappears," close quote. I have often said to my hearers, spiritual vision tells a different story. The idea that light radiates from a center, going further and further out, is not correct. It is just like a tightly strung bow, which, when it is drawn, only goes a certain distance in the opposite direction and then returns. Thus, light spreads out to a certain point but always returns. Not only does it expand, but it is elastic, rhythmic in its expansion. The sun not only rays forth light, but constantly receives the returning light. Now, since at the end of the light's course the intensities differ, the courses followed by the light can take different forms. I only wish to give a hint of this, which is the result of the union of a higher knowledge, a cosmic knowledge of the world, with a true knowledge of spiritual science. The papers are just now announcing that Sir Oliver Lodge has been demonstrating in a lecture that a ray of light extends to a certain distance, and then, meeting with absence of matter, this is accepted as something with which it comes in contact, falls back into itself again, with the help of the metamorphosis of the electrons. This is a thought which, compared with the real truth, is dilettante. I hope you will not take this as a lack of respect for science. I fully recognize science. But compared with the truth, such things as these, though they cannot be too highly praised and appreciated in their brilliancy at the present time, are yet but dilettante as compared with the reality. On the other hand, they show how man's thought itself drives him, with abstract concepts of light radiations and electrons, to enter a region in which the reality is to be found. It is simply a question of coming to the reality, and of bringing into all the ideas arising in all directions, and of which no use can be made, that impulse which drives even modern research into spiritual domains. In certain occult circles, foolish practices are carried on. People are taught all sorts of occult doctrines which do not lead to the ultimate point in which this life originated. They are given pictures, but are not led to the origin of the pictures, to that of which they are the image. Thus they are surrounded in their souls with a world of pictures, instead of having the feeling that they must learn through these pictures to know the universe. For this reason, after publishing my book Theosophy, I followed it up with esoteric science. In the latter, which had been represented in pictures in Theosophy, is carried into the reality of the stellar world, in the evolution through Saturn, Sun, and Moon. These two books complete each other. If in any sphere a man is given nothing but pictures, he will be surrounded by them. People who carry on wrong occult practices do this with those pupils of whom they have not gained complete possession, and by this means the latter are, as it were, occultly imprisoned. In these occult prisons, man is surrounded by pictures which are not comprehensible to him, and from which he cannot escape. By this means many evil occult practices have been and still are being carried on. There are also spiritual beings who lead man, or part of man, into these occult prisons. This is a quite similar phenomenon. These spiritual beings are set free in nature if we have no spiritual understanding of it and regard it in such a way that the atomistic processes are taken as being naturalistic, which means denying the spirit in nature. The so-called Ahrimanic beings, striving in opposition to man, then become active in nature and deceive man with all sorts of pictures. Thus he may be led into occult captivity by these Ahrimanic spiritual beings. A great number of what are today known as scientific conceptions of nature, not the scientific facts, these are good, are nothing but the pictures of a universal captivity, the danger of which is hanging over the head of humanity. Such a danger exists in the fact that man is everywhere surrounded by atomic and molecular pictures. An occult custody surrounds us with these pictures, and we cannot perceive the free spiritual and stellar pictures, because the world of the atoms forms, as it were, the psychic walls, which enclose us in a prison in which we are spiritually confined. This is a picture which, illumined by spiritual science, can show us a real struggle going on at the present time. For the facts of natural science are becoming more and more fruitful and can lead us into spiritual distances if they are not met with the prejudices of the occult captivity in which science is really enclosed today. These are the things which we must experience inwardly if we are to take our proper place at the present time in the evolution of the world and of humanity, in conformity with the past and future of the earth and of humanity. We are always confronted with this when we come in touch with any of the old strivings, which we now see illumined by the soul and the spirit. When we climb the mountains here and find the ancient Druid memorials, which represent the spiritual striving of olden times, they may be to us a reminder of how those ancient men strove for the Spirit and looked up in their own way to the coming Christ, and how only then they reached their fulfillment. We too may now again have a spiritual knowledge gained by spiritual vision, through which we in our way shall perceive the coming Christ, who must return, because he must be perceived by mankind in his spiritual form, the living form in which he went through the mystery of Golgotha. In this region, where such beautiful old memorials have been preserved, we all feel special gratitude to those who arranged for our course of lectures to be given here. But I still wish to add in this respect, I shall say in my farewell speech this evening, the end of the last lecture, Lecture 13. And there's an additional extract. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, The Evolution of the World and of Humanity. This is after the last lecture in the evening, an extract from the concluding address. We are living at a time when all sorts of signs can be seen testifying to the necessity for modern civilization to receive a spiritual impulse, and how little that which came over from olden times is now able to carry it fruitfully forward. It must fall back unless it receives a new spiritual impetus. I must say that as the opportunity presents itself of speaking here tonight in connection with what has already been said concerning what is necessary for the times, I have great pleasure in doing so. In this morning's lecture, I had to point out how civilization itself brings about a sort of occult imprisonment, and that the whole spiritual life is in more danger in this respect than is generally supposed. We can point to this danger everywhere. I referred this morning to the lecture given by Sir Oliver Lodge a short time ago in England at a very important gathering. I pointed out that it can be clearly seen in this lecture how even in the most abstract science there are longings remaining in the subconscious, but which, if rightly understood and coming from a right disposition, will lead to that which, I say this in all humility, spiritual science is really able to give. If we follow up such things as these, we can see what it is that spiritual science must say to them. On the other hand, one of the most remarkable phenomena arising from the disposition and mode of thought wholly based on official modern science has appeared in a notable book by Sir Oliver Lodge under the title of Raymond, about the soul of his son after death. I need only mention the facts, which are well known here. The book relates how his son Raymond, who fell in the war, communicated by means of a medium, saying things which Sir Oliver Lodge reveals and which deeply affected the sorrowing father. When this book appeared, written by the celebrated Sir Oliver Lodge, about Raymond Lodge, the world was astonished, for in it he referred to the spiritual world in a profoundly scholarly way, springing from the most conscientious and exact modern thinking. A great mass of documentary evidence was collected to prove the possibility of getting into touch with the spiritual universe by means of mediumship, along lines analogous to any of the modern sciences. The world was especially struck by the circumstance that Sir Oliver Lodge was told by the soul of Raymond, through the medium, of the existence of a photograph which was taken of Raymond and his companions at the front in France. 2 negatives had been taken, as is often done, for the photographer is not always so careful as in our latest photographs here, when 3 plates were taken without our having changed our places or turned our heads to the right or left. 2 photographs in succession were taken of Raymond and his soldier comrades, and in the second, as is often done, the photographer slightly changed the positions. Nothing was known in England of the existence of the second one. The photographs had not yet arrived, and Raymond died before they came. The book states that the soul of Raymond spoke to Sir Oliver and other members of the family, and told them of this other photograph. No one in England knew of these photographs. But when they arrived 3 weeks later, everything in them confirmed what had been said down to the smallest detail of the altered positions and attitudes. What could be more striking than this description written down by the medium as coming from the soul of the dead and describing these photographs, which had not at that time been seen by anyone and did not reach England till some time after? Nevertheless, it was at this point that a dreadful error crept in. Everyone who has explored these realms is aware that under certain circumstances there are possibilities of prevision. What the medium sitting with that circle saw when she fixed her eyes on the pictures, which only arrived later, could be seen by her in advance, without any necessary connection with the soul of the dead. This prevision was certainly of an exceptionally tender and intimate nature, but prevision it was. It does not suffice that a man should be a modern scientist to criticize the revelations of the spiritual world in the right way. Everything that comes from this realm, even this excellent, earnest, and exact work of Sir Oliver Lodge, tends rather to lead one away from the true comprehension of the spiritual world than toward it. The methods of research and thinking employed by natural science today are such that even when it is desired to investigate the spiritual, recourse is made to the methods of the laboratory, and every step is taken along the lines of the material. The purely spiritual path, as described here, can alone lead to true perception. Anyone who believes that he can enter the spiritual world by following the former path may certainly enter therein. But that is the spiritual world which plays its part on the physical plane, and what was described as apparently projected from the spiritual world was the prevision of two things occurring in the physical world. Certainly the physical world is everywhere permeated by the spiritual, but we mistake the relation between the earthly and the super-earthly world unless we have learned to follow the true spiritual path of research. Thus, as I pointed out this morning, to create only in accordance with the thought of natural science, with the customary thought of the day, builds the walls of these occult prisons. Let me read that again. Thus, as I pointed out this morning, to create only in accordance with the thought of natural science, with the customary thought of the day, builds the walls of these occult prisons. When a man is imprisoned within these walls, all endeavors made to pierce the veil lead him astray. For instead of representing the truth, they put forward dreadful errors, which lead him further and further away from the truth, especially if his heart is much concerned in the result, as was the case with what was related of Raymond Lodge. In these domains, where there is such a strong response from the heart, because the heart participates so strongly, and where it may so easily intervene in what may very likely be a human prejudice in favor of its hopes in the sphere where the Spirit begins to speak, we must use all possible means to prevent a closing in upon us of the spiritual walls of occult captivity. These things would not be mentioned here if it were not that the very serious state of the times makes it necessary to do so. The truth is that mankind needs to make an energetic step forward to the spiritual. Many questions have been put to me during this summer course, some of which could not be fully answered, not because the subject was too difficult, but because the time has not yet come in the evolution of mankind when it is possible to speak of many things without arousing prejudice. This applies to the question asked about the spiritual relations of the different nations, and as to the state of affairs in the spiritual world when one nation conquers another and brings it into subjection. Of course, spiritual science is well able to give competent information on such subjects, but believe me, the times are not yet ready for the discussion of these things quite without prejudice, or for acceptance of the final consequences of such truths as the answer to this question would involve. We should ask ourselves whether the external point of view of one nation having brought another into subjection is the only way the matter should be regarded. The subjection of one nation to another is absolutely a physical relation pertaining to the material affairs of the world. It sometimes escapes notice that the nation which has made another materially dependent upon it has become spiritually dependent upon the conquered one. That, however, is but one of the first of these truths which must become familiar to the whole civilized globe. Only when we really have the inner courage to admit the real spiritual truths can we acquire universal understanding of such things, which will then attain their full significance in practical life. This, in the last resort, applies also to the question as to whether there are individuals in the world today who are in possession of the higher truths, and who may perhaps be in relation with one another. I have already indicated that the point is not so much whether truths can be given to the world by certain individuals, as how far the world is ready to receive these truths. I have referred to various hindrances blocking the way today, which can to some extent be expressed by saying the Bodhisattva is indeed waiting, but a sufficient number of men must make themselves ready to understand him. Therefore, when the question is put, do those who have spiritual knowledge communicate that knowledge to man? I cannot but reply, the external printing of letters on paper signifies nothing. I only want to mention that much may be printed in alphabetical letters on paper today, concealing the profoundest wisdom, but the question always is, are these words of wisdom understood? There are many means of understanding, and many such are used, but a reciprocal understanding of those men who have something to say, something coming from higher worlds, was more easy of accomplishment in the days when such teaching was given from holy sanctuaries, such as there are here in the Druid circles. The thought vibrations from such circles moved through the world at that time without encountering the waves of wireless telegraphy. Here again, I am not speaking in a reactionary sense against wireless telegraphy, which of course is a material blessing to mankind. The point is that if spiritual communications are really to travel through the world today, much stronger forces are now necessary when the spiritual waves encounter the waves of the wireless than were formerly required when such was not the case. We must realize that precisely in our own age, when our material culture has reached such a height for the blessing of mankind, it is necessary that the spiritual should be inscribed more intensely, with more forceful intensity in the hearts of men, and travel forth again from those hearts. Our visit here was a really good opportunity for this, for we have lived in an atmosphere in which there actually still radiates wondrous things from these ancient sanctuaries. I was able to refer to this in the course of the lectures. The choice of this place was therefore a happy one, for here that which was present in Central and Northern Europe before the mystery of Golgotha passed through the world was able in a certain sense to come to life again spiritually. It had waited for the mystery of Golgotha and could not find any means of continuing when Christianity came up from the south, as was described this morning, and in a sense it is still waiting. It may truly be said that when one ascends to that wonderful solitude in which stands that circle of stones, one can still perceive the real echoes of what once worked with such strong power in these northern regions of Europe. There were many things in that ancient stream of power which can no longer exist today because humanity must go forward and modern progress could not endure them. They would hinder its freedom. Thus it is that because, in a certain sense, the profound occult knowledge which was once taught in the holy mysteries has gradually passed into cosmic memories, which hover like luminous clouds over the crests of the mountains, among which these holy relics are enshrined, that special atmosphere is spread over everything undertaken here for our spiritual life. That's the end of part 14.
There are many types of VIPs in this world.
Unlike the will of an individual, however, the life of a nation does not work consciously. What is free and rational in history is represented by individuals. The national force works untiringly with the dark compulsion of a primal force. Close quote. If Freitag had investigated the life of nations, he might have found that it resolves itself into the sum of the actions of its individuals. They overcome this dark compulsion by raising what is unconscious into their consciousness. He would have seen how the very thing he calls the folk soul and describes as a dark compulsion proceeds from individual impulses of the will, from the free actions of human beings. We must, however, consider yet another aspect of the work of individual human beings within a nation. Each person represents a spiritual potential, a sum of forces, looking for a possibility to unfold its activity. Consequently, as individuals, we must each find the place where our work can be incorporated meaningfully into the national organism. Whether we find our place cannot be left to chance. The purpose of a state's constitution is to ensure that each person finds a suitable sphere of action. The state is the form in which the national organism lives. The task of anthropology and political science is to discover how people can realize their potential as individuals within the state. The Constitution must arise from the nation's innermost being. The best Constitution will express the national character in specific formulations. Political leaders cannot force a constitution upon the people. They must investigate the deepest characteristics of their nation and channel latent tendencies through an appropriate constitution. It can happen that the majority of a nation is drawn in a direction that goes against its own nature. According to Goethe, national leaders are then obligated to let themselves be guided by that nature and not by the momentary demands of the majority. They then have to represent the deepest qualities of the nation against the nation. From Verses in Prose. We should add here a word about the method of historical research. History must always bear in mind that the causes of historical events may be found in the individual intentions, plans, and so on of individuals. It is always a mistake to interpret historical events according to underlying plans. One must always ask about the goals of certain individuals, what path they followed, and so on. History must always be based on human nature, human will, and human tendencies. We can now substantiate what has been said about ethical science with Goethe's own words. Quote, "The rational world must be considered a great immortal individual, which unceasingly does what is needed, and in this way gains mastery, even over random occurrences." From Verses in Prose. End of quote. We can understand this only in terms of the relationship between individuals and historical evolution as we have described it. By implication, Goethe refers to the positive activity of individuals in history when he says, quote, "Absolute action of any kind leads to bankruptcy. The least of us can be perfect if they act within the limits of their capacities and skills." Inner parenthesis, regarding the need to elevate oneself to the leading ideas of one's people and time, close inner parenthesis, continue quote. Let each of us ask ourselves which organ we have available and will use to work upon our time. We need to know where we ourselves stand and where the others want to go. Parenthesis, our view of duty is confirmed in, close parenthesis, duty, when one loves what one has commanded oneself to do. From Verses in Prose, close quote. We have consistently established the independence of the individual as a being of knowledge and action. We have shown how our ideas coincide with the foundations of the world, and have recognized that everything we do can emanate only from our own individuality. We seek the core of existence within the individual human being. No one can reveal a dogmatic truth to another person, and no one can force another to act. As individuals, we are rooted in ourselves. Whatever we are as individuals, we must become through our own powers, not through those of others. We must create everything out of ourselves, including the source of our own happiness. We have seen that there can be no question of a power guiding us, determining the direction and substance of our existence, and condemning us to dependency. If I am to find happiness, I am the only one who can bring it about. An external power cannot prescribe the norms of my actions. Likewise, such a power cannot endow things with the capacity to awaken a feeling of contentment in me. I must do it myself. Pleasure and displeasure are present for me only when I have first attributed to objects the power to awaken those feelings in myself. A creator that would determine externally what gives us pleasure and what gives us none would be leading us about on a leash. All optimism and pessimism are thus refuted. The optimist assumes that the world is perfect, that it must be the source of the greatest satisfaction for a person. If I assumed this were true, I would first have to develop in myself the needs to be fulfilled and thus satisfied. I would have to gain what I demand from objects of the world. The pessimist, on the other hand, believes that the world is such that it always leaves us dissatisfied, that happiness is impossible. What pitiable creatures human beings would be if nature were to grant us happiness from outside. All complaining about an existence that fails to satisfy us, or a world that is hard, must end when we consider the fact that no power on earth can give us pleasure unless we first lend it the magic ability to lift us and make us happy. Happiness must arise for us from what we ourselves make of things, from our own creations. Only this is worthy of free beings. The end of chapter 10. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a set of essays by Rudolf Steiner that were introductions to Goethe's scientific writings. It's entitled Nature's Open Secret. This is chapter 11, entitled Goethe's Way of Thinking Compared to Other Views. The theories of earlier thinkers, or of those contemporaries who influenced Goethe's intellectual development, did not serve as the basis for his views. Goethe's form and manner of thinking, and indeed the very way he viewed the world, were shaped by his inherent disposition. This was true from his earliest youth and remained so throughout his life. Two of Goethe's main characteristics deserve notice here. One is his thirst for the wellspring and depths of all existence. In the final analysis, it was his faith in the idea. Goethe was always filled with an inkling of something higher and better. One might call it a deeply religious side of his character. What so many find necessary was foreign to him. The urge to pull things down to their own level, to strip them of anything sacred. He had another need, to sense something higher and to work his way up toward it. In everything, he looked for some aspect he could revere. Carl Julius Schroer demonstrated this in a charming way in regard to Goethe's love life. Goethe cast out all that was frivolous or superficial, and for him love became a form of devotion. He expressed beautifully this fundamental quality of his being in his own words, quote, "In our bosom surges a pure longing to give ourselves freely in gratitude to something higher, purer, unknown. We call it devotion." From Trilogy of Passion, Elegy, end of quote. This side of Goethe's being is inseparably connected with another. He never attempts to approach that higher presence directly, but instead through nature. Quote, "The true is like the divine. It never appears directly. We must intuit it through its manifestations." Close quote from Verses in Prose. In addition to his faith in the idea, Goethe believed that we attain the idea by observing outer reality. It never occurred to him to look for the divine anywhere but in the works of nature, where he always attempted to find the divine element. Even as a young boy, Goethe erected an altar to the great God, quote, "directly connected with nature," close quote from Poetry and Truth, Part 1, Book 1. That ritual arose from the belief that the highest we can reach may be attained by faithfully cultivating our relationship with nature. Thus, what we have elaborated as a theory of knowledge was Goethe's inherent mode of observation. He approached reality with the conviction that all things are manifestations of the idea, which we attain only by raising our sensory experience to spiritual contemplation. This conviction began in childhood and remained a part of him. It became his fundamental assumption. No philosopher could have given Goethe such a conviction. He was not looking to them for that, but for something else. His way of observing was anchored in the depths of his being, but he needed a language with which to formulate it. His nature worked in a philosophical way and expressed itself in philosophical formula, which could be explained only on philosophical premises. And he looked to the philosophers to become fully aware of what he was, to realize the activity living in him. He looked to them to explain and justify his own being. To that end, he studied Spinoza and discussed science with the philosophers of his time. In Goethe's youth, Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, and Giordano Bruno, 1548 to 1600, seemed to express his inner being most strongly. It is remarkable that in both cases he first encountered their works through attacks against them, yet nevertheless recognized that their teachings related to his own nature. This is especially true of Giordano Bruno's teachings. He encountered Bruno in Bayle's titled Dictionary of History and Criticism, in which Bruno is violently attacked. This affected Goethe to the degree that in the parts of Faust conceived around 1770, when he was reading Bayle, we find verbal echoes of Bruno's sentences. In his diaries and notebooks, Tag- und Jahresheften, the poet tells us that in 1812 he returned to Bruno. This time the impression was even more profound, and many of the poems he wrote that year echo the philosopher from Nola. This is not to say that Goethe borrowed or learned anything specific from Bruno. Rather, he found in his writings a way to formulate what had always lived within his own nature. He found that he could express himself most clearly when he used Bruno's words. Bruno considered universal reason to be, quote, the creator and guide of the universe, close quote. He called reason the inner artist that forms matter, materia, from the inside outward. Reason gives rise to all that exists, and there is no being in which reason will not lovingly participate. Bruno said that, quote, no matter how small and fragile a thing may be, it contains a part of the spiritual substance, close quote. Footnote, see Cause, Principle, and Unity, Essays on Magic, New York, Cambridge University Press, 1999, editor, end of footnote. This coincided with Goethe's view that we cannot judge a thing properly unless we can see the way universal reason has placed it just where it is, and how it has become what we encounter. Sensory perception is not enough, because our senses fail to explain how the thing relates to the universal idea in terms of its meaning for the larger whole. We must therefore observe in such a way that our reason builds an ideal foundation upon which to see what the senses communicate. As Goethe put it, we must, quote, look with the eyes of the spirit, close quote. Here, too, he borrowed a formula from Bruno. Quote, we use different sensory organs to recognize colors and sounds. Similarly, we do not use the same eyes to see the substrate of the arts and that of nature, because we see one with our sensory eyes and the other with our eyes of reason. Close quote. This is also true of Spinoza. His teaching is based on the idea that the divine has fully entered the world. Human beings can hope to know God only by plunging into the world. From a Spinozistic viewpoint, any other way seems impossible, because God has renounced his own existence and cannot be found outside of the world. Rather, we must look for him where he is. Any real knowledge of the world must be such that it delivers us some knowledge of God. All higher insight is therefore a meeting with God. We call it knowledge in beholding. We know things sub specie eternitatis, as emanations of God. The laws in nature that our mind recognizes are God's being, not just made by God. All that we see as logical necessity is thus because God's being, or eternal lawfulness, is inherent in it. This view struck a chord in Goethe. He firmly believed that nature in all its activity reveals the divine. And here this belief was expressed in the clearest way. Quote, "I am holding fast, and increasingly so, to the atheist's, Spinoza's, veneration of God." Close quote. Goethe wrote to Friedrich Jacobi, who at that point was trying to show Spinoza in a different light. Herein lies the kinship between Spinoza and Goethe. This deep inner harmony between Goethe's being and Spinoza's teaching is often overlooked by those who emphasize a superficial reason for Goethe's attraction to Spinoza. That is, that neither could tolerate an explanation of the world through ultimate causes. In fact, this rejection by both Goethe and Spinoza was a result of even more fundamental views. Let us consider the theory of final causes, teleology. The way it explains the existence and characteristics of something is to establish its usefulness to another thing. One shows that a thing is constituted in a certain way because of the particular characteristics of something else. This assumes that a world creator exists above the two things and makes them so that each meets the needs of the other. If the creator lives within all things, however, this explanation makes no sense, because then the properties of a thing must follow from the active principle within it. We look into the nature of a thing for the reason it is one way and not another. If we believe that the divine lives within each thing, it will never occur to us to look for an external principle to explain its lawfulness. Goethe's relationship with Spinoza needs no explanation other than the fact that he found in his work the formulas and scientific language to express his own inner world. If we now consider Goethe's relationship with his contemporaries, we must speak primarily of Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804, who is generally considered the founder of modern philosophy. In his own time, he created such a stir that every well-educated person was required to come to terms with him. This intellectual encounter became necessary for Goethe as well. But for him it proved unfruitful, because there is a deep contradiction between Kant's theories and what we may speak of as Goethe's way of thinking. Indeed, we can say without hesitation that all of German thinking runs along two parallel lines, one permeated by Kant's way of thinking, and the other closer to Goethe's thinking. But as contemporary philosophy continues to approach that of Kant, it moves further from Goethe. Thus it is becoming less and less possible to understand and appreciate Goethe's worldview. We shall describe here the main points of Kant's philosophy to the extent that they are relevant to Goethe's views. According to Kant, the point of departure for human thinking is experience, the world as revealed to the senses, including what our inner sense conveys in the way of psychological and historical facts, and so on. The world consists of a multiplicity of things in space and processes in time. It is a matter of indifference that a particular object faces me or that I experience this particular process. It could have been something else completely. In fact, I can even eliminate, in thought, the whole multitude of things and processes. I cannot, however, imagine the world without space and time. For me, there can be nothing that is neither spatial nor temporal. Even if such things exist, I cannot know it, because I cannot picture anything without space and time. I know only that for me this is the form in which I must encounter things. Space and time, therefore, are the conditions of my sensory perceptions. I know nothing of things as such. I know only how they must appear to me, if they are to exist for me at all. With this, Kant introduces a new problem. He introduces a new kind of question into science. Earlier philosophers had wanted to know the properties of things, but he wants to know how a thing must appear to become the object of our knowledge. Philosophy for Kant is the science of the conditions under which human experience of the world becomes possible. We know nothing about, in quotes, the thing in itself. But our task is not fulfilled when we merely perceive a multitude of objects in time and space. We try to create unity in that multiplicity, and that is the task of the intellect, which is the sum of those activities whose purpose is to organize the sensory world that confronts us into prearranged forms. The intellect connects two sensory perceptions by establishing one, for example, as a cause, the other as an effect, or one as the substance and the other as a property. Again, the task of philosophical science is to show under which conditions the intellect succeeds in creating a system of the world. So the world is, in the Kantian sense, a subjective manifestation that arises in the forms of the sensory world and the intellect. All I can know for sure is that there is a thing in itself. Its appearance depends on our organization. Obviously, it makes no sense to assume that this sensory world formed by the intellect has any significance other than for our own cognitive capacity. This becomes clearest when Kant speaks of the meaning of the world of ideas. According to him, ideas are simply higher vantage points of reason, under which the lower entities created by our intellect can be subsumed. Our intellect, for example, establishes connections among psychological manifestations. Reason, our capacity for ideas, then grasps these connections as though they all emanated from a soul. But this has no significance for the actual reality itself. It is merely a means of orientation for our cognitive capacity. This is Kant's theoretical philosophy, inasmuch as we are interested in it here. The polarity between it and Goethe's philosophy is obvious. According to Kant, we determine given reality. It is the way it is because we conceive it that way. Kant actually skips over the real epistemological question. At the beginning of his title, Critique of Pure Reason, he takes two steps that he doesn't justify, and his whole philosophical edifice suffers as a result. He simply distinguishes between subject and object without investigating the significance of the fact that our intellect makes such a distinction between two realms of reality, in this case, the knowing subject and the object to be known. He then attempts to formulate conceptually the mutual relationship between these two domains, again, without inquiring into the meaning of such a formulation. If Kant hadn't viewed this central epistemological question,
the way I do this beat gon' have them bodies jump in, and afterwards the beat with me because I got her blushing. I mean, it happen every time that I be in discussion, and actually, dog, it's starting to get disgusting. The way I filter through their mind gon' make it meditate. The way I'm thugging on the spine gon' make a nigga hate. Usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today. It usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today, dog. Usually when I'm rapping, I got so much to say. Usually calling and texting, but baby, not today. Usually balling and flexing, but nigga, not today. Not today, no nigga, not today, dog. Still got the section, but we ain't hopping on yacht today. I get it poppin', this energy start a damn parade. Dropping my phone and making time for the love and hate. Not today, no nigga, not today, dog.
I look at it from a prospect of what can I do and when am I gonna do it to change my situation, you know?
This that iced out new sprinter, no pretending. I promise from all this winning, this energy have been gifted from G.O.D. independent. She look me in my eyes and tell me she wanna ride, but not today, Missy. But my dog finna chase, so not today, kitty. Yeah, I'm usually off the chain, but not today, pretty. Not today. No nigga, not today, dog.